Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the ISS finale. I'm here with AJ Cannon to bring you the winners finals. It's Raw versus Wet. Those are two acronyms of all time, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm just not going to dwell on them. Let's just go into the game. We have some characters, picking some things. It's going to be a fun match. Of course, it is the finale, so these teams have been through a long and grueling 5 weeks. It depends on when they qualified, but 5 weeks, even if they qualified early, still scrimming, still practicing to get to this point, to get to where they are right now in the second week of the finale. So, going to be exciting to see some pretty high-level play here. And I'm also seeing a Luna not being first picked on a Deadeye start and immediately being picked up on the 1-2. So, I think Raw won the draft.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, right? I don't think there's a big Luna player, though, on the side of Water or Wet. It is Water wet? What are your thoughts on that, AJ?
Water is wet.
Okay, well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree.
Anyway. We might have to. It's okay to be wrong. Not everyone can be as right as I am, but, you know. Water is wet, and if you disagree, then, well, we're free to watch Adrian almost get immediately murked by X. Because that doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. KO is KO. It just happens. Respect as well, taking a lot of damage. This level 1 X, normally not much of a menace, but in this game in particular, he really is doing a lot as well with the help, though, from Strages and Storm, of course, not to minimize their efforts in that as well. But at the end of it, I mean, I'm seeing a lot of full health bars now on the side of Raw. That's a Luna ult. It's a lot of it cooldowns invested all at the same time, so one dodge is enough to get them all out, and that's, meanwhile, on the other side, one ability getting 3 dodges. And that is going to be an X going off the map, though. Rocket's going to miss. Cyber Swipe going up to the top. The Atlas passing down to the Luna down at the bottom there. The Glitch Prop does get her out of the way, but not quite enough. In the end, it is going to go through, but not quite through the barrier. Not quite through either side's barrier. The goalies are just too good for that right now. Adrian almost getting knocked, will get knocked off by the bell ringer. Did not expect that one, but nicely done. And that is the opportunity here, the power play. 5 seconds till Luna's back. Can Raw hold on? The answer so far is yes. Even with the Firewall Sentry, it's not quite enough. And now Luna's back on the field. The Black Hole is popped. The Luna ult comes out, forcing out the X dodge, but he does get the barrier, so a lot of stuff happening. Storm misses, but it's fine. It's another Sad Boys angle. That's the second time it's happened. The ult as well clears it around. Strength is very low. Core flip from the Vice, but it goes into the Cosmic Expanse. Crusher as well, very low. And Strike Warp from the X to take the first point. But geez, that was a point. I feel like I couldn't stop for a single second.
Yeah, it was just action after action, a ton of play-by-play like you were doing. And I'd like to keep my eyes on the Luna here. This Water team is so efficient at getting damage down on the targets they got here through KO. And of course, what's the full name again? Rude Awakening, with the very unfitting acronym. They have also been very proficient, as you can tell from this draft, at the damage dumping. And it really comes down to which team can just get to the tipping point faster here. And right now, it's Raw.
I will say, though, one of the things is that there's 2 Siphoning Wands on the side of Wet. That doesn't matter, though, if you just kill the goalie. So, nicely picked up there by Raw. Getting the kill onto the Vice, standing a little bit too close to the edge. And, well, tying it up 1-1.
Yeah, it was a bit of an awkward point. I think definitely not a point that Water's going to be proud of here. But those kinds of points happen in these KO Fest games, and like you mentioned, double Siphoning Wand does mean you're lacking a lot of that mobility here. You're very dependent on the damage game plan going your way, and so far in this point, Water's feeling, maybe not wet, but a little bit better.
Maybe even a little furious, although, you know, Water did lose the Fury. Maybe he gave it to this team. We have the double barrier, though, found by Wet. The Glitch Drop down to the X, but unfortunately it's intercepted by Crusher. It was a really nice intercept, though. That's a heck of... I don't even know what just happened there. It was the Luna ult knocking the core into the black hole, which then friendly fired the Zentaro. And I need that Luna calculation emote right now, because that was a bit of a miscalculation on that one.
Yeah. Having to play some defense as well, as Crusher just being targeted, KO'd already. Ooh. And Water looks to be getting the ball rolling quite a bit here, as the Universal Lubricant tends to do. Adrian trying to find an opening alone and stalling out a ton of time here. Solo taking the barrier. Oh no! It only takes a trickle to start a flood, and Water on the receiving end of it here.
Yeah, we also have that really nice Atlas ult to defend a little bit more. Core flip bull rush in front of the goal, though, is a recipe for a goal, and Big Tilt is going to be the one to find that one. Unfortunately, not going to be rewarded for that play with the first pick as the lowest experience on the team there. But it is going to be Vice. Storm putting in a lot of work there. Has the option to go Stinger. I think it's a very good pick. Team Player, Ad Rush, also good picks, but hey, when you're KOing, might as well just get more KOs.
Yeah, that Stinger is going to keep it going here, but like you mentioned, the Adrenaline Rush is a huge threat, especially since both teams are very KO oriented. That Adrenaline Rush, it could be a factor to reverse the game entirely here if the sparks do come in later. My eyes, though, are on that prize fighter. If it gets stacked up, that Aimee will be a menace, and of course the Stinger is going to assist with that quite a bit. But something that's been discussed a lot in recent times is the Atlas pick as a whole, right? It's kind of awkward picking Atlas into damage right now because he doesn't contribute that much to your team's damage, and DPS just gets past him anyway, usually, in terms of how much damage the team takes. And with the goal not going in there, and with Water surviving, a little bit risky there for Storm as Adrian's taking damage. And we're kind of seeing how the Atlas in the current game is not the healer.
Yeah, I feel like even when I play Atlas on the goalie, it feels less like I'm trying to heal my team and more like I'm just trying to hold on for as long as possible in the 2v3. Even though he can save occasionally, there's only so much you can do unless you get, like, extra special Spark of Focus, Ad Rush, and somehow get kills. Because the cooldown on that ult is just not enough to really save you or your team. But unfortunately, there's no saving that goal either, as it just slowly goes around the black hole into the goal. Storm a little bit too slow to get back in time.
A little unfortunate there, but on the bright side, they have such an energy advantage, right? Look at the bars on Water compared to Rude Awakening. Well, I still can't mentally connect Raw and Rude Awakening. Like, that's definitely one of the most unrelated acronyms to names, even though the letters are technically present. A good flip by Storm in the corner gets it out. And this Manu is doing a lot of work for Respect on making these corner defenses a lot easier. But again, the damage is proving to be a factor, and if an embarrassing goal like the previous one doesn't go in for Water, I think they'll be in a very good spot here.
Yeah, I will say, though, Adrian with amazing evasion, both the ability and also the rocket dash there, just able to burn so many cooldowns from Wet there, and stay alive now is full health. The Black Hole Pop gets Zentaro pretty low, so potential other kill angle there, but Strage is kind of playing in the midfield. They're trying to go for the Glitch Pop Cyber Swipe combo there, but not quite finding it. Crusher is a little bit too aware for that one, and the defense by Storm, I will say, getting the kill off the back end as well. Things are looking good for Wet. Firewall Sentry as well forces out the Corflip. Corflip gets it around, but not into the goal. Goes back around the black hole there. Forcing out the dodge from Luna as well is really nice. The Vice ult, the black hole pop. Again, so many abilities being used to drop down at the bottom. Power Chord is not going to strike a chord on this one, but it is going to get the core over in the end after a strike. Cratermaker hits Big Tilt, who is saving that core flip, but takes almost the full health bar in order to do that. Is going to burn it there, and it's going to get intercepted by Adrian. Unfortunate, but will happen. Opportunity for Raw to go back after they lose the barrier there, but it goes through. Great defense, bit of friendly fire, but you get the clear. You get the clear. If you have to sacrifice a couple teammates to do that, that's what you got to do. In the end, though, unfortunately for Raw, even after the saves, it's going to get bounced back down to Strages, who will put it in, tie him up 1-1.
Yeah, even though it was a point loss for Raw there, I do like how they played defense quite a bit. Like, they made it very difficult for Water, and I think the Water offense, on the other hand, right now is too dependent on the KO. They're cleaning it a little bit here, but overall, like, they've been a little shaky on the passing plays, and of course the double siphoning wand, a little bit of that could be expected, but with a triple team in the goal box, that's going to be a very clean end to that point.
Yeah, I really love the lack of hesitation on using that core flip as well, because even though the ult is up from Atlas and you know he's going to save himself, it's still like a 3-second stun, so you might as well just use the core flip, kill the Atlas, and then put it in while he's out of the goal. So, nicely done on that one. Some players would hesitate in that position, saying, oh, I'll try and wait for the ult to go down. But nah, it doesn't matter if you get the kill or not, you get the goal. Which, I know there's some brawlers who argue with that, but goals are goals, and as a goalie main, that's what I'm going to root for.
Not rooting for
that
lack of
kill,
goals
though,
on the other hand. Well,
goals are the objective in the end, but
it's a little awkward, but that was a great combined play. Lots of synergy from Raw. Unfortunately, less so with me here. My bad.
Nah, that's all good. I think we were both just a little speechless at the plays there. It just accelerates so quickly. Sometimes you don't know what to say. I mean, within 5 seconds, Luna's already lost her entire health bar. Atlas has to use ult, and it might not even matter as Luna's still losing health inside of the Atlas ult there. Zentaro ult is going to come out and actually, with some support from Adrian, going to force out the barrier, but a sick defense from Storm hitting the Soren angle as well. Atlas's Astral Projection as well is not going to be enough. Nice dribble with the black hole into the corner, buys a little bit of time to reposition, but Adrian does get the pick up there. Pass from Big Tilt to Crusher there, trying to just buy time to get kills, I would assume, on that one. Bellringer comes out and actually knocks backwards, but in the end, it's going to be Adrian taking a lot of damage from that Vice ult. Crusher up the top of the Glitch Pop with Power Chord. All abilities hitting on both the Luna and Zentaro. Black Hole is very low as well, and Storm is going to run across to the other side of the field. X is going to die, though. That's going to be Zentaro going off the back end of the Black Hole there. Viral Sentry goes up. Adrian is trying to kill Strages, but Strages, eyes on the prize. Core flips into the goal yet again. That... I mean, it exploded. I mean, we have so many explosive abilities, but that Black Hole knocking the Zentaro backwards, and now you have the opportunity as well on Vice to either take more damage or potentially deny that extra special from the Atlas, and I think that's the right play, because Atlas with extra special, I think, does become a big part of the equation in a kill comp.
Yeah, and of course that Vice is going to get so much value out of it, like was mentioned here. My eyes, though, are on the Super Surge, right? We saw a lot of high-value swipes coming out from Strages in that previous point, and we're going to see those KO a lot earlier, spectrating all the way down to the X. Of course, the bulk up's going to be quite a good pickup for Crusher, but I think that Water are prepared. They have the tools they need to really just blow up Raw in this one.
Yeah, but both teams, though, still capable of blowing each other up, so not a one-sided game just yet. We do see a bit of a Sad Boys angle, still gets one barrier on the other side. Oh, and that's going to be the first blood of this point over to Storm, knocking the Zentaro off. Strage is actually getting the stack on prize fighter from that as well. Almost a second one with Adrian very close to the edge. Bull Rush comes out, as well as the Thunderstrike from the Vice there, and Crusher dashing forwards, Power Chord coming out on the top side, Adrian passing down to respect. They're trying to find a clear angle, but it's so difficult when your team has to play so far back because of all the KO potential. Great secondary from the Vice as well, stops the core dead in its tracks. Crusher trying to dribble up with the secondary, but Storm puts it right back with the ult. Adrian up the top side of the map, very low on health. Big Tilt trying to get a little bit of damage on the Atlas, but taking a lot of it instead. Core Flip, though, forced out. Glitch Pop, really nicely done. Dead Luna as well. Oh, unfortunately, Storm does not get the pass down to Strages, but we are going to get a lot of play in front of the goal here. Dribble off the Black Hole, buys a little bit of time. Also has the Glitch Pop up at the top. Crusher gets a really nice clear with the secondary, and Big Tilt is very low on health. Takes a ton from the Crater Maker as well. Atlas, though, goes into the goal, and the Vice ult comes out. Dribbles in front of Crusher there, fighting back and forth for that. Crusher has the core up the top side here. Secondary from the Vice Firewall Sentry. Drage is holding onto this core flip this time. Adrian very low on health, but Atlas is back on the field with the secondary as well.
A Big Tilt now with a massive opening with a perfect dribble with the bell ringer, finds a shot, builds up a ton of meter at the end of it, and look at the massive energy advantage that Water has. It looks shaky, right? They looked sloppy in the first two sets, but they're really locking in this one.
Yeah, they are locking in, but that Crater Maker getting that barrier is massive there from morale, and also just positioning the Oni's Blade as well, able to get that second barrier. Strays a lot of damage taken as well. Potential there to finally get some use out of this Ad Rush Zentaro. Almost cursed him there. I don't know if he's actually gotten a KO since he picked that up. Firewall Sentry as well is going to get the second barrier. Adrian very low on health. Power Chord dodged away. Nice eye by Adrian there. Can be so easy to lose track of it. Strike War won by Respect in front of the goal. They're holding onto that core flip. We have the core going back and forth as well as Adrian bouncing all around. And that's not really what you want to see as your goalie, but he's playing forward. Respect is trying to get things done. That is the Ad Rush proc. We have the secondary coming out, but as Adrian going exactly where Zentaro was, unfortunately not countering the clear angle, so it's going to go back and forth again. 2 seconds till Imi is back on the field. Adrian passes down to Crusher up into the corner. Secondary comes out, stuns up the Luna Big Tilt going for a dribble on the bottom here. The Ash Protection gets it forward. The secondary, the core flip from the Zentaro, but it's not enough even with the passive. Everything invested. Big Tilt walking it forward. Core flip comes out of the Atlas. Core goes for another round. Adrian misses the rocket dash there, unfortunately, but it does happen. Crusher with the red cores on the primary there as well. The Visalt not quite going to connect. Bull Rush neither is going to either. Dash from Zentaro, Bellringer from X, Strages holding on to some abilities there. The Glitch Pop comes out, but it misses, unfortunately. The Cyber Swipe Power Chord combo there. So many abilities invested onto the Zentaro. Adrian, though, and Crusher putting it through with the flick down. When Adrian was going to put it up top, Crusher puts it down to the bottom. And this is the chance for Rude Awakening to get back in the fight, to lock back in, and to reverse sweep them from here.
Oh, but that Zentaro dash goes a little awry, and I think that Water have cleaned up their game from the previous point with a perfect Cyber Swipe, with a perfect Glitch Pop, with a perfect Power Chord. Everything comes together as they get the point in only 12 seconds and now are on match point for this first game in the best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, a 12-second point with a KO on it is pretty brutal, and that's also going to be the Visalt getting a barrier. Not too much damage, at least, for the side of Rude Awakening, who still has a chance to come back, but that double barrier is rough. Strages has the core flip Storm as well in the bottom. Thunderstrike comes out. Black Hole Dribble as well. They're bouncing down the bottom. Glitch Pop as well. Core flip comes out. Bellringer comes out. Oni's Blade is really good for stopping it. Crater Maker as well invested. There is no evade on this X. It's a potential for a kill angle, but they're just not able to stay alive and focus. And the core flip comes out. Firewall Sentry as well. There's an X in front of your face with a Bellringer and extra special or specialized training. And I mean, Crusher saved by the game ending, unfortunately, there. Storm was about to destroy him with the Visalt there as well. And Wet, I mean, they took a powerful game 1 there with this kill comp.
Yeah, and it wasn't the most consistent game, as I said, all throughout, but when they were dominant, and that's a very good sign for Wet. In the group stage, they felt outmatched by Raw in a very similar playstyle, and I think that was attempted here again, but in these matchups, whoever controls the first draft can often control the flow of the game, and that's exactly what was the case.
Yeah, I mean, especially, now it was a little less bad because it was a Stinger trade for Ad Rush, but the unfortunate thing is that Rude Awakening just couldn't get the Ad Rush procs because from then on, basically all of the damage that they were looking for went over to Water. And it, like, if you look at some of the stats, you know, you see that the entirety of Rude Awakening got 6 kills, which is nothing to scoff at. 6 kills is quite a few. But if you look on the other side, Big Tilt and Storm both got 6 kills each. So one person on the team getting as many kills as the enemy team combined, when there's an Atlas as well, is kind of the story of this game. It was just dominant by Water from start to finish. Even the level 1 X, which is normally not much of a talking point, he's normally getting bullied out of the game by damage, they were just pedal to the metal from the get-go. They never let Raw really have a chance to play.
Yep, just waiting for their side select on the next map, which is Clarion Test Chamber here. Do you think the dynamics will change quite a bit? Because I think they might. Water looked extremely comfortable on this Lab. They played around and with the center explosion so much, right? And of course, Raw had a few misadventures with the center black hole, so I think that'll be a pretty different game.
Yeah, there might have been a few black hole oopsies there, but these things happen. But they don't happen on Clarion Test Chamber as much. There is still the one Atlas variant that can still kind of do a similar thing, so gotta watch out for that one. But I do think absolutely the dynamics will change, especially because some of those maps, I mean, the Bounce House can be a kill map, can be a core control map, so it's going to be fun to see if we see the people or the core bouncing around. I think it really could go either way. And then, of course, you have the Poison map, which is a weird one. If you're not careful, you'll just bleed your entire health bar to nothing. But there's also a chance that players of this level will align themselves so that when they get knocked back, it's into those side areas where the poison is. They don't actually get knocked off the map, they just get knocked into the poison, which is not great, but it's not dead.
Yeah, it definitely isn't great, as in the past, there have been instances where players were trapped in there for longer than the respawn timer I think there's a pretty well-viewed clip about that on this channel. But we're heading into the draft here, and the Awakening Star could not have been more different. This is probably the least KO friendly Awakening Start that I've seen in like the entire patch.
Yeah, it's pretty far from KO, but I will say that Aimi and Mako with Siege Machine kind of slap. They get so much value from it that there's a surprising amount you can do with even Juno. Juno with a little bit of damage can do a fair bit. Surprising as well, because you usually don't expect her, so she can kind of come out of left field with that. And then, I'm not really looking at Spark of Agility as a KO Awakening, but that just enables a Spark of Strength pickup, because so many people already will take Spark of Strength just to pick it up because it's more power. If you start with the Agility, Spark of Strength basically becomes one of the best Awakenings in the game now, because speed and strength on so many brawlers, namely like X and Julie, just become unstoppable when they have those two.
Yeah, and take a look at the draft that's coming in. Not wanting to play against Rune, it seems, and Aimi, like you mentioned, also taken off the table here. My eyes are on, of course, the staple picks of Water. I would not be surprised if they picked a similar composition even on this kind of start. There's the Luna, there's the Vice, and there will probably be some kind of other KO pick in that last slot here.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm on the side of Rude Awakening, I'd think this is a bit of a Rude Awakening, because letting the Luna Vice... Well, actually, it's not the Luna Vice, granted, but not 2 games in a row. At least last time the Luna was on an opposite team from the Vice. But letting Luna Vice get through on the same team, even if you do get the Now... Granted, Now Atlas, not the worst. It feels like Rude Awakening is going for much more safe on this one. They might even go, maybe Zentaro on the forwards, they get some evasion. Maybe, I mean, it's kind of heresy, but Juno double midfield is a potential comp to just run it around the kill comp. But personally, I think Rude Awakening is in dire straits on this one.
Yeah, this is not the Showtime meta. This is not the meta where you can pick Now Atlas and dominate the game by squeezing out the KO potential from the enemy team. And this is a meta where the healers are feeling a little bit fake. And I think that the recognition is good on Water for playing to that, playing to their outs. And this is yet another. It's going to be a siphoning wand Kazan most likely.
Yeah, I can see that happening. In fact, I could see, honestly, siphoning wand happen on anybody there. It's probably going to be the Vice goalie again, but it could even be Luna goalie. So could have a lot of variations of that. Could really see a Kazan goalie even, but that's more with like a team player start. Not really in this meta. So most likely going to be that Vice goalie. Most likely going to be double siphoning wand on the Luna and the Kazan. But I'm looking at the other team, Rude Awakening. They do have an out here, because there is a world where you basically just sandbag the game so long with the healing that Juliet's able to find the kills. Because, of course, Juliet isn't really a damage brawler. She's much more a knockback brawler. So if you can find the angles, if people are playing maybe a little too confident, a little too close to the edge going for some of the kills, there is a world where, especially Spark with Agility Julie, just zips in there, gets a quick 1-2 punch, or, a quick dash punch. But there is a world where Rude Awakening can come back in this, but I think they're on the back foot right from the start.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do here. They need to find a way to score, and I will say, not impossible, right? Rude Awakening, we're finding a lot of goals off of the slower offense coming out of Water and their double siphoning wand. So there's a non-zero chance that they'll be able to just go for the goals while they're being KO'd and be able to do that fast enough to not die. But it is a race against time. They'll have to really lock in to see how fast they can play, how fast they can take the barriers. And with this being a Luna goalie most likely, that's going to be doable.
Yeah, there is always that caveat to a kill comp that every ability invested in killing is an ability not invested on the core. So if you're not finding those kills, if you're able to stay alive, it really can just stop the kill comp dead in their tracks and they can't do anything. And then, you get a set lead, you're able to deny some critical awakenings, you're able to take some survivability awakenings, you're able to turn things around. So yeah, definitely agree that it's not over for Root Awakening, but there's definitely got to be some thoughtful play on this one. It's not as it's not the Zug comp that Water has put together, where you just rush in, kill them again, maybe kill them the third time if the goal's not scored yet, and just keep going on killing them until you eventually get it in. Which, to be fair, does have a lot of finesse to it, does have some skill expression to it, but also Luna Vice press R, kill enemy. I say that as a Luna Vice main.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting dynamic to watch here. Root Awakening, a 1 game away from falling to the losers bracket, but also 1 game away from continuing the series. I believe this is their favored composition, so we'll see how they can execute it here. But I think the first point will be a pretty good indication of how well Storm can hold up under the core control pressure. And if these passing plays are any indication, Big Tilt's looking a lot more confident on this Kazan and scoring department, and Adrian's already almost dead, and Storm scores the goal, and oh my, it's already the first point.
I mean, I said it, and then it happened. Vice pressed R, Luna pressed R, was actually an amazing bit of team play there where Storm placed that Luna ult such that the Vice ult would knock the Now into it. So that double whammy on the ults, especially to a level 1 Vice, is absolutely brutal and very well executed. But we have Crusher trying to stay alive, trying to dodge inside of that Atlas ult, not even at full HP, even standing there the entire duration, even with the Now ult as well. There's so much healing, but there's also so much damage. Great core flip, though, from Respect, does counter the Kazan, but Strages is there, has his forwards back there. Another day, another Vice ult, a lot of damage onto Crusher. Core flip as well, knocks him back. He's trying to stay alive, trying to get the dash punches, actually managing to get a barrier, but will pay for it in blood, as this passing play is really nice. And as Atlas are kind of just crying on that one, because there's only so much you can do to intercept it, even with the secondary invested.
And this final pick Kazan is brilliant, I think, from Water. Of course, it helps in the KO department with just keeping the damage up, right? Of course, went to Van Braces this time, more survivability oriented and healing up. This Kazan's looking pretty unkillable, and the entire team of Raw is unfortunately looking a little killable.
Yeah, just a little bit. Another core flip. Secondary from Atlas is really nice. The defense is good. The Vice ult does come out, so much damage, but a timely Now ult is able to save the day. Another barrier does go down. Adrian finding a nice pickup there, but not the double. And you really need to stop the momentum of this kill comp, because now they're back on the offense. Strages is just going to win a strike war, and that is going to be a quick 3-0 set over to Wet. And, well, it's going to be another day, another Vice MVP. Different player, same MVP. And, I mean, what do you want? Missile Prop, Deadeye, go Spark of Leadership, maybe go for a Spark of Strength, Spark of Leadership, Spark of Agility build potentially there. So many options here. Might even just hang the draft.
Yeah,
Atlas does
wait.
get Missile Prop, but that means that Luna gets Deadeye.
You wait, actually. So I actually agree with this. Luna with Twin Drive, Storm is making a lot of eject plays, and of course Deadeye gets a ton of value on Strages, right? So getting both those awakenings on Luna Vice is devastating here, and I think that Respect might have needed to go Twin Drive here to stop at least that, because then Storm would have gotten Deadeye anyway, but then Strages would have been relatively weaker.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like, what do you do? Because no matter what, 2 people are getting their S tier awakenings. I mean, Missile Prop, Deadeye, Twin Drive. So they're so good. Twin Drive less good on the Vice, but even still, just so many powerful awakenings in that one. A little bit of an unfortunate angle for Root Awakening, but great drafting as well from Wet. But we have another barrier being taken. It is 1-1, tying up the score. Adrian not getting the connection there on that strike. The Misprop is paying a little bit, able to use that Astral Projection a lot more further forward. But that's a Luna ult coming out. Crusher very low on health, even with the recovery drone. Core flip comes out. Flurry is really nice to counter it, but the barrier doesn't go down. A solid defense with the Vice chipping in as well. Adrian teleporting back and forth. Big tilt in front of the goal with the primary, with the core flip. Not even going to need it. Straight to pass it up to the top. The core flip is invested up at the top. Sending it backwards, though. An unfortunate ult there from Big Tilt. Crusher trying to dribble, trying to get something done, trying to maybe buy some time. Gets the barrier, though. it was all doom and gloom, but he's finding the ray of hope there as well. The core is accelerating. Luna ult is invested there as well. A lot of damage onto Adrian once again. And I feel like I've been saying that all day, but it is true. And that's another kill onto the now. That's going to be Kazan with extra size, and he might be putting some fries in the bag on this one. But Crusher, really good intercept, is going to stop that play in its tracks.
Yeah, respect to respect on this point especially. Some incredible strikes, incredible defense coming out from the Atlas here. But the core speed's a little too much. Storm snipes it in overtime. Yeah, I mean, that was that was some 2-day shipping on that caster. Same day shipping, honestly. Delivered overnight or something, because that was expedited in how that goal was sniped by Storm. But on this next point, I think it's going to be more of the same. The issue is if you end a point with low energy against this comp, you just don't have the evades to survive the next point.
Yeah, it's almost better to die at the end instead of dodge, because if you knew it was going to end, then it's better to have the energy, at least the 1 bar. But of course, you don't want it to end, so you're going to invest it. You're going to try and let things happen. The flurry is really nice, but a solid defense against that. Absolutely incredible there from the side of Wet. I mean, I made jokes about kill comps not having skill, but even if kill comps didn't have skill, just their strikes alone are proving that this team has what it takes to play other comps. This is just, they're good at this comp as well, so they might as well play it. Barrier still standing, 1 on each side. Storm going for a bit of a cheeky play. They're trying to get it up to the top corner. Big Tilt now kind of in position, but the intercepts have been quite nice. The rocket from downtown Storm, solid angle on that one. And Big Tilt winning the strike war from the invisibility for a second there. I mean, what can you do as respect there? You have a Kazan and a Luna just dumping abilities. You're trying to pay attention to your team so you can keep them alive. Solid defense for so long, but there's only so long you can defend.
Yeah, there was one option left, right? And it is use that flip, but you do not want to use a flip like that as respect, all right? It was an unfavorable situation even if had the flip been used, because the Kazan can capitalize with plenty of cooldowns to try and beat it out. Although, this point's looking a little bit better. 1 barrier down, but they have a little bit of energy here, and they should be able to survive a tiny bit better, but Crusher's already taking a bit of a beating. Adrian, though, perfectly healthy, and if that's the case, then the Now can do some work.
Yeah, but also doing work is this Luna. That rocket from downtown, not actually getting too much. A solid defense once again from the side of Rude Awakening. The Now arrow just expiring there, unfortunately not giving the core speed. The rocket dash, so many abilities invested. Adrian very low on health, running to get this orb, gets hit by the power cord as well. That's going to be brutal, stopping the regeneration that was just about to start. Core flip comes out, struck war by Strages there, who is keeping this core forward, getting more cooldowns up. Adrian almost goes off the edge, but not quite. Is going to actually, I think actually a misplay on the dodge there, saving the energy and getting killed so you can go to the Atlas ult. Might have been a little better to get a little more healing. But we are going to see the Now arrow speeding up the game once again. The teleport forward on the self to the barrier going down. This is the chance for Rude Awakening. They're trying to make things happen. They're trying to get it done. Big Tilt whiffs the core flip. Storm gets the rocket dash across with the strike down to the bottom. The dash strike is not enough, unfortunately, and the flip from Storm is immaculate. Respect trying to get the clears here, trying to get it forward. Does manage to get around the bottom, but the eject button from Storm goes back just in time. But this point is going on so long. The teams are so evenly matched, and the dash punch from Crusher finally puts Raw on the board in this game. They are ready to come back in this.
Yeah, a little bit of impatient flip usage from Water, but good on Crusher for making Storm sweat, right? Forcing Storm's resources out, and then a good strike dash punch to the top side to get it done here. And Storm's playing really aggressively, positioning really aggressively, but doesn't get punished for it. Keeps 1 barrier alive, and that's all you need. The dash goes awry, but that's fine. And Strage is putting on the pressure. The evade's gone, the barrier's gone, and Water are back in the driver's seat.
Nicely done there by Strages. I was going to go on something else, but that power cord at the last second, sniping a very narrow angle there, was just perfect. Luna as well, a lot of good options here. Could go something like Adrush or Prize Fighter, Glass Cannon. Low-key, I think Hot Shot is a play, though. Denies some of the core control, a lot of core speed on it, but we'll see how they go with the draft.
Oh, this is a monster draft. The Monumentalist is good on the Now, but you have just given over Prizefighter Drone, rush to the team that's KOing. Oh no, and the Might of the Colossus on the Kazan as well. If Water play like they have been playing in the previous sets, I think this is curtains. They have every single tool they could possibly need.
Yeah, I mean, Monu now, I think even in the heyday of Monu now, where it was a heavy attack, so it really got a lot of value, I don't even think then the Monu would be worth going for there, because that is so... Letting that prize fighter Andrush go through just means there's so much stacking on the kills, and that's the big thing, is as long as you can make something out of the kills, it's so worth it, because sometimes kills aren't worth it. Even if you get the kill, it doesn't matter. I will say that, though, Crusher putting in a lot of work, getting the double barrier, making things happen, the now arrow, the now secondary as well, and a perfect strike from Crusher, breaking the ankles of Strages and Storm both. And for the first time, Rude Awakening is in the lead in the set.
Yeah, it's a perfect scenario for Rude Awakening, right? The Crusher built up a lot of evade, and I think that with no prize fighter stacks added on, the only way that could have gone better is if they erased the prize fighter stack, but of course that's not going to be too likely here. They're putting on the pain, and Storm is being pushed into the corner more often than not. Adrian's layering on with the Monumentalist, and of course that Awakening still getting a ton of value here. Even despite now not being in her heyday. Big Tilt incredibly low, healing back up with the Van Brace. If they can get one KO here, one prize fighter stack, I think Water can start snowballing as Crusher gets taken a little bit low. But the recovery drone's still a factor here. The core controlled by Big Tilt. That stalling is so good for Water, but Crusher approaches.
That he does, and he gets it through. Classic brawler moment. Walks up. Midfield gives you the core. A little bit of a dribble, a little bit of pizzazz. Send it right through with a dash punch. Just executed perfectly there. And a 2-0 lead here for Rude Awakening. They are not going quietly into the night. They are fighting back. That secondary from now as well was really solid. I expected that barrier to go down, but it's going to be two barriers on the other side going down instead. Adrian with the core flip, sending it down to the bottom, and that's a 3-0 set for Rude Awakening.
Yeah, Water with a bit of a collapse in this one. They just couldn't deal with the core control prowess of the additional size on Juliet and the additional size on Now's abilities. It feels like that they were rushing a little bit, not methodically getting the KOs like they were previously. And now the game gets a little bit harder here, of course, with these Awakenings on the board, the stagger available as an option, the 1-2 punch for the Juliet to KO threat herself. But on the bright side, there's still the extra special Luna, and she will hurt here with those prize fighters potentially. But again, no prize fighters gained in the previous set, so it's definitely no what if. But explosive entrance available, and it's still a good draft for Water.
Yeah, I'd say it's really good. I mean, extra special on the Luna, explosive entrance on the Vice. Stacks on Kazan, definitely not bad, especially if you're not the one being killed. So I'd say that's a pretty good draft for Wet. On the other side, though, 1-2 punch on Juliet is a classic. And of course, Timeless Creator, kind of a sleeper pick, but does make that ultimate last longer, so even more healing. I don't think it's necessarily a bad pick. Adrian as well winning the middle fight for the Era Orb, and that's going to mean that there's a lot of size on this now, some cooldown reduction and some power as well for a little bit. It's going to be one barrier still standing here. Never mind, I cast or curse it. That's going to be two barriers going down. Rude Awakening on the offense, the core flip forward just to get a little bit more tempo on it, but it may have been a bit overzealous as Wet is holding on for a little bit longer until the kill comes through. Luna, no prize fighter stacks anymore. And another goal for Rude Awakening. Maybe they were just, playing with us a little bit. They give the first game, give 2 sets, and then they just say, we're just going to reverse sweep the rest of the match.
And I think one indicator of the panic from Water is just where they're using their abilities. Previously, they were using them on players. They were playing confidently. But now we're seeing a lot of ability use on the core, right? Trying to dig it out of the corner in a panic. And they're just getting vortexed by Crusher and Adrian in those corner offenses. And of course, the Respect stepping up as well. Has so much reach with the primary. Strages desperately trying to help defend. Crusher, a little bit of damage dealt, but nowhere near enough for the KO. And the recovery drone still active. And Crusher, in the midst of it all, will find the goal here. It's 2-0 up.
Yeah, Crusher absolutely proving that you only need 1 HP. It doesn't matter as long as you can score the goal. You get a full heal at the end of it. So no worries there. Storm playing very aggressive with that rocket dash, but it's not quite going to pay off just yet as Crusher is able to pick up 1 barrier on the bottom. 2 almost. Great defense though from Storm. Still has that there, but the dash punch strike from Crusher really does has secured so many things in this game. Respect keeping 2 barriers alive for now as well. Never mind, 2 barriers alive, and then immediately goes. As soon as I was going to start saying 2 barriers go down, this is the chance for Wet to come back in. This Crusher using the dash a little bit early to get a little bit of tempo on it, but Strage is going to be the one winning the Strike Wars, is going to use the Core Flip as well. Great dribble off the middle, but it is intercepted by Adrian. Strike War as well against the Core Flip there from... And so many things are happening. Power Chord gets it through, but not all the way through. The kill from Big Tilt is great, and it is going to be a goal at the end of it. Adrian walking just a little bit too close to the edge to get that save.
What a clutch flip by Big Tilt, but importantly, Crusher's recovery drone still not popped. The meter low, but the question is, can they convert it, right? And right now, the healing as well, like you mentioned, from the Atlas is kind of just sustaining just barely enough combined with the now, and... They're still looking healthy.
Yeah, and that's a lot of damage onto Big Tilt, who does have that stacks on stacks, so if he does go down, that is actually quite a large loss to the side of Water. And that is another 2 bears. Great arrow there from Adrian to secure that second one. And Strage is low in the poison. Big Tilt as well, kind of low. The flurry comes out, is going to get the kill onto Kazan. He's going to trade back, but he has a recovery drone. He's okay with that, and the core flip comes out. The arrow gets another kill. Adrian is on fire in this. Respect playing forward. Crusher as well with the punch. Storm holding on with these Strike Wars, but for how long? The dash punch comes through. The Atlas comes through with the Astral Projection. And now we're 2 sets. Rude Awakening. I mean, they have been awakened.
Yep. And this draft is still looking scary, though. You can't rest on your laurels. You can't chill just because you have the game evened up now. Heavy Impact's going to be big, but there's still the Stinger. This Kazan has so many different hits. There's still the Spec Training to combine with the extra special. There's still so many different options here. The team player is going to be let through, and that's going to enable Respect, Adrian, and Crusher to accelerate the core control a lot better here. But again, the damage starts stacking up, and the question is, have Water reached their own tipping point for damage? And I guess we'll find out.
That he will strike scores won by Adrian and Atlas on the bottom. They're taking the first error in this set off to a blazingly fast here. Have a little bit of a dribble off the bottom there. Finally, can they get the core past Big Tilt? The answer is no. Strage as well, teleported stop, really nice pickup. Big Tilt as well, nicely played with the hook to pick up the second barrier. But another barrier going down on the other side. All goals are open 30 seconds into this point. Storm passing it down along the bottom. Adrian with the pickup there, though, buying a little bit of time there with the arrow strike warring. Strage is with it, really nicely done. Respect running super far forward as well with this glass cannon speed. Adrian low on health, but with the core flip, going to send it up to the top secondary as well as a really nice dribble off of that. Crusher is low, but has the flurry, has the goal. And again, Rude Awakening. They are locked in.
They are locked in. Crusher, in particular, right, has been the star of the show here. Respect and Adrian desperately trying to dig the core out of the corner one time. And when they do, Crusher gets value on the other end of it. One thing that is a little bit unfortunate, though, as Crusher finds another double barrier, another brilliant play to try and carry Raw all the way to a third game here. Just to the bottom side, the flamethrower to trap it, a buffered strike into the bottom corner. It's flawless from Crusher yet again.
Yeah, and this is the downside to playing this kill comp with the Vice Luna. There is nothing in between this. There's really nothing in between the Juliet and your goal if you don't have abilities up. They really can't do anything but strike. They don't have the size. They don't have many defensive abilities, so you're not going to have abilities up. You're using all of your abilities offensively, and then there's nothing left to actually defend. Juliet just gets to walk up, dash punch, any day of the week.
Yeah. Lots of flips, though. Big Tilt and Strage is looking very scary as they advance here. Flip pass, but a perfect expanse to deflect it away. And Crusher continuing to put on the pressure here. The bounce is not favorable for Storm. The flip having to be used defensively, but they've finally... No, they haven't even taken off the recovery drone. That was the Atlas res.
Yeah. We have the 2-point lead, a little bit of an energy lead as well, but they do lose the barrier, so this is the opportunity for Wet to come back in the game. The dash punch, though, secures another barrier. Adrian getting it forward. Power Chord hits, but the Thunderstrike does not. The Supernova as well is going to come out there. The Flurry hits Big Tilt, who is very low on health as well. Might not get to stack up this stacks on stacks. Arrow gets it forward as well. The core speed is quite insane here, but it's not quite enough to get the goal in. Big Tilt trying to go around. The dribble from Respect, really risking it on this one, but gets a great angle with the core flip there to clear it. The secondary as well keeps it forward, keeps it from getting struck right back into him. Storm as well, forced to use the core flip there, and the core is just going around and around at the speed of light, but the Flurry gets the kill, and Adrian gets the goal. Rude awakening to reverse sweep from 2 sets down. 1 game down on top of that, tying it up 1 game to 1 game and taking us to a game 3.
Yeah, so incredibly well played by Rude Awakening to not get overwhelmed by the damage, right? In the first 2 sets, that was what was happening. But in the 3rd set, despite giving over the perfect KO draft, they just survived. Crusher went all in, playing in the enemy goal box. And like I mentioned before the game, they scored before the damage pressure could even start. And that's something that Water just did not adjust to in time.
Yeah, it's one of those things as well, like kill comps are very good at killing. They're not generally as good at other things, especially if you're investing all of your awakening picks into the damage. So you kind of lock into that mindset, into that play style, and it's very difficult to leave and it's very difficult to adjust. And Rude Awakening showing them that if you can't adjust, if you're not able to do that on the fly, that you will just get reverse swept. It will just happen from seemingly out of nowhere. And kill comps are also, I feel like, one of the most mental balanced teams where you really have to keep your mental in order to play a kill comp well, because as soon as one thing goes wrong, you start playing back, you start playing safe. You were talking about it earlier, you start using abilities on the core, and every ability on the core is an ability that's not on a kill, and if you're a kill comp, then you're really not doing your job, and it's really kind of a downward spiral from there.
All right, but the 3rd map approaches, and it is one that I think Rude Awakening, I'm not sure if they would be scared of or if they like, because I think they're the ones who picked it. It's Demon Deus, and on this map, of course, the KO pressure, it gets a lot bigger, but also it's a lot harder to defend for the goalie. So both sides of the coin coming up here.
Yeah, but also we do have bulk up on the start, primetime as well, so a lot of KO potential from the Awakenings too, so back to more of that KO-focused Awakening. Again, last time it was the Siege Machine Agility, now it's bulk up primetime. And, I mean, Kazan Prio goes up pretty high with that primetime out there. Rune, I know there's been a few people that play it on this map. It's not as popular a pick, but with that primetime, he can be brutal. I'm interested to see what the bans are, because if I was on the side of Wet, I would be looking at that now, that did the most damage on the team, had the most redirects on the team, tied for the most shots on the team, and it was really just Adrian was killing it on that midfield. So I would look at a potential now ban, even though the Awakenings don't really reflect it as much.
But if you have to ban now in this meta, it feels so bad, right? Out of all the characters to ban, that is not someone who you want to spend your precious single ban on. And therefore, I don't think it's likely that Wet will do so. I do get why it might be good, especially after Adrian looks so comfortable on it. But I think the bigger thing to target is potentially the Crusher Juliet. It was a lot more effective in the brawler position than the previous game, where Crusher basically didn't exist, right?
Yeah, that is a very fair point there. But Wet is also the first pick, so they could look to do something like banning out, maybe not even now, banning out another character, and then first picking that Juliet as well. I don't know if Big Tilt plays it particularly, but it is Juliet, and I think every brawler has at least dabbled in the Julie. But we are going to see it's going to be the Fini ban. That is a very fair one, especially on Demon Dias. It's really nice to just plop that Fini ult, that big finish, on the enemy barrier and just laugh as it takes both of them. And I can understand not wanting to play against it.
Yeah, the IMU going to be taken away as well here. And the Vice going to be first picked. Not very surprising for this Water team. Their Vice priority is through the roof here, and that's what they're going to lock in immediately. Although the red side is looking kind of spicy, right? Being able to pick two different characters in a series where we've seen the Luna change hands, we've seen the Atlas get a lot of value for respect, the Atlas now duo get a lot of value, if that's what they're going to go for. Or the Vice being a flex pick, but yeah, there's the Luna being stolen away. They're going to try to counter damage in this one. For Rude Awakening, it didn't work for them in the first game, but maybe with the newfound confidence of that second game reverse sweep performance, they'll be able to maybe out KO, depending on what happens here. Maybe locking in the Juliet as well, which looks so good for Crusher in the previous game. It's going to be the X instead. A lot less of that dash punch pressure, but a lot more of potentially the sticking damage.
Yeah, I think it is definitely a pick that fits more into a full kill comp if you're going for damage. I feel like the X adds a lot of damage and a lot of potential there. That the Julie, as great as Julie is, the dash punch being more knockback focused is a lot more limited in what she can add to a full damage comp. But on the other side, I'm looking at a bit of a full damage comp. I mean, Vice, Rasmus, Zentaro. I'm not entirely sure who's on the goalie. My heart wants to say Zentaro, but also I know that's not true. So it's probably going to be the Rasmus on the goalie if I had to guess.
If I had to guess, I would agree that it would be the Rasmus. The Rasmus, of course, excels on Demon Deus. Does a lot of damage as well from the goalie position. And of course, it's a map where if you're playing an eject goalie, it's a little bit awkward with how it's already closed in. You would much rather just step up with the whiplash speed from the Rasmus and play up anyway without having to take that eject button and get the best of both worlds there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and of course, being Rasmus, you can just take pauldrons, get the size, get the power, and get the damage reductions that you're not dying in your own goal box as much. So I definitely think it's a strong pickup there. And then, of course, I mean, we've seen Vice. Vice is pretty good today. If this hasn't convinced you to play Vice, I don't know what will, because she is quite good. I still have the stat screen from last game pulled up, so I can tell you that in the last game, the second highest damage was 29,000 on Adrian, right? On that now. The highest damage in the last game was on Strages, on that Vice, 42,000. Just a little bit higher. So the Vice, especially on the side of wet, is a pick to contend with, is something to be scared of. So I'm looking forward to this game. I'm looking forward to see how Rude Awakening proceeds, especially coming off that last win, where they did really just flip things around. They really seem to lock in. So if they can keep that going, I think the Vice doesn't matter. I think the Rasmus and the Zentaro doesn't matter. If they're locked in like they were, I think they could play just about anything versus anything and come out on top.
Yeah, it's going to be a big test for Rude Awakening to see if they can go toe-to-toe with this one, with the Atlas, notably, right? That Atlas, even in the last game, even though Respect was playing well, the Atlas pick by itself still felt a little bit awkward, right? The healing, of course, was valuable, but definitely not the strongest character on this patch. And we'll see if Respect can kind of carry in the goalie position here.
Yeah, we are going to see, though. We are going to see the Rasmus locked in there on the goalie. Excuse me for the stutter there. But pretty much as we guessed, it's going to be the Rasmus goalie, going to be the Vice midfield Zentaro forward there. Interesting to see what the actual gear picks are. I'm envisioning a lot of Siphoning Wand, potentially Van Braces on the X. But it is going to be almost full Siphoning Wand, Mag Souls on Adrian, and then a lot of bulking up all around, goalies taking prime time so they can actually defend while everyone's trying to kill each other.
Yeah, and we'll see if the damage does indeed come through here, as Crusher taking the bulk of it right now, but like you mentioned, that bulk up going to make it so that it's going to be mitigated somewhat, but again, the power of the Rasmus goalie, these pendulum swings hurt.
Yeah, I mean, Crusher's already almost dead, has to evade away from the Whiplash, but then there's nothing to catch away from the Vice Ult. Again, I almost would have liked to see the death come out from Crusher there because the Atlas ult was alive and you do get that burst heal if you get rescued. But great arrow from Adrian to secure that barrier, and also hit a really nice Rocket Dash strike combo to break up that first barrier. Is going to be X being the first blood of this game, going into the enemy goal, full dedication to the brawler there. As protection, knocking Zintaro away, meaning that even though it is a power play, it's not really a power play. Big Tilt doesn't have the ability to play super far forward because of the low health bar. Core Flip comes out, does bait out the Pendulum Swing, but it is a defense in the end. Astral Projection comes out once again. Strage is going down to the bottom. Secondary comes out from Respect up to the top. Strage is really on top of things here. Another day, another Vice Ult, and this time there is no Atlas Ult. The great Core Flip from Respect is going to save the day for now. The barriers are down. That is an Astral Projection gone. The Strike Ward against the Core Flip, really nicely done by Respect. But it is going to not go in there. Really nicely defended by Respect. I was absolutely sure it was going to have a bit of a passing play, but not quite enough. The game is almost stabilizing, but then it goes shooting across the map. Once again, Storm has that Core Flip as well for potentially explosive shot there. Adrian, nice Rocket Dash strike, just going around Big Tilt with that. And we have, once again, no! Storm whiffing the Core Flip! Unfortunately, I was just about to say, there's no way the goal is getting scored here, everything is fine, I'll pass it off to my co-caster Saya over there, and then immediately just one tiny mistake there being a pixel off on the Core Flip, and suddenly, one goal over to Rude Awakening, first goal of the last game.
Big from Adrian to survive there. Very, very lucky for Rude Awakening, and that means that Luna can continue being a pressure magnet, really, right? You want to swat away to Luna, and that's not going to happen, and that means that Water are in a lot of trouble here. Crusher advancing, looking for an opening, looking for the strike to score. Pretty similar to the previous game, right? Doesn't have the dash punch, but still has plenty of tools, especially with the X Maximus strike reset if that is available. But great shot by Strages around them. A lot of damage onto Crusher. And again, Water, they just got to figure out a way to find the damage pressure before they get scored on.
Yeah, that is kind of the name of the game. Can you kill or can you score? And so far, Crusher is saying not quite just yet to Storm. The barrier as well still standing here for Respect. Keeping that last one alive is quite nice, just to have that extra layer of security, the ability to play up a little bit more. The Power Core not going to be able to get it as well, just solid strikes from Respect there. Big Tilt trying to win the strike war there, but it's going to go around him, and it's going to be Crusher with the X Maximus here. Another goal, and, I mean, Water looking phenomenal. Absolutely strong, even unbeatable, really, for the first game and a half. I thought for sure this was going to be a quick 2-0 sweep. We were going to get to go to the next game really quickly. The, tournament timing was going to be saved. And then suddenly, I mean, their leads just evaporated, and Rude Awakening is completely locked in. I say, as Respect does lose a double barrier. Nice pick up there by Strages. Core Flip not going to go quite in there. Big Tilt as well, taking a lot of damage for that. The clear is a bit risky from Respect, but it does get the job done in the end. The evade is forced out as well. Storm whiffing another Core Flip there, and you can really see the nerves coming to him on this one. Zintaro going down as well. Low health bars for Rude Awakening, but that doesn't matter because they have just gotten both of the barriers. They've gotten another kill. Adrian is on top of things, and Crusher is on top of Storm. Just with the X Maximus putting the core in right after the Vice was just put into the goal. Rude Awakening once again, and an opportunity to pick up the Twin Drive there, pick up so many different Awakenings here for this Luna.
Yeah, there's a lot of different options. Peak Performance is going to be there for even more stagger, and that means that Adrian's going to be so difficult to KO. A huge problem, especially with the Twin Drive coming out from Respect, who has been holding very solidly so far in this game. And Water, they got to lock in. They got to stop making these flubs because it feels like they have control. Then one or two mechanical errors happen and they just lose the point.
Yeah, I mean, this game really has been on the edge of a knife the entire time. Although Knife's Edge is not in the Awakening pool, it really feels like it's in this game. Unfortunately, Respect loses both the barriers. Is going to be able to keep the goal from being scored at the very least, but that's a bit of a dicey situation. And Adrian low on health without an Atlas ult to save him. And that is going to be the Vice teleporting forward. The secondary from Atlas comes out. The Astral Projection as well. All of Atlas's abilities. He does have Twin Drive at the very least, but That is going to be a lot of pressure away from the offense of Wet, but they're still not able to get it through. The evade is used, the passive, the secondary from Big Tilt, all used in quick succession, but even with the primary, it's not enough to get it through. Respect with the last second clear on that goal. Really nicely done as well. Adrian trying to get it forward, the power cord bouncing it back and forth. Big Tilt trying to kill... Sorry, Crusher trying to kill Big Tilt as Wet is trying to kill Crusher, but the goal angle is just not found there from either team. The barrier is still completely standing from Wet. Not even one of the two taken there. It's just going to coast into the top as Big Tilt wins one crucial strike war to finally get Wet's first point.
But yeah, a bit of a drop strike there from Adrian, but with how well Rock have been playing so far, especially on that kind of kickoff, you can give them one. They're still in control. Of course, if it continues, then it'll mirror what's happening to Water right now. But good saves coming out from Storm. Finally, Crusher, though, on the fourth attempt does win the strike war, and good on Adrian for keeping the possession up. Big Tail trying to hit it through everybody, but a little bit too impatient as no barriers go down.
Yeah, no barriers go down, and the core flip as well invested. Straight is very low on health. That is going to be the X going off the field, though. Straight is taking a lot of damage from the Crater Maker, but it's not enough to even stagger. And Respect buying a lot of time here. Able to buy so much time, in fact, that the X is now back on the field with no barriers being taken. And once again, Water just lost the plot, unfortunately. They're able to get a kill every now and then, but they're not able to get the connection off of it. They're not able to capitalize on it. And now we see once again Rude Awakening playing a little forward. They have two core flips available to them. Respect is trying to get the clear. Adrian gets a nice clear with that secondary into strike. Crater Maker as well forces out an evade from Storm. No core flips for this goalie over here, and Respect sitting on his very happily, has a lot of defense available. Not even going to matter, though. Adrian just puts it right up to Crusher, who just sends it through with the X Maximus. Beautiful team play there, just sending it straight on forward, just having full confidence in his brawler.
And I like how they've adjusted their gameplay. The X, the Juliet, both are brawlers that kind of wait until the core drifts to them, right? Compared to the Zentaro in the first game. And they're really capitalizing on the Storm Crusher matchup by not having Crusher do too much, but having Crusher just do what's most important. Sit near the goalie, find the big openings, and be reliable when it matters.
Yeah, and that's the mark of a great brawler. If you can count on your brawler to get things done when they get the core, then you don't have to worry. You can sacrifice everything in your kit to get it to them, and then you just have to rest. And you know that it's going to get scored, the barrier's going to go down, they're going to get the kill, something's going to happen, and it'll have been worth it to get it forward. But Big Tilt, very low on health, but so is Adrian. A bit of a battle of the forwards here, as we see Respect still protecting this barrier. Big Tilt managing to get the kill onto Adrian, a power play, but an open goal, and the barrier still standing with the last second from Respect, and that's Zentaro going down right as Luna gets back on the field. The power play has reversed, and Respect is trying to send it forward, trying to maybe send it down to Adrian there, but kept passing it to Strage, has bought a lot of time there, unfortunately, and now Big Tilt is back on the field, X is back off the field, everybody is switching in and out, tag teaming it, and Strages finds the angle to the bottom. 2-1 lead there for Wet, potentially clawing back into this game.
Yeah, the script's getting a little bit more interesting here, as that's a big point for Wet. They're no longer super far behind in the set, and the game itself, it could all be tied up, even though they felt hopelessly behind for the past bit. Crusher taking a lot of damage, but again, Crusher's so tanky. This start doing wonders for the side of Rude Awakening, but if Crusher survives and Strages goes down, that's not going to be good.
Yeah, but it's not really looking good for either of them. We might see 2 kills coming out very quickly as those health bars remain at their minimum. Crusher finally getting an orb, though, really nice with... Oh, tried to save himself with the bull rush. Adrian, though, picking up the return kill, though it is going to be a kill. Adrian dribbling up at the top there, Respect going down to the bottom, but so much damage onto Adrian there. X back on the field, now Vice as well. The Oni's Blade comes out, but the passive does not get the connection. Adrian going for the orb is going to survive a little bit longer here. Wins a strike war, down to Crusher with the Crater Maker on top. And like I said earlier, if you can trust your brawler to get it done, you invest so much elsewhere. The Crater Maker helped as well to just make sure there is no way to clear it. It's a little bit too much, but that sense of surety is just so nice to have as well, so I don't blame the Crater Maker there, but it does mean that that all-important cooldown is down for the first part of this set. One berry going down, but Big Tilt almost going off the map. The Supernova comes out, but intercepted by Respect there. Adrian trying to get this forward to Crusher, is able to do it. One barrier now on the other side. Strage is low on health, runs into the secondary there as well. Crater Maker comes out, forces out the Oni's Blade for the evasion alone. And Big Tilt trying to get it through this barrier. Not going to do it. Power Chord, though, is a nice thing to get the core down on the bottom there. But unfortunately for Respect, he's not able to get the clear with the Ash Protection, and Big Tilt capitalizes.
That's tragic. Flip was available for Respect for what seems like 3 entire points there. Doesn't cash out on any of them and gets punished by Big Tilt. That wasn't even like a scoring setup. That was just a, okay, we'll burn your Flip here type of setup. And now the game has turned around. There's so much time for the KO comp to get online. This draft is brilliant for the KO comp. It is looking really scary there. They do give over Deadeye, but overall, I think this is a favorable draft for Water.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you get Ad Rush on a kill comp, anytime you get Stinger on a kill comp, it's amazing. Getting both on the same team in the same draft is pretty brutal. You do have the Deadeye on the other side. That's really nice. You have the Hotshot on the other side, which is really nice. Fight or Flight on X is also pretty nice. But I just don't think it tops that Ad Rush Stinger. And we see a lot of damage coming out here. As soon as one kill goes down, we will see just an absolute explosion in the map. But they do have to get that kill first. So it's going to be dicey here. They're trying to get it around. They're trying to get it out of this corner. And we don't want Wet to return to that state earlier where they were going all in on the core, not getting the protections they were wanting. And we're beginning to see the old return to form there. Adrian low on health, the barrier getting taken down. The pendulum swing invested, though. The Crater Maker almost getting something done, but a good clear by the side of Wet is going to mean that another barrier goes down the other side. The passive from Zentaro just to secure, just in case, but Respect was not able to get the core in time. And Wet potentially locking back in, stealing the lock-in away from Rude Awakening.
It's going to be interesting to see how they adjust here, Rude Awakening, because Respect has plenty of meter to work with, but those flips better have a lot of value coming up, because right now Strages has focused on the striking game to great effect. Same can be said about Crusher, though, with the X Maximus. That is the X character after all, and putting on a lot of pressure here. Finds the barrier, but only one stands for Rude Awakening. Adrian, though, making full use of that Deadeye and a Strike War, win against 3 by Crusher. 3 because of the Whiplash. Storm had 2 strikes there. The Strangers had 1, and Crusher still won.
Yeah, he got it done. In the end, that's about all you can say. Brawlers get it done, and when you can trust the Brawler, you can trust the Brawler. Great core flip as well from Adrian. Accelerates the point, gets that first barrier, but the second one, not quite just yet. Big Tilt very low on health. Not going to be able to do it. Adrian with a kind of a nice play there, trying to get something done creatively with the Rocket Dash. Crusher dodging a little too early against the Vice Ult. This is your PSA. That Vice Ult lasts longer than Evade, so if you don't want to get KO'd, you have to wait just a little bit longer before hitting the button. Big Tilt getting the barrier, but only 1-4 now. Adrian very low on health. Storm playing super far up as well with that core flip available, trying to get the second barrier down, but Respect is holding on to it with an iron grip. The Death's Touch comes out as well. Strage is trying to get it over and around with the Power Chord as well. It's not enough. The secondary baits out the core flip from Respect. The core flip, or the core Strike War, is won by Crusher on the bottom. A lot of damage. The triple bell ringer from Crusher is really nice, but the Crater Maker actually hits it backwards, but somehow it's still a defense in the end anyways. Big Tilt does get the kill and the reset on the Ad Rush. The core flip as well gets a barrier. The game is accelerated fully now, and Respect low on health on the bottom, not in any position to try and even contest that goal. Strage is sending it right up to the top with all of that extra core speed, and Wet looking 1 point away from another set and looking really strong for just taking out the rest of this game.
Yeah, it's a return to form like you mentioned earlier, but all that involves getting around Crusher, not letting the damage come through from Rude Awakening here. They're the team that has been very scary in the damage department without really focusing on it as much as Wet. Strage is though looking for 2 barrier takes, just with the strike, still has the flip available, and suddenly Rude Awakening are in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. Respect falling for the old classic goalie conundrum. Do you go for orb or do you stop the double barrier from happening, and unfortunately it was the orb that time. But fortunately, Adrian does pick up a kill up the top side. Power play here, the opportunity for Rude Awakening to come in. A lot of damage onto Stragers as well. They might be able to cascade the power plays. Crusher getting one barrier as well, but the Zentaro back on the field. Stragers in the corner with the core flip. Can he send it through yet again? Baits out the core flip and wins the strike war. Yes, Strages can. We've seen that position so many times now in this match. Strages, core flip, bottom right of map, sending it through an Atlas goalie. Just really well done. Just the patience on that core flip as well was top tier.
And rewarded with heavy impact onto Zentaro. That's already doing a lot of damage, securing a lot of KOs, more cooldowns, more damage, and the prize fighter approaches as well. This is another snowball game potentially for Water here, but they need to prove that Water is wet, that they can close it out, because so far we've been in this situation before.
Yeah, it is. If I'm on the side of wet, honestly, I'm probably thinking, don't let it happen, don't let it happen again, don't let it happen again, which is probably worse for the mental than just about anything else. So I hope that they can lock in for the sake of their game, for the sake of the match, and the sake of the tournament. But they seem to be locking in just fine. Crusher just about dead already, 15 seconds in. He might be going off the map in just a second, but not quite just yet. Is staying alive, is staying in the middle there. A lot of cooldowns invested and some missed, unfortunately. Wins a strike war. No HP, no problem, says Crusher as he sends it through the enemy goalie. Almost getting the goal, but not quite. Now he's back full HP. Cratermaker getting the evade out of Big Tilt, and that's going to be the Vice going off the edge of the map. Crazily done there, and the power play is good. Bull Rush, Death's Touch comes out, kills the X. Things are back to kind of the way they should be. It is kind of a 2v2. Now it's back to a 3v2. Wet is trying to get it done. Big Tilt is very close to the core flip. The Vice ult is really nice, and Crusher actually sends it back to the Vice, winning the strike war and losing the barrier there. The Astral Projection comes out, the core flip as well. Respect sends it to the top again, sends it back to Strages. The core goes around with all of the speed deep in overtime. So many people with so much power as well. The Bull Rush is really nice from Crusher to get that prediction on the clear. But can he get the goal? The answer so far is not quite yet. Going for a dribble with the X Maximus, but it's really nicely intercepted by Strages. The secondary from Atlas comes out a little too early. So does the passive from Zentaro. The dash from Luna with the rocket behind to accelerate it. But the secondary from Zentaro doesn't quite get the connection. The core is still alive. The point is still going. The Ash Projection sends it forward. Strages has that core flip. Doesn't even matter, though. Gets it up to Big Tilt. And he sends it up to the top. 1-0 lead for Wet.
Yeah, that team player getting so much value in these overtime. Storm with the perfect pickup in the draft to mitigate a lot of their core control woes when it goes late. They have the advantage now. It's a complete turn of the power dynamic when both nets are open.
Yeah, but we see Strages getting a double barrier with the core flip on top of it, countered by the Astral Projection, really nicely timed by Respect on that one. Cratermaker comes out, but only gets a single evade from Storm, and that's going to be the core sailing through as Strages gets the power chord strike.
1 point away now. It's looking good for Water, but we know how strong Rude Awakening can be if they get the pace of the game in their favor. Crusher almost has a flip. If that can be slowly gained, if a miracle KO can happen, and plenty have happened so far this game, that could be huge here.
Yeah, that's going to be the kill you were just talking about. Adrian with a rocket and the bounce off of the wall. It's just a really weird angle there. Is able to find the kill, is able to find the double barrier. The Bull Rush comes out. Strage is very low on health, going to be taken almost out by the Cratermaker. And that's going to be Adrian scoring the goal. Was some energy invested in that one. No more core flip on Crusher, but also the goal is so nice. That mental reset of saying, no, we can win. We can do this. There is a way. It's possible. But a lot of damage means a kill on Crusher might be putting an end to those very brief dreams from Rude Awakening.
Yeah, the Celestial Intervention not quite in time here. Now the damage transferring onto Respect, trying to force this flip out, but the regen coming through as well. There's a Stinger, there's Chain Lightning, and lots of damage onto Crusher, and there's the combo coming out. Big Tilt gets it done. Down to Strage is a good flip timing by Respect. Not going to waste it this set. But again, the damage transfers here. Crusher is low. Crusher's down. The adrenaline rush is coming through. But Respect just comboed Big Tilt off the edge.
Yeah, and off the back of that is going to be the barrier going down for Wet. X has a slight advantage on the respawn timer, but it's not going to be too much. Zentaro now back on the field as well. It's back to a 3v3. Creative comes down, baits out the evade from Strages. At least there is no core flip for a little bit longer there. Great acceleration from Adrian, but Crusher doesn't get the intercept with the bull rush a little bit too early on that one, unfortunately. Respect trying to get it over to this Aluna. The core bouncing all around the place. Secondary as well, invested a little bit scared, but the great rocket from Adrian forces out the core flip from Storm. Crusher sends it up to this corner. They're trying to get the setup, but they just can't do it. The intercepts have been way too good from the side of Wet. The Ash Protection comes out with the dash. The drive-by was so clean, but Storm was cleaner. Unfortunately, though, Strages does manage to send Crusher into the goal. Unfortunately, also sends the core in alongside. But hey, a prize fighter stack is a prize fighter stack, so what can you really say?
Also, let's be clear, as a goalie, that was not on Strages. That was on Storm. That was a textbook. That was a routine strike there that could have been made. You didn't even need the strike war, the supernova. You could have just sent it down. But, you know, they're not dwelling on it. They're already getting the barriers. They're already looking for the goal. And Big Tilt, despite the other two players having a bit of drama in the previous point, he gets it done.
Does get it done indeed. Water looked a little rough for one game. Half of game 2, half game 3. But they came back right at the end, right when they had to. They locked in, and they were able to take us all the way to game 3, and then take game 3. So kudos to Water, all a part of their plan, all a part of the script. They said, we'll drop a game, no worries, we'll just make this interesting, we'll make it fun, we'll give the people something to cheer on about. But in the end, they locked in the end, they got it done.
Yeah, it was a messy 2-1. It was a very close 2-1. It was a series that both teams really could have come out on top in, but Water was the better one on the day. They get Grand Finals winner side, while Rude Awakening are going to have to find their way back up from the losers final, but that's right after this. So AJ, any last words before we go to break?
I'm looking forward to more, but I won't be around for it, so see y'all, have fun. Don't have too much fun without me, but I do hope it's going to be a fun Grand Finals. Thank you to you, Saya, for putting this all together. Always appreciated. See y'all around.
Good morning, gamers. We are here. I am joined by Potamines Wave, and we're doing the ISS finale here. We got Rude Awakening versus Boss getting ready, set up. Looks like we got Respect, Crusher, and Adrian for the side of Rude Awakening, and we got Ripstick, Angle Senpai, and the Conqueror on the side of Boss. This is shaping up to be a cool finale here. So, what are you kind of thinking, Pato?
Hey, Potat. It's definitely a great morning. I think both teams have a fair chance against each other. Boss, obviously last ISS third place, super close to graduating, and this is it. They're one step away from graduating in ISS 4. Obviously, the ones stopping them are Rude Awakening and Respect Crusher, and It's Me Adrian 59 are really strong. They got out of Pool's first place, and they had a bit of an upset to Water after a close game earlier today. But I mean, they've proved that they can beat everyone in this ISS 4 stage, right? Because it's round robin. So we're gonna see how it goes. It's on Atlas Lab, and it was an ad rush start, so lots of damage, right?
Yeah, definitely. Just a bit of kills coming out. I think we can expect. But I think it's shaping up to be a cool match. We got our queue going right now, and we are loading into the match right now. Though I'm seeing, I can't quite see the the characters quite yet, but we do
Okay,
have.
I can fill you in. So
Oh,
Rude
I'm actually looking
Awakening.
at it now. Yeah.
Okay, you're looking at it now. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Tell me more.
Okay. I am blind. All good. Let's see. It looks like we got a Respect C3 gonna be picking up that Vice Scully, it looks like, as well as Adrian and Crusher picking up the Imi and Juliet respectively. So should be a bit of an interesting comp. I think that Imi and Juliet can just kind of get a lot of those raw kills out of nowhere. And also, that Vice on the backline is gonna help with a lot of that damage. Also, though, on the other side, we have a bit of an interesting comp as well. We got Ripstick, on that debut, holding it down. We also got Angle and Conquer on that Estelle and Zentaro, respectively. They're should be pretty interesting. Only 3 across the board Adrenaline Rush is picked up as well, though. So I think we might see a bit more damage, a bit more kills coming out from Raw, but I think it's just going to be up to Boss to stay alive and kind of get some of that damage as well. They have a lot of damage output with their characters, so I think if they get some kills going, then it could be pretty spiraling.
Yeah, I mean, I think more teams are putting some respect on Orb Replicator's name, which is a funny thing to say, but I mean, this is a great sequence by the Conqueror, passing to getting it back, and then Oni's blading it through Respect. Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to be able to take that first point away from the side of Raw. And now, I mean, they're just looking to get something going in that second point as well. Angle Senpai going to be able to pass it through that turret to Conqueror. Should be pretty nice to have. Now, I mean, it's one barrier down for each side, but also Adrian does have that flip available. Crushing Respect's looking pretty big on that energy as well. So we might see a flip coming out here. Going to be stopped away by the Tofu Fortress.
Yeah, huge Tofu Fortress from Ripstick held it, knowing that Adrian was going to be wanting to use that flip. And Crusher, though, with that dash punch, is just going to nail it through. And yeah, a lot of energy from the side of Raw right now.
Yeah, some nice, good energy coming out. They still, speaking of energy, yeah, I mean, they do have that flip available onto both Respect and Crusher right now. So it should be pretty scary here if you are Boss, as now that first barrier is down, and Respect is going to burn that flip to try and get a second barrier. But I mean, Crusher does have that flip available and is kind of pressuring Ripstick. So we're going to see here Angle and Conqueror just stuffing out that defensive play from the side of Raw right now, or it could be a bit dangerous here for the side of Boss. Yeah, now that flip's going to be used to get the kill, and it's Adrian almost having flipped 2 Adrenaline Rushes means that they're going to be flying across the board.
Yeah, I mean, Ripstick back with the flip, has to use it though, waits out the Flame Flurry, and Conqueror comes back, and now they have a great angle on Crusher. Unfortunately, not enough power just yet. It is the first set after all. Adrian coming in with the flip, and now Ripstick nothing to hold, and gets hit by the Cyber Swipe, and a great redirect into the middle.
Yeah, a bit of like a pretend play, you could say, just using that Cyber Swipe. You'd think it would just get hit by the Cyber Swipe. No, it just hit Ripstick, and I mean that's a great way to just kind of stun, get Ripstick out of the way of your position, and just get a nice little shot right in that net there. But now, I mean, is Conqueror looking very low. Once again, we have that double adrenaline rush onto the forwards of Raw. So if they're able to get just one kill, it could just spiral the entire game out of control. And now, I mean, Angle Senpai does have that blip. Could be a bit of a target here, but for the time being, Ripstick going to be able to stay away. Does have to use the flip from Angle to keep it out for now, though.
Yeah, barrier open for Ripstick, but Respect did use that Supernova though. He does still want the Thunderstruck in there, but the Lock's going to clear it out. The Conqueror just waiting for that link to his core flip, and both teams have had a lot of energy actually, probably because of that Orb Replicator, and the turret comes down, and that's a scary attack from Crusher. And there we go, first set from Raw.
Yeah, Ripstick so close to that energy burst. Might have been a bit of a little mind game that Ripstick had to play with that Dubu, because you know you can either get flip up maybe from getting hit by that Julie, or you don't, and ultimately that's what happened. And that core just went straight into the net. Nothing really there. Nothing really they could do to stop it. Hotshot gonna be picked up though for the side of Raw for Adrian. Should be pretty nice on the IME as well, especially because you're gonna have a lot more force speed, a lot more opportunities to kind of have some fun. You're also gonna see Fighter Flight picked up for Crusher there on that Juliet, but the bit of a rough awakening setup there for Respect on that goal line is going to end up picking up that Spark of Focus, as well as Angle picking up that Spark of Agility. So it should be nice to have Ripstick as well picking up its size. You know, a lot of good awakenings here, but I think a bit of scaling is being prepared for these next two sets.
Yeah, a great set of attacks by the Conqueror and Angle Senpai as they look to take some momentum here. Good use of Centaur passing to dribble through, but it's the Adrian 59 there, and with a great Supernova from Respect. Oh, but the Angle Senpai, great piercing shot, does take the IME out, and Conqueror is going to hit that, get it right around that Vice.
Yeah, able to pick up the nice little kill using catching them off guard. And I mean, yeah, now Boss showing up just like they did in that previous set. But what they don't want to see now is that is kind of shades of what we saw in that previous set. Because now they got this first point, they just want to be able to take the other two and just get the set over quickly. Because if Angle's able to pick up that second spark, could be nice to have. Conqueror, though, does have that flip up, might be able to use it here, but doesn't need to use it quite yet to get the first barrier down. Now it's a bit of a scary spot for both teams.
Yeah, Conqueror looking dangerous there, does have to use the flip to avoid the Supernova and Respect. Using the cooldowns willingly to make sure that Conqueror doesn't have a flip in front of his space, and a nice dash from Crusher. Ripstick does clear though, and Respect now has to use his core flip. Ripstick reads the glitch pop from Adrian, passes it downwards. Unfortunately, that does give them able to have a turret set up, and Ripstick has to use his core flip, unfortunately, to preemptively dodge, but nothing came of it, unfortunately, so just a waste of core flip there. And Adrian and Crusher coming down, Respect rotating to Crusher, and Ripstick just unable to keep up with a slow Dubu speed.
Yeah, bit of a size scaling that we're seeing right now from Ripstick, using that Might of the Colossus and Pauldrons, and you know, you don't have any speed to really catch up to the rest to the other team, who on that Juliet and on that IME are gonna be loving to have that speed. You know, Fighter Flight especially gonna come out very handy. Really good saves though from Ripstick here to keep that core away. Is gonna lose quite a bit of health bar in the meantime, but being able to keep it away from both barriers. Does lose the top barrier in the process, but Conqueror going to be able to provide some offense to open up that second barrier.
Yeah, absolutely huge clear from Ripstick there, somersaulting and stopping the Supernova in his tracks, and the Conqueror is going to benefit off of that with his core flip, and a 2-1 lead for Boss on this second set.
Yeah, sitting pretty happily here in that 2-1 position. They only got to score one more while the other team has to score that too, so you know, it should be pretty nice to have. Little glitch pop though, almost taking Angle Senpai out from the looks of it. But not quite. Ripstick, though, doesn't have any energy, which is really scary here against that Vice, as Ripstick does take some damage, not quite far enough to get taken off the side, but is actually going to be able to keep the barrier up for now. I was not expecting that. That was a really good offensive play from the side of Raw, and it's just kind of been snuffed out by Ripstick. But we are going to see Angle Senpai taken off the map, and now that's an adrenaline rush for Crusher.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing clears. I mean, both teams are very strong teams, right? If you get the ISS, right, we see a lot of nasty teams at the end of the day, and Ripstick and Angle Senpai, they do play in nasty. They made it to playoffs, so this is a very high skill team that we're seeing out of Boss here, and it's amazing kill from Crusher taking out Angle Senpai. Use it to Flame Flurry, but that's gonna not if Adrian stuns Ripstick with the Cyber Swipe. Great play, great team play from the side of Rude Awakening here.
Yeah, just a really nice catch there with that Cyber Swipe, gonna prevent anything happening from Ripstick before it can begin. And now it's all tied up in this second set. If Raw wins this, I mean, they're gonna be one set away from taking the entire game. So that'll be really nice for them if they can manage to take it over. But not quite yet, though, as Conquer does have that flip up. Could be a little scary. Is going to use it to no avail. But, I mean, not a lot of energy left now here on Boss. Could be a very dangerous spot to be in if you are the red side, because now you don't have enough energy to really do too much against this team. But they're going to be able to keep it up for now. Angle does have that flip up now, and is going to be able to use it. Conquer able to open up that barrier.
Yeah, huge EI rush from Conquer. Unfortunately, nothing comes of it. But now with the piercing shot, it's going to be able to give Boss their first set. And now we're all tied up here as we go into second set draft.
Yeah, now it's all tied up in this game, and we're going to see what's going to be happening here in this draft. I'm seeing a lot of heavy hitters here. Team player could be really useful for either of the last two players, or I wouldn't be surprised if midfielder picked it up as well. We do also have, prize fighter ticket taken out for Angle Senpai. Should be nice little extra damage to have. We're also going to see, I think Conqueror does have to kind of block away that specialized training there, get it away from Respect on that Vice. But in the meantime, we're going to see Crusher pick up that Demolitionist, going to have so many more cooldowns, assuming they can get these barriers open and Respect. I think Twin Drive is a really nice awakening to have on your toolkit, because especially as Vice, where you're playing a bit of forward as well, you're going to have so many more opportunities to run forward, and just like that, both barriers are down for Boss.
Yeah, I mean, a great sequence of events leading from that power chord from Respect, getting them to control the ball, and they take two barriers expertly, and now Boss find themselves on the back foot on this third set, and there we go, a great cyber swipe from Adrian. It's going to seal the deal.
Yeah, that's gonna be the first point here for Raw in this set. And now, I mean, they lost that second one, they won the first one. Now I think they're looking to just keep this game going. Crusher going to be able to use that dash punch stun in order to get it through Ripstick on that defensive line. One barrier down now for both of these teams. Could be a little scary as well. I mean, Conquer does have that flip available. So does Adrian, though. So I think if one team is able to use their flip well, it'll just kind of make all the difference. Conquer going to use that flip, not quite getting anything off of it, and now there's 2 flips to 1 on the side of Rude Awakening.
Yeah, Crusher looking low, Conquer coming in to hunt him down, but EI Rush coming down. Unfortunately, Crusher did get above half health, so unstaggered now he was, and then a rotate to the top side. Ripstick buying some time with the bait, and the black hole. Crusher goes out, and now it's a power play for Boss. Conquer is looking a little low though, so he might be able to be bullied, and now that core takes a very long detour, making sure that the power play is gonna be less effective than desired, and yeah, both barriers hold strong for both teams in the power play, and we're gonna see some action coming back as Crusher is back, but Conquer wins a great strike war against Respect, who was left all by his lonesome, and a great redirect from Angle Senpai just sends it vertically with a glitch pop, and the Conquer taking advantage of that core speed. 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, it's tied up in both sets and points now as we're going into this third point of the third set. And, I mean, honestly, really great secondary there. EI Rush coming out from Conqueror, able to get that goal. And now, I mean, Angle Senpai and Conqueror working their way up the field, able to actually open up both areas right now. And now, Crusher going to be able to work his way up the other side. Very scary spot for both teams here to be in. Ripstick able to keep it out for now, though.
Yeah, double flip from the forwards of Raw, but Angle Senpai stalls the momentum with a Rose Warp, and the Oni's blade coming out, actually doing a surprising amount of damage with that spec training. But Angle Senpai still, regardless, looking low, and Ripstick has to deal with that double core flip. Crusher setting up for it, has to clear it down, but Crusher, Ripstick is big enough to clear it, and even weathers the dash punch. EI Rush and Conqueror now has a core flip, uses it through his supernova, and gets the kill onto Crusher on the other side of the field. But Adrian with the cyber swipe, intercepts Ripstick's clear and sets up Raw for a great lead.
Yeah, I mean, that point looked just so in Rude Awakening's hands, and then all of a sudden Ripstick said, nope, Core's going the other way. And they got that kill on the Crusher, but ultimately Adrian with a really good call out there on that cross clear, and that Cyber Swipe, yeah, took it away. Angle Senpai now is looking to be in a very bad spot, no energy to his name, and I mean, this is very dangerous if you are the side of bosses. Crusher, Respect, and Adrian have gotten a lot of damage onto their plate now, and might be able to get a couple kills here, get some damage, but for the time being it's saved away, and actually Respect is going to lose that second barrier.
Yeah, huge plays coming out from Boss as they take down the barriers, and now even forcing out the Aime's flip. Ripstick trying to roll back desperately. He did have the flip. He wants to walk up and core flip the core in. Angle Senpai setting it up with the primary and has to Rose Warp to make sure to buy time for Ripstick to get back now. So that's a stymied offense coming out from Boss. The Conqueror coming in with the Oni's blade. Respect has to deal with that Zentaro over and over again, and it's been a real sore spot for him as Conqueror just approaches his face and hits him in the core, and the glitch pop comes through, but it's a little too late. Conqueror's gonna get it. 2-2 tied up, and this set 3 is gonna be really important to whoever wins it.
Yeah, it's all tied up once again, and I mean, bit of an overcommit there from the side of Rude Awakening. They were all up and therefore couldn't get back when Conqueror just was able to run up the field with that core. And now Conqueror going to take it again as that barrier in both goal. The goal is open now for the side of Rude Awakening. Conqueror does have that flip as well. Very scary spot for the side of Rude Awakening to be in if they want to take this set.
Yeah, here's the flip, and he's going to get it through Respect. And Conqueror securing the third set for his team. And that's a big weight lifted off of Boss, and a heavy mental play that Raw needs to recover from.
Yeah, very, very dangerous spot to be in if you are Rude Awakening. You know, that 2-1 once again just is not great to be in a part of. And I mean, heavy impact now taken on top of that prize fighter for Angle Senpai should be a very, very nice of an awakening to have. On top of that, though, or on the other side, though, here we're seeing missile propulsion picked up for Respect. Going to be very nice for just getting that, getting those power chords flying all the way out. Deadeye as well picked up for Adrian. That's going to provide so much more damage onto the field, and Crusher, you know, getting that bread and butter 1-2 punch now is, I think, even though Boss were able to win that set, the entire other team just got Awakenings that they really love to have, and so much more damage could be coming out. But on the other hand, I am seeing a lot more damage actually dumped into the side of Rude Awakening now. Is, I mean, looks like there might be a little bit of scaling. Conqueror does have that peak performance and the bulk up. Should be pretty nice to have, but I mean, now both barriers are down for the side of Rude Awakening. The damage is on one side, but everything else feels to be in the hands of the other.
Yeah, I mean, Angle Senpai and Conqueror had great rotations, just making sure Respect has to deal with the pesky corner offense, and now the turret comes down. Ripstick's just going to sack that one, just gets the orb instead, and Supernova coming down is going to be dangerous, but also scores their own goal, and oh, sometimes it just happens, but Boss is going to be happy about that.
Definitely, yeah, I think, I'm not actually sure, that did just red core, I think, Raw. From the side, from Respect, but at the same time, you know, with that Vice, you do have to be careful. You don't have that much burst movement. A lot of your abilities take a decent little while to come out. So unfortunately for Respect, that just meant all of the goals in the world were scored for Boss. But really good play there. Nice 21-second goal as Crusher and Adrian gonna work together, get that core flip pass up into the cyber swipe and lock it in.
I actually can't believe that Ripstick held for as long as he did, but Crusher just keeps knocking on the door until the gates let him in, and Ripstick has to lose his lower barrier now, and it's Crusher rotating in with the dash punch, piercing shot, a little too late to stop the core. It was still in stun mode, and Conqueror coming in with the core flip. Crusher respects it and gets out of range, but now Conqueror can hunt Crusher down. He's looking pretty low. Opts to use the flip for an assault on the barrier instead, and with that Tofu Fortress coming down from Ripstick, that looks like it was a good choice as gates are open for Raw, and they have nowhere to fall back to, and that Zentaro slice and dice with the primary from Estelle is gonna give Boss a 2-1 lead here, and now they're on match point.
Yeah, this could potentially be the final point of this game here, and Boss, I mean, looking to be in a very good spot as Angle Senpai is going to have to use a bit of energy here to get out of that flip. And I mean, now I was gonna mention energy, but all of a sudden Angle Senpai has none, and Ripstick does have that flip up, could use it for something, but at the same time, Respect does have that flip up as well. So I mean, it's going to be goalie versus goalie as Crusher takes out one, and now Ripstick has to use that flip. Has to do something to keep that core away, and it's looking very scary here for Boss as Angle Senpai off the map for another second here, and very scary spot. Ripstick able to keep it away for now, though, with Conquer.
Yeah, I mean, Angle Senpai coming back. Great power play hold, but Crusher is going to dash punch it through. Angle Senpai looking low now, and the core flip coming out, unfortunately, doesn't work out for Adrian, but that's going to be Respect coming out with a core flip, and Crusher hits that Flame Flurry.
Yeah, the ultimate there coming out from Crusher, going to be able to close it out for the time being. Now, Raw just 1 point away from tying up this game again, and maybe getting this game back into their own hands. They got some really good awakenings that I mentioned from that last set, but now it's all up to them. Can they close this out? Conqueror providing a lot of pressure there on that offensive line, but ultimately is not able to get anything going quite yet. Does have that flip though. Could prove me wrong here as Angle Senpai going to use that Rose Warp and not get anything quite yet. It's a scary spot here. If you are Boss, you just want to be able to close it out now, and that's both barriers open.
Yeah, Conqueror was a little greedy with his core flip, but he did save it for moments like this, but now it's a power play with Crusher and Adrian so close to flip. It's looking really scary now. Ripstick does hold, and holds again, but and holds again, wins the strike. What a reaction from Ripstick. Or I guess it's a read, but Crusher, Conqueror is back now, so it's the power play ended on the side of Raw, and they use a lot of resources to get it through. A little bit dangerous, the Cyber Swipe almost making Ripstick too stunned, but Angle Senpai with a great Rose Warp saves the barrier again. A dash punch shield, both teams missed their strikes, and now Conqueror coming in with a strike where Respect wins this. Angle Senpai's Crystal Thorn's a little bit slow, a little bit fast maybe, but Ripstick coming in, clearing the Tofu Fortress, sets him up. Angle Senpai wins the strike war once again. Crusher misses his combo off the wall with the dribble, and now Conqueror coming in once again, tries to set up another 1v1, but Adrian coming out with the Cyber Swipe now, and Glitch pops it through. But Core is going super fast in overtime. Once again, another great Summer Assault from Ripstick, but there's a lot of energy coming out on both sides, and the core flips are starting to come out.
It's a super scary spot here, but Conqueror does have that flip available, is going to use it. Respect uses Supernova, not able to save it for the time being. Conqueror isn't able to get anything off of it. Ripstick, another great save with that power cord, and now nobody has energy, but Crusher going to be able to use the secondary, that dash, in order to close out that point. And now it is all tied up 2-2 in sets. Incredible final points of that set. It could have gone either way, but ultimately the side of Rude Awakening was able to close it out. Oh my gosh. And now we're going to look at the Awakenings here. That is what I'm seeing, an extra special for okay, never mind. That's sex on sex for Adrian. Not quite what I would have picked, but at the same time, you know, that speed is going to be very, very nice to have. Extra special now, though, instead picked up by Ripstick, going to be super, super nice to have. But in terms of Awakenings, everybody got something good. We see that Respect was able to get that explosive entrance, going to be able to cover a lot more of that field, as well as, you know, boost some of those impacts as well. And also, we're going to see Crusher getting a bit more size to complement that Demolitionist. Adrian picking up, you know, that stacks on stacks speed, as we mentioned earlier, and Angle Senpai going to have all the primaries in the world, all of those piercing shots, and Conqueror finally has also gotten that Super Surge, a super nice awakening for that Zentaro to have, one of his bread and butter things to use. And now, I mean, some of the damage seems to have flipped as Adrian, looking very low, has to get rid of that evade, and now, I mean, Conqueror has that flip up and the Adrenaline Rush back.
Yeah, great Flame Flurry from Crusher, saving the goal for now, but a double kill coming out from the side of Boss. And Imi's going to come back, though, but Ripstick's just going to throw forward, try to choke Fortress Core in. Does hold with the Imi turret coming out. Angle Senpai rotating the core down. And this is Adrian now with stacks gone, has to start up from ground zero. I guess a good thing is that he did die earlier on in the set, but Crusher coming down, trying to do this 1v1 with Ripstick on the other side, but Angle Senpai with a great Rose Warp gets the core through.
A Rose Warp that ended up getting them the goal, and now, I mean, they're up 1-0 in this final set of the game. Only need 2 more to close it out. Ripstick, though, almost gets taken off the side from Adrian with that IME. Oh, instead, though, it's Crusher that gets taken out. He has to burn that recovery drone. Anglo Senpai still has... Oh, never mind. Doesn't have that flip anymore, but Respect...
By Respect.
Uses that secondary into the black hole and gets taken out. Conquer gets that Adrenaline Rush proc, and now Adrian's looking low. Anglo Senpai and Conquer
Adrian
just try to work their way through this 2-layer defense, and now both barriers open for the side of Rude Awakening.
Yeah, Adrian needs to watch out. Just because that boss haven't been killing him, it doesn't mean that he's very tanky or anything. It just means that boss hasn't been killing him. Now that he has stacks, he basically has a please kill me sign taped to his back, and that you're seeing a lot of that damage getting piled on from boss as long as they lock in. But Conquer coming in with the slice and dice with the EI rush gets Respect off of that, and Crusher looking really low with the black hole, has to run away. Conquer has the core flip, has the Oni's blade, and on the other side of the field, Anglo Senpai's pressuring it's Adrian, and now with the glitch pop, it's gonna looking really scary. Respect is just barely back though, and so with that twin drive cooldown power, maybe they can make something happen and buy some time for Crusher to come back and end the power play. And there we go, power play ended for Rude Awakening. Black hole comes back, Anglo Senpai does take the brunt of it, but the core goes so quickly now that it just goes right past the Vice.
Yeah, they're able to get that second goal. Only 1 more needed in order to close out this game. And, I mean, it feels like the side of boss has just so many cooldowns now with that Adrenaline Rush and with that heavy impact. You know, both forwards on that side have a ton of damage and a ton of cooldowns going out onto the side of Rude Awakening. And, I mean, all they gotta do is get 1 kill and all of a sudden the game is in their hands. Conquer doesn't have, like, a whole lot of cooldowns after getting all the kills, but at the same time, you don't really need it if the entire other team is missing a player at every given point. And now that's going to be the first barrier down for both of these teams. The Ripstick, bit of a missed somersault, but Anglo Senpai is going to be able to clear it out for now. And now it's just a brawl out, you know, it's a fight, seeing who can get that first kill, who can get that second barrier down, and it's all tied up right now in this point. But, I mean, Boss is looking very happy.
Yeah, I mean, Anglo Senpai there, unfortunately, uses the strike. He wants to get his slick kicks reset, and then Crusher just aiming for that. Has to use his flip though, and now is in a super dangerous state, and the core almost taking Crusher off the field with the black hole popping. And Conquer Anglo Senpai just trying to force the issue with the corner, at least trying to buy some core flip from Adrian, who does promptly use it, and it's just such a hard place to clear with the piercing shot. And now it's Raw's chance to put it in the corner, but Ripstick just seals it off with the Tofu Fortress, and now Respect has to play this really dangerous game of trying to clear across the still, which does happen. Oh, great core flip from Ripstick. And that's game 1 for Boss.
Yeah, I mean, I never mentioned that team player, Brock, but Ripstick just absolutely shooting that core up into the top corner of the net. And now Boss taking that game in a 3-2 win. Insane plays here from both sides. Honestly, I want to highlight Ripstick there in that game. Got so many really great kills, so many great interactions there, and I mean, that Dubu just didn't lose for many of those points. It felt just so long, stayed up on that goal line, didn't care about the damage or anything, just got so many clears in what looked to be hopeless. And I mean, they were able to close it out thanks to that. Incredible gameplay for that game 1.
Yeah, on point was Ripstick, and honestly, everyone from Boss did their part. You know, lifted the trophy together there. Conqueror really looked unlocked that last set though, for sure, with I believe it was a Super Surge pickup, but he was just everywhere at once, just putting damage, doing core control. The Zen Estelle with, you know, forward duo looked unstoppable there on that set 3.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, so many great plays coming out from both sides. Ultimately, though, we did see the side of Boss were able to close it out. This could be their chance to perform a bit of an upset here in this top 4. Rude Awakening and Water, or Rude Awakening was in that winner's final, and then lost to Water, got sent to the loser's final, and now, so they're coming from the winner's side against Boss here in the top 4, who beat Sea to Shining Sea in that previous series. And I mean, now this should be interesting to see. Rude Awakening, though, did come into the final bracket as the number 1 team with a 7-0 game count. against all the other teams. And then Water, was 6-1. They're currently sitting up in that winners finals, or grand final, sorry, against waiting for this winner. And then, Boss, of course, is third place going into the final bracket at a 5-2 score. So interesting to see here, 5-2 versus that 7-0 team. But instead it's Boss that's up that's up 1-0 in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think both teams have demonstrated multiple times over. I mean, all teams in the finals have demonstrated multiple times over that everyone can beat everyone here. And Rude Awakening, even though they did go 7-0, they're going to find themselves no exception here. This is their map pick, I believe, though. It's going to be on Inkies. And the Awakenings are looking nasty, Potad. It's a hot shot, heavy impact. So we see a Juno ban from Raw, which makes sense. And we see an Estelle ban from Boss, actually. So Angle Senpai, pretty known for the Estelle midfield. So I wonder what Boss has up their sleeve here. We do see the first pick, Aimee. So I guess that's what it is.
Yeah, should be a bit interesting. I can only imagine that's going to be the Aimee in that midfield position. If I know Ripsic, I know that Ripsic is not an Aimee goalie player, but gonna be surprised if that is the case. We are going to also see a Zentaro picked up, and they're getting ready to pick up their final Dubu goalie. So almost the same comp that we saw in that last game, just with the Estelle swapped out for an Aimee from the side of Boss. And then we are also going to see on the other side here, Rude Awakening picking up that Rasmus, the Rune, and then we're waiting on that 6th pick. So interesting to see what is going to be chosen here, though. I can only imagine that is a Rasmus goalie or not a Rasmus goalie, a Rasmus forward for Crusher. But also, I really like Rasmus goalies, so it'd be fun to see that. But it looks like I don't know. I think any of these characters can kind of be flexed into any position here. Rune goalie, you say? I wouldn't be surprised.
I think Respect plays a Rune goalie, but it could be Respect having a Luna somewhere in his pocket and pulling it out. But I'm pretty sure Adrian plays a lot of Luna. I think Respect plays Rune, and Crusher plays Rasmus. So I think that's the way the puzzle should fall in. But I mean, assuming that it's a Luna midfield with Rasmus, how does this look attacking into a Dubu on Inkies?
The Rasmus, I think, is a really good pick on this field onto Inkies. But at the same time, I think it's just a bit awkward with that Luna. So I think it's going to definitely need an outplay from whatever that midfielder is. Ripsic, we saw how incredible Ripsic was in that previous set, in that previous game, both with an open goal and with a barrier or two up. And so I think it's a matter of, can they get through that Ripsic Dubu? And I mean, I don't think they really have the comp to do it too well. I think they're going to definitely need to scale. Maybe get that Luna. Maybe they practice their Luna Rune Banish combos. Banish into Creator Maker. We'll see though. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to, or I wouldn't be surprised if they were able to get through Ripstick. But I think it's going to be a lot of work that they're going to need to, put through in order to get something going.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think it's definitely going to be a really interesting map. I think is Finny bad on Inkies, by the way? Because I know Respect is known for his Finny.
I think it's not the best.
I see. Okay. Just making sure. But I mean, I don't know. I was just thinking it's an open map, so maybe Finny works okay. But it makes sense to have the Rune going there. But yeah, I mean, it's always so hard to look at such powerful starting awakenings just be there. Like Heavy Impact and Hot Shot both are just game warping awakenings, and both teams have access to it here. It's a free for all, and we're loading into the game, and we're gonna see who has what here.
Yeah, I mean, you were right. The delusions have set in for Potat here, as Respect is going to be taking up that Rune goalie. We're also going to get Adrian on that Luna midfield and Crusher on that Rasmus forward as well. So we'll see what all happens here. Is a nice quick offense coming out from the side of Boss, but at the same time, a bit of a pillar misplay as the pillar is going to go down right before it hits the core, and Conquer was able to kind of get it past that Rune goalie, and that gun, the water gun, is going to be wasted just a little bit now. So we'll see if Crusher or Adrian are able to work something out, get it past this Dubu. But I mean, that is a speedy Dubu there with the momentum boost and that hot shot. So should be interesting to see if they're able to get something going to get past Ripstick, or even just figure out what they can do against that Dubu goalie who performed so well in that previous game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's me. Adrian has to run away, but it's gonna die. I mean, he's been slowly, silently taking damage from Conqueror all this time. Crusher was wailing on the Dubu, and a flip from Angle Senpai is going to dodge the banish from the room, but unfortunately doesn't lead to a goal, and that's a nasty pillar, but Conqueror just wins Strike War.
Yeah, just a nice quick Strike War win coming out from Conqueror, and now we're seeing Boss going up 1-0. They want to see this happen. And I mean, they already have the energy to do so. As Conqueror going to win just a nice little Strike War using that primary to lock down that first and only goal barrier from the side of Rude Awakening. And now that Inky's water cannon is going to come out. Not quite anything gained, though, is Conqueror not able to get it just barely past Respect.
Yeah, now Aqua Jet turn for Rude Awakening, and they immediately pop it. And with the core flip from Crusher, is going to be able to secure that tying up.
Yeah, they're able to lock that in for now. It's all tied up now between Rude Awakening, and Boss. So we'll see what happens here. Going into this point, though, it seems like Crusher and Respect don't have very much energy. Not that the side of Boss really does, but at least Conqueror and Angle have an evade. Whereas, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they were to maybe just focus some damage onto those forwards, and really good passes. Doesn't even let me finish speaking. Nice 15-second goal, and now as Angle Senpai, Conqueror, and Ripstick going up 2-1 in this first set.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's always been Boss so far. They've been 3 of 3 on getting that barrier down first. I mean, Ripstick's just doing such a great job of holding, and Conqueror and Angle work really well together right now. Ripstick, very well-timed Tofu Fortress, just wins out against the Pillar of Respect, but that's a great pillar coming out from the rune. And Angle Senpai trying to help Conqueror not die here, because Adrian's just hovering over the Zentaro, making sure that he has to... Oh, there's a barrier lost. First time now for Boss. And now it's a water cannon attack, and I think that was a little bit of a portal angle that Angle Senpai tried to do, pass back maybe, but does lose out, and now the Conqueror goes off the corner, because these are one of the maps that can do it. And Ripstick, great somersault, holds the core right there, and Angle Senpai has some time to hold, but Respect does snatch that core right out of his hands. 2 seconds until Conqueror comes back from the bottom, and there he is with the glitch pop coming in. Angle Senpai trying to playing the role of a brawler while Conqueror can get set up in his comfy position. The EI rush comes out, deterred by the pillar, and Adrian now has cooldowns but is low on stagger. Conqueror might be able to take advantage of it. Oh, not if the pillar just strikes it through. Angle Senpai, great intercept while Conqueror is banished, and there's that sync up with the Luna that you mentioned. Unfortunately, the timing was slightly off. That let Conqueror get out alive, and Ripstick unfortunately loses the sauce a little bit there and has to use his core flip. But this is overtime, so the core's traveling really quickly, and that glitch pop is exactly one of the things that can happen in that situation.
Yeah, now they're going to be able to close out that first set against Rude Awakening in this game. And now we're looking at some interesting awakenings here. I could see, honestly, Explosive Entrance Aerials, Monumentalist, Fighter Flight, Twin Drive, Stinger, all of those are good, and there's also Sparks, which you can scale with. Fighter Flight, though, is going to be picked up for Angle Senpai onto that IME Twin Drive as well, though, picked up for Crusher. Pretty good awakenings going to each of these players. We are, though, I think, biggest thing to take note of is going to be that Explosive Entrance is falling down to Conqueror. Should be really, really nice to have for that Zentaro, and you're going to have those secondaries, I'm pretty sure with base, if you line it up correctly, you can go straight through the water gun, but with the secondary now, you can also go straight through that water gun without really having to line it up. So should be a nice little thing. Pretty niche use case, but I wouldn't be surprised if Conqueror were able to get something going here. In the meantime, though, that first barrier is going to fall down for the side of Boss.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you saw, it was absolutely huge room pillar. Angle Senpai, great cyber swipe onto Crusher, just pressuring him in terms of damage. He has no energy and no stagger now. So Conqueror wanted to get a reverse kill onto Crusher, but he's gonna survive the EI rush, and he's gonna live, and he's gonna redirect past Ripstick, and the missile taking him out as well. I mean, great attack from Rude Awakening here.
Yeah, I mean, just a nice little poke from Adrian with that Spark of Strength is gonna be able to lock in Ripstick's health bar and knock him off the map. And I mean, that's going to be Rude Awakening taking that first point in a nice fashion. As now, though, it does feel like all the pressure is on the side of Rude Awakening, as Angle Senpai and Conqueror are going to be able to open up that barrier. And now, oh my gosh, that's Adrian taken off the map, and Crusher too.
Double kill! No! I mean, it's Inky, so everything can fall apart instantly, but that was great Aqua Jet value from Ripstick.
Yeah, definitely the Aqua Jet coming in significantly handy, taking out both the forwards for the side of Rude Awakening, and now it's going to be Conquer, not quite able to get it past that respect. But in the meantime, Ripstick going to lose that barrier, and now Adrian coming in with that dash, going to be able to open up that game. And I mean, they lost that last point so quickly, it felt in such a sweeping fashion, and then they just nice and easily won that third point.
Yeah, I mean, that last point was a big disaster, but they definitely more than made up for it, and that Room Pillar just covering the entirety of the turret. Angle Senpai does not care, though. He has a core flip. Adrian just kind of getting beat around, and oh, what a glitch pop from Angle Senpai, tying up the score 2-2 like nothing ever happened.
I mean, just back and forth, back and forth. That is, unfortunately, the curse that you take upon yourself whenever you go to a game in Inky Splash Zone, is that water's flying everywhere, and ultimately we'll see who comes out on top, though, in this set. Is Ripstick going to use that Tofu Fortress, get the barrier saved for the time being? Angle Senpai, though, doesn't have a whole lot of health against Crusher and Adrian, so it could be a bit scary now. Ripstick as well, going to lose that flip. It's a very scary spot here if you are boss, but instead, oh my gosh, incredible reversal is Crusher taken out, and now it's Angle Senpai and Conqueror working their way up the field.
Yeah. Oh, Conqueror wanted to hit the water cannon, and Adrian really knew the movement that Centauro was going for. Now, oh, Ripstick wins the Strike War, though, and holds it, and Angle Senpai is right there. He's back. Trying to get it around, but Angle Senpai there with the Cyber Swipe. They took a little too long on the offense, and that was enough to defend. Conqueror, unfortunately, the Slice and Dice hits it right into the pillar, and now this pillar is really oppressive. Adrian a little too small to get his hands on the core, though, and now with the Oni's Blade hitting Respect. Oh, just a wrong angle, just a little bit, but Ripstick, though, on the other side, great Summer Assault with the follow-up, and holds once again, but not this time. Adrian with a great core flip, just narrow angle threads the needle.
Yeah, just barely able to lock that point in, and now that's going to be Rude Awakening taking the second set here, and we might see some interesting Awakenings picked up. Let's see, we got that Super Surge. I mean, Ripstick in that last game took Team Player and used it super well, so looks like we're going to get double Spark of Leadership, Spark of Strength here on that Luna, but we're also going to see Team Player picked up for Ripstick on the Dubu, and also that, Super Surge might come in handy as well on the Angle Senpai. Gonna give some more, I guess, explosive, that Cyber Swipe.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this looks... I mean, Leadership is kind of like... I know there's polarizing takes on Leadership, but it does mean that Adrian does get a nice Spark of Strength boost here, and now Ripstick might be paying for it, but a great glitch pop here from Angle Senpai lets Conqueror just dribble onto the face of the rune. And with the log coming in, Ripstick finds some time for Angle Senpai to rotate down, but has to go away now. Pushing with the Aqua Jet. Great EI Rush timing from the Conqueror. Just sees the core coming out of the jet. EI rushes in, slices and dices it through Respect.
Yeah, and that's first point taken here for Boss. They might be able to keep it going as well. Looks like that glitch pop is going to send it away for the time being, but I mean, Angle Senpai almost has that flip available. We could see it coming in handy here. These rockets from Adrian have been pretty good, though, I would like to take note of. They've been able to kind of get Ripstick just stunned, get some damage as well onto that Dubu, but really good flip from Angle Senpai. I foresaw the future is that Aime's going to open up the barrier, and now it is Conquer versus Respect on that defensive line. Respect has to use that flip, and now barrier down for Ripstick as this game is going.
Yeah, Angles have to take off the map there. He had no evade, and it was a little too slow, but the Slice and Dice just gets it through the Rune, who had no evade for that. And, I mean, they're battered and bruised, but Boss is leading 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, they're just getting... taking all the damage, all the attacks, and Conqueror does have that flip available, is going to use it. Respect, though, you know, nice and easy rune play, is going to be able to block away that flip from that Zentaro, but now Crusher almost has that flip available. Adrian doesn't need it, though. And oh my gosh, really great play. Nice 15-second goal, and they're going to open up that barrier, and a really good boost is going to lock in that 3rd point.
Yeah, I think Boss got a little overzealous with that last point there, as Angle, I think, unfortunately wasn't coordinated with Conqueror, who used Oni's Blade, held the core a little too long on it, and it takes one mistake to really end it all here, especially on Inky's. A great dodge onto the missile from Adrian. Angle Senpai nearly lost his life there. Crusher's holding his core flip for the after barriers taken, but this might be, yeah, there we go. He has to use it, but the angles, unfortunately, Respect was not in position. He was a little too slow to get back, and Angle does have a core flip now, and they can wait out this Aqua Jet and use it. Ristic, great calculation, and can use the core flip now to offense, and Respect, unfortunately, caught out of place once again. The Conqueror just gets through.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that was a crazy, crazy sequence of events. Ripstick getting a little flop onto the Luna and taking that.
It looked like he was baiting Adrian there.
Yeah, definitely. And then for the Awakenings now, we're going to see Ripstick pick up that extra special. We do see, though, Crusher is going to be picking up that recovery drone. Adrian picking up that glass cannon, so bit more speed, bit more size for the side of Rude Awakening. Okay, Conqueror's got it, picks up that Siege Machine. Angle Senpai, though, is able to pick up that Adrenaline Rush, get a lot more damage going, and should be nice to have, but yeah, interesting Awakenings, to say the least. I mean, it does kind of fit the feeling of that match, though, of that previous set. As the Awakenings are kind of going all over the board. Oh, almost goal from the side of Rude Awakening, but double kill.
Yeah, I mean, the Aqua Jet with someone dashing in. I mean, just so many kills coming out, and hopefully Conqueror's deny on Siege Machine comes in handy, because it is definitely a deny, and the Luna Nuke comes down defensively. Nice rotate away from Crusher, and that rune pillar is so valuable, and now we see why Respect picked up that rune here as Crusher gets a goal over Ripstick.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a Monumentalist 1-2 punch hotshot rune pillar. Just not even giving Ripstick any time to react or get in position to stop that core after that Aqua Jet comes into play. But now, Ripstick going to be able to keep the barrier away from now, and oh my gosh, Conqueror gets taken out by that pillar from Respect. And it's anyone's game here, but that's the power play for the side of Rude Awakening. And, ooh, Adrian with a really good boost is going to open up that barrier.
Yeah, barrier coming down. That means the Aqua Cannon is going to come up soon as well. Ripstick trying to hold using Tofu Fortress. Aqua Cannon comes in. Oh, held using the Tofu Fortress. And now Conqueror and Angle Senpai trying to get it through with the EI Rush. And a Cyber Swipe comes in and gets it around Respect. Conqueror somehow finding the angles along with Angle Senpai here. And Ripstick has energy. And Adrian was body blocked by Angle Senpai as he tried to come in for a sneaky little Force Swipe. And Ripstick coming in. Nice pass. Nice win follow-up. But that does mean the Conqueror is dead on the other side of the field. And Ripstick might have a Mercedes as welcome here. Does chain it. Does get the Tofu Fortress up. Has to use the core flip eventually, though. And the pendulum swing had a great timing by Crusher.
Ripstick having a bit of fun on that defensive line. Maybe going a bit too far off that fallback ping. Might be in good taste from Conqueror, as that power play was ultimately a bit of what led to their downfall in that point. Ripstick, though, running up once again is, oh my gosh, this time Adrian gets taken out. And that is going to be a power play for the side of Boss. No energy, but at the same time, they have that barrier open.
Yeah, great slice and dice with the glitch pop as well. But Respect does hold. Great plays coming out. But they do have the Aqua Cannon coming in. Crusher does hold. And now they hold the Aqua Cannon power play. But Crusher coming out. Oh, does get cleared by the turret. And now they have to deal with their own Aqua Cannon push here. But Boss does hold, gets it around. Conqueror does die for that, though. Angle Senpai has to Cyber Swipe in to cut the pass off. And a great somersault by Ripstick of a bit aggressive. And Adrian just stuns Angle Senpai. Gets the core in. And now we're going to a set 5 once more.
Yeah, set 5 for the second game. We could potentially be seeing a game 3 here, but I mean, if you're Rude Awakening, that's what you want to see. In the meantime, though, for the Awakenings, we're gonna see Crusher pick up that MVP for the set, and no Awakening pickup just yet, but that Deadeye is gonna be taken for Angle Senpai on boss. Timeless Creator as well picked up for Respect, and have some massive pillars in use for this next and final set. Also, though, we are going to see not a double spark. I think a spark deny from Adrian there. Away from Adrian there on the Conquer. And that, and then that cast the last two should be nice to have if you are that debut Ripstick. And also, you know, we can pretend it was a block from Respect, who had already chosen their Awakening. But now that's going to be Conquer off the map.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a great push coming in from Rude Awakening. Crusher holding his strike until the opportune moment, and things are looking a little scary for Boss. I must say. I mean, this is the power of Sparks, right? It really puts a dampener on what your team wants to draft, because once you start Spark scaling, someone has to bite the bullet and stop it. And in this case, it's the Conqueror, and in this case, it's Boss taking the brunt of that Spark scaling. Coming in, Conqueror looking low again. Great cyber swipe and a turret coming out from Angle Senpai, but unfortunately Conqueror is a little too busy. Oh, but still gets the barrier somehow. Boss making it happen, and Adrian has a lot of evades. He might need to use some of it now though, because he's looking pretty low. And that's a great Oni's Blade and cyber swipe coming in from Boss, but Respect does hold. Adrian forced to use his flip with the pillar though, does get Conqueror out of action. Crusher forced to use his one evade that he had, but does get the push, does wait out the Aqua Cannon push now, but Conqueror is back. They bought enough time, Boss, during Rude Awakening's power play, piling on pressure themselves, and that pressure, that pillar makes it so hard. That Monumentalist just makes it hard for Conqueror and Angle Senpai to just find dashing ins. But Crusher is low, and barely has an evade here, so you can see him try to make some plays, but is always cognizant, and just lucky punches just pours flying red like this, and great 1-1 for Boss.
W hotshot output and Ripstick with that hotshot, you know, on the debut. That log just sent it nuclear mode, and they're able to score that first goal, or that second goal in this set. All tied up now, 2-2 in sets and 1-1 in points here. Ripstick does have that flip. Both goalies have that flip available. Ripstick though, Respect does have to use it in order to keep the core away from the net. Conquer and Angle Senpai though working their way up, and
right through
really great
Rip
flip,
so good.
Making me lose my train of thought, forget who's who, and I mean that team player plus that hot shot, you know, that flip going to be able to open up that goal, and now I mean it's all up to Boss. One more point is needed, but that goal is going to be open, and now Banish Away takes Conquer out of the playing field, but it isn't needed as Ripstick. That log is going to come out a little bit late, and Crusher is going to be able to lock it in. And oh my gosh, final point here.
Yeah, set 5.5 on both teams, and these games have been looking really close. And Conquer trying to find angles. Oh, Toku Force is not working as intended. Okay, that's fine. Unfortunately, that does mean Ripstick loses that attack, and now they have Aqua Cannon ready and set up. They do wait it out, but that Luna angle coming out, and Rasmus, a great play from Ripstick. Unfortunately, wasn't able to dodge the missile follow-up from Adrian. Oni's Blade being used, and Taro passive is on the side of Conqueror, who does try to get it past Adrian, but does use his EI rush here, and that pendulum swings. All's gonna need Crusher. Seals the deal for Rude Awakening, and now we're at 1-1. 1-1 series.
Yeah, I mean, pretty crazy final point. There is, I mean, Ripstick unfortunately wasn't able to participate in the last half of it, thanks to that rocket catching him out. And I mean, nice 20-minute game, set 5.5. You're probably feeling pretty good if you are Rude Awakening there. Just finishing out that game in that 3-2 fashion, and I mean, you can see kind of from the kill feed here. Not really, but Adrian getting that 6 KOs, Respect with 3, and then Crusher with 4, versus the 7 total from the side of Boss is going to be pretty unfortunate there. Far more kills coming out from the side of Rude Awakening, and we saw it there. It's gonna be pretty interesting now. We're going to game 3, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Respect's rune just scaled so hard, starting off with that Monumentalist and eventually getting, I believe, Timeless Creator, right? And he was able to get more damage, just follow up on his team's damage, and even hold um, against Conqueror and Angle Senpai countless times. I mean, we saw the Cyber Swipe get disrupted. We even saw the Conqueror kind of get Zentaro'd, right? He dashed at the same time the pillar hit him, and then that takes him off the field. And it was just a really rough offense after Respect scaled. I mean, great holes coming out from Rude Awakening, and that's going to set them up for the final game in the series.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, I guess I didn't really harp on it too much during the game itself, but at the same time, we did see, yeah, that hot shot, the I think 1-2 punch, Monumentalist, all onto Respect C3, and that's really a really good setup if you are that Rune goalie. You know, Timeless Creator getting added, I think, in that final draft, and honestly, that's just so much scaling, so much pressure. Yeah, crazy. Respect just was an unstoppable force meets a movable object, and that immovable object in Ripstick in that goal line ultimately got taken out, and that just left unstoppable force. Respect winning that game got such a great setup on those awakenings, and now I mean it's gonna be game 3 time, you know.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, both of these games have gone distance, not necessarily in points, but definitely in sets. I believe both games went to set 5. But I'm really curious to see how both teams are going to adjust to this. I mean, we've seen that we saw the Finny ban coming out from Boss earlier, and then we saw that Respect has a rune. So I wonder if they're going to adjust and maybe ban the rune depending on it. But because the last map is Demon Days, though, it's gonna be really hard. It's Demon Days with the Happy Star, the extra special, and Spark starts. This is going to be another potentially game warping awakenings here from both teams.
Yeah, I mean, I think immediately we just need to see that Finny getting banned out or picked out. I think it is going to have a 100% appearance rate in this match because I mean, Finny already a great character on Demon Deus, versus that. I mean, as well as that Happy Star, that extra special. I would be surprised if Finny wasn't in this game, but I mean, we'll see what ends up getting picked up as we're still waiting on that first pick to get chosen. Uh, but I mean, as well, that Spark of Agility could lead to some opportunities for maybe not Sparkington Mayor, but we could see maybe 2 Sparks providing a little bit of that scaling pressure, scaling opportunity, and at the same time, though, I think we might also see just infinite heavy or not heavy, not at all heavy, extra special there. Happy Star getting picked up. It
Yeah,
could go either way, but I think it might just be extra special all the way.
I mean, someone needs to pick up Sparks, right? Like because Adrian, I mean, last game just has such value just picking up that leadership. It ended up making Conquer take Spark of Agility at the end, especially after he had a rough set of drafts denying Siege Machine away from Respect. And another situation I think is that it's going to be really hard dealing with Adrian's Luna here if there's no ban coming out. Luna with extra special sounds nasty, but Boss does opt to ban the Fini out, and of course Conquer's X getting banned from Rude Awakening, and it makes sense. I think Conquer is just a whole nother beast on X. He's shown himself on Zentaro and has played a really capable Zentaro. I think X is just out of the league level for Conquer, so I think that's a good ban from Rude Awakening. And like you said, Potat, we see Finny participating, but getting banned. But this is an IME pick now coming out though from Rude Awakening. So maybe the Luna is unchained. Maybe the Luna is a shelf for a little bit.
Yeah, Luna might be getting picked up later, but in the meantime, we are going to be seeing Aimi pick up for Rude Awakening. That extra special Aimi is such a threatening pick. On the other side, though, we are going to be able to see that Vice with that extra special. I can only imagine Ripstick also picking up that extra special. And then from Rude Awakening as well, going to be Crusher on that Zentaro, and Respect, I think, running it back with that rune most likely. Could be interesting here. And I'm interested in seeing what this last pick is as well, because we have a bit of
Yeah.
a hybrid damage and core control comp coming out from that Vice versus that Dubu. And then that Juliet is going to round it out. Believe it or not, actually, this comp is something that when I was on Famine Corp, was everybody like hated us for it. So we'll see. Because I mean, Vice and Julie is not the best comp, but we'll see how it all plays out.
Yeah.
Vice, Julie, Dubu, versus that Aimi Zentaro rune onto that Demon Deus. Demon Deus. There we go.
Demon Days. Yeah, Demon Days. Yeah. So I mean, I think not Boss, Rude Awakening kind of called out Boss. They're saying, what can you do? What can you do, Conqueror? If we ban your X, if we ban your Zen, what are you gonna do? And Conqueror has a Julie pick, but as you said, it does kind of mess with their comp a little bit. Ideally, they wanted like a Zen Vice, I assume. So yeah, very strong draft coming out from Rude Awakening, and especially that rune pick up from Respect. If he can hold on to the banish, they can banish the Vice pushing in with the Supernova time and time again, and that's going to be really annoying for Angle Senpai to deal with. But obviously, I mean, Conqueror is a great Julie player. And Angle Senpai and Ripstick are great Vice and Dual players. So it's I think it's kind of up to them to play around these detriments that they have. But I think ultimately this looks like a really strong draft from Rude Awakening, just based on how they foiled the comp that I think Boss wanted to have. But how do you feel about the Runes and Taro Aimi on Demon Dice?
I think it should be interesting, right? Because Rune, I mean, we're not going to be able to see. I'd be surprised if Respect was able to pick up that Monumentalist Timeless again, but I'm pretty sure those orbs, those pillars, can just barely can get most of that barrier on Demon Deus if you're covering it. So I mean, it's not going to get the whole thing, but you can definitely get just an entire angle just completely cut off with that barrier or with that pillar. Also that Aimi, I mean, we see an extra special. I can only imagine basically everyone here is going to be picking that up because it's such a good awakening here in this game. But honestly, I wouldn't be too surprised if we saw, that extra special just used to cut off one side of the map, and then maybe Respect running up just a teensy bit in order to block off a bit of a clear angle with one of those pillars, and then all of a sudden you're going to have that Crusher Zentaro just right up in your face, going to be pressuring you so much, and ultimately getting those goals. But we'll see what all happens here as we hop into that queue, and now all of a sudden we are getting ready in this game.
Yeah, I mean that rune scares me a lot, especially that extra special pickup. He's going to be able to match by Supernova quite a bit, especially because everyone's reset round start, right? And all it takes is one good draft for Rune to get that Monumentalist going. And on the side of Boss, they really have to rely on Ripstick picking ahead of Rune to deny those creation awakenings. Otherwise, Vice or Julie might be forced to pick something that they don't want, something unsavory. But yeah, as we go into the game, it's gonna be looking really interesting, and I hope this is gonna be a great game to round out the series.
Yeah, game 3 here, I believe just like every other game in the playoffs so far. Yeah, so game 3, just like the matches before this, and I mean, honestly, that's where you get the most hype moments, is we're already coming into this game with a very dangerous start, as both Crusher and Angle Senpai both taken very low to begin with. But yeah, you can kind of see up top there, Respect using some of those pillars to just block off a clear angle. Usually those little sound waves that you can see at the top and the bottom of the field are used very often to kind of show some of that pressure. But oh my gosh, really good banish, but ultimately Angle Senpai with the Supernova gonna lock down that goal. But as I was saying, that sound wave can be used very often by those players, and that's usually how you're going to be able to get your best clear. So when that's gone, all of a sudden you don't have any opportunities. And I think those banishes as well that we just saw from Respect, it's kind of what we're going to be expecting to see all game, just blocking out the Supernova from Angle Senpai and preventing some of that pressure from the side, and some of those defensive opportunities as well from the side of Boss, as we're getting into this second point, and Conquer uses that flip, but not quite able to get anything else.
Yeah, the flip faded out a lot of abilities from Adrian, but he does live. He does have evade. Banish. Another Banish coming out from Conqueror does mean that Angle Senpai has a little bit more free roam, but Angle Senpai did answer with a Supernova as well, right? So Respect really just matching Angle Senpai Supernova toe for toe, like how you anticipated, but still Barrier goes over now with the Angle Senpai continuously feeding Conqueror just cores so that the Juliet can set up the dash punch just like that, and in a strike war win. I think that was like three strikes, but Conqueror just wins it.
Yeah, in these kinds of situations, this is where you really want to kind of practice with your team, make sure you know exactly what they're planning on doing. Because, I mean, Conquer was just able to beat out the layering, or the lack of layering that we saw from Rude Awakening on that defensive line, and ultimately just get a nice goal past all three of the members of Rude Awakening. Angle Senpai, though, I mean, once again, just getting banished away, loses that Supernova. And it's kind of crazy that here, because, you know, that rune can use the cooldown to get rid of a cooldown that's a bit longer, I believe, from Angle Senpai, on top of just, you know, having those extra abilities up to provide some damage as well, and maybe even get a kill if you got the rune combos down, right? So it kind of depends. What we're going to see here is Conquer getting taken super low thanks to that Banish, and, I mean, now it's Ripstick Angle Senpai, both with a lot of energy, but it's gonna maybe be a 2v3 if Conqueror gets taken off the field.
Yeah, Conqueror too afraid to run towards that orb, but Angle Senpai handles it in the backline. And rips a great flip, links it to Conqueror. Unfortunately, misses. Doesn't miss, just a little bit delay on the timing of the punch. But the Supernova comes in, and Conqueror right there tanks the pillar, gets the core through, and very dominating first set coming out from Boss.
Yeah, definitely great plays. Just closing out that first set in a 3-0, as you said, and now, I mean, they're looking super comfortable here. As I think we're gonna see Angle Senpai, yeah, I guess that set MVP maybe is gonna pick up that explosive entrance here, going to have a lot more damage on those impacts, as well as going to have a bit more movement, a bit more range on that Thunderstruck secondary. So should be interesting to see. We are also going to see Conquer pick up that Spark of Focus to top off the Spark of Agility. Now, though, I believe that is 3 of the 4 sparks down, as Spark of Leadership is picked up from Crusher. So 2 sparks for both players, both of those brawlers, and then Respect picking up that 1-2 punch. Rune is a lot like Juno there, in that if you have 1-2 punch and or hotshot, you're all of a sudden your pillars, your blobos aren't really all that easy to take advantage of or counteract. So that 1-2 punch should be coming in very handy. Might give a bit more opportunities for some of those Banish plays. But in the meantime, though, it's going to be Angle Senpai opening up both those barriers, and now it's goal open for the set of Rude Awakening.
Yeah, I mean, great play against the pillar from Angle Senpai, taking advantage of the pillar's fully formed, and a great use of the ultimate coming out from Respect. Great Banish lets them survive for another sequence, and that's going to let them kill Conqueror here. Crusher coming in with the Slice and Dice, Tofu Fortress coming out from Ripstick as well, but Adrian, unfortunate Cyber Swipe, misses the barrier, and now it's gone, and Zentaro's gone, but Conqueror is coming back, so all of a sudden it's power play coming out from Boss. Ripstick does miss the strike there. Did not see the glitch pop coming out, and a great Cyber Swipe from Adrian intercepting, but next, that's a great link from Ripstick to Angle Senpai as well, and Angle, great use, Spice primary. I mean, amazing power chord, and now Boss lead.
Yeah, an incredible catch on that passing angle from Ripstick to Angle, and I think maybe a bit of a haphazard strike there from into the top corner, but you know, it doesn't matter if you're going to be able to lock in that goal and that power chord, as you said. Going to be able to close out that first point for the side of Boss, and now they've taken out a player. They have the open net on the other side, and now Adrian going to be trying to prevent something here, but Conquer with that Flame Flurry, not going to be able to get anything, as that flick is wasted from Respect, and now nothing up on really anybody here, as that Crusher going to be coming back online.
Yeah, Crusher has been holding on to his ability safe and sound, and he's going to use it now to pressure Angle and get the redirect into the goal.
Yeah, nice 1-1 all set up. First point that Rude Awakening have been able to take so far in this game, but I don't think there's a lot stopping them coming out and maybe getting a second or a third here to take the set. But we'll see, as Respect doesn't have any energy up, has already used, I think, a lot of cooldowns there. But in the meantime, though, that's Angle Senpai and Conquer going to be using a lot of cooldowns, and all of a sudden Crusher taking out Angle Senpai is going to be super scary for the side of Boss. It's a power play now for the side of Rude Awakening, so we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, great coordination coming out from Ripstick and Conquer holding these barrier situations, and Angle Senpai is back doing damage, tries to dodge Respect, unfortunately wasn't able to. Conquer holding strong in the midfield along with Ripstick though, so this is great great plays coming out from the side of Boss, great teamwork, team effort. And Adrian now looking low with Crusher also. He's a Zentaro, so his health is always going to be deceivingly low. Uses the Oni's Blade as well, but Ripstick just gets it through, and that Zentaro is going to be hunted down. So power play on the side of Boss, but they do have one more barrier, does Rude Awakening, and now they're going to get through with the Ami Turret. No, Conquer, though, coming out, marking Adrian. He has a core flip, and he can use it, not if he gets banished, though. But that banish does mean Angle Senpai has another chance to use a Supernova before getting banished by the rune, but he needs to survive this this offense coming out from Adrian and Crusher. The core does go around them, and the log, a little bit of missync there with Angle and Ripstick, so Angle does waste a strike there, but Conquer trying to get it through to Angle. He's trying to find any angles he can. Ripstick does get his core flip as well, but this turret's looking really scary. Angle Senpai trying not to die here. He wants to get to core flip level and just layer the pressure on. In that Oni's Blade, you can really see Angle try to take advantage of him being low. He's trying to wiggle out of the way. He's trying to make Crusher's abilities predictable. Crusher misses the redirect, I think, into the goal, but the Supernova has to dodge away from it now from Angle Senpai. And it's overtime now. The core's going to start going fast with the glitch pops and coming out, and Crusher makes sure that he can get it.
Yeah, Ripstick taking flight just a little bit, going out of the way with that somersault, and Crusher able to close out that point. Now they're up 2-1 against that just so dominant first set that we saw coming up from the side of Boss. Angle Senpai, though, uses that Supernova and is now at a super low health bar thanks to it. Conquer very low as well, going to be staggered, but is going to be able to open up that first barrier only to get taken out very shortly after. Now one barrier down for each of these teams, and Angle Senpai and Ripstick have to work their way around this 3 in the 3v2.
Yeah, I mean, great secondary, great Thunderstruck coming out from Angle Senpai, even gets the orb as well, and Ripstick's banished, but there's no follow-up, and now that means the Supernova comes out, and that's going to mean Crusher is going to get bullied here. Thunderstruck coming out from Angle Senpai, trying to pile on the damage, and Ripstick is the one that finished off Crusher. I mean, that Summer Assault has gotten so much value, and Conqueror sees a chance to get that barrier open, and he's going to, and the great power core from Angle Senpai triggers the Chain Lightning, and now we're going to 0.5.
Yeah, final points of the set here now, and that Chain Lightning power chord going kind of crazy. Just going to open up that goal as Respect going to use that banish to try and counteract the Supernova, but unfortunately it's a little bit too late as Angle Senpai going to get a lot of damage on Respect, and Conquer going to kind of fight for those orbs, try and get some sort of control over this field. Respect, though, out of position, is Angle Senpai going to be able to open up that first barrier from the side of Rude Awakening. Now both barriers down. It could be the end of the set here.
Huge dash punch from Conquer, getting that second barrier, using the Supernova tank hits Adrian's damage. The Cyber Swipe into the glitch pop, but still avoids a pillar, so lives. Conquer making sure Adrian has to use his core flip, and that means kill pressure on Angle Senpai is considerably lessened, but now the hunt is for Conquer. He's going to core flip it, though, into the Oni's Blade. He's dashing for his life there, and the goal, and a great dash punch means that the Ripstick's going to slip the core in. And 2-0 set lead from Boss. This is set point, or yeah, is it? No, it's like match set. There you go for Boss.
Yeah, I mean, some incredible survivability coming out from Conquer, and Ripstick having a bit of fun, you know, just running up a little bit, playing some of that offensive line, and taking that goal for himself, as now we're going to see that third team player of the series picked up for Ripstick onto that debut. I mean, this is such a threatening pick, and now it's a Vice. We're going to see Angle Senpai with that extra specialized training. Should be super nice to have. I think maybe a bit of a misdraft from not Conquer, Crusher with that heavy impact, because, you know, it is nice to have, but at the same time, you also you're giving Angle Senpai that specialized training, and that's super, super bad. And maybe it could have been a third spark pickup with that final spark of power, of strength, but it isn't gonna matter anymore, as Conquer gonna pick up that twin trap. Should be nice to have as well. I'm a big supporter of that Awakening.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to Rude Awakening to kind of show and prove why they drafted this, why they let the Vice take it. But oh my gosh, Angle Senpai is showing why he took Vice on this map.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate draft, yeah, but at the same time, now, I mean, that Vice is such a good scaler, and on this map in particular, I know that Vice is very well received pick, both as a goalie and as a forward and as a brawler and as a midfield, all of that. I mean, Vice can kill you from basically anywhere on the map in a lot of cases, so really good pickup so far, and it's been kind of showing up. Conquer, though, is not having a very great time, as gets taken off the field, has been getting just harassed by Crusher and Adrian the entire point so far. Crusher going to be able to make it back online, does use the flip from Adrian, and now very unfortunate spot if you are the side of Boss and Rude Awakening. I mean, all bets are off now. It's just the finals here.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of crazy. This is wacky plays all along. I mean, Angle Senpai's going to come back now, and Crusher is just getting hunted down by Conqueror. Conqueror wants revenge for what has happened to him earlier, but is still living. Conqueror does opt for the barrier instead, and a quick double barrier coming out from the side of Boss. Respect does have a core flip, though, and at any moment that could happen. Great redirect from Ripstick coming out. Crusher tries to answer with the Oni's Blade. Unfortunately, Ripstick does have another strike in his pocket. Toby Force is coming out, and the core going red so quickly, especially I think with the team player value, and Ripstick able to get there just in the nick of time. Respect misses the first strike. Conqueror there to react to the second. And now as the members of Boss kind of go into the top lane, Ripstick's there all by his lonesome, but does hold, gets it through. Crusher wasn't able to react in time, but there we go, second one to the bottom. And that was a rough match, but Rude Awakening get it through for 1-1 tie-up.
Yeah, a bit of an unfortunate play there. If you're Ripstick, you either got to go up or you got to go down, and there's not a whole lot of options there for you, as Crusher is going to be able to close out that point. But at the same time, Angle Senpai just locking right onto Respect and taking Respect down to almost staggered, though. In the meantime, Angle Senpai is taken very low as well, gets knocked out from Respect's pillar. Respect at the same time, though, just not taken out or anything. They're able to save it away for now. Both barriers down, goal open for the side of Rude Awakening, but Ripstick has been able to keep it up so far.
Yeah, huge plays coming out from the side of Boss, because Adrian and Crusher both committed to killing more than taking the barrier there, and it didn't pay off for them. There's no power play, and now it's Boss's turn with the power play. That Rune player is staying up for a long time, though. Angle Senpai is going to get taken off of the core as well, and Angle Senpai, he can die in peace there. He's going to come back.
Yeah, I mean, that sad boy is coming out at the last second as Angle Senpai just irreversibly getting pushed towards that side of the field. And, I mean, now it is Boss up 2-2-0 versus the side of Rude Awakening, and only 1 point could be pretty scary here. Ripstick gonna lose that first barrier, though. Crusher getting taken very low. And now that's the goal open for the side of Rude Awakening. This is super scary here if you are Raw Fada.
Yeah, Angle Senpai is looking to get the orb. He's going to come back around the bottom, though, and he has a secondary up. Ripstick just needs to get it to him with the log. I mean, and meanwhile, Crusher's getting taken off by the Conqueror, and Adrian does have a core flip. He's getting asked to use it, though, and the unfortunate timing with the Rune Banish ending up with the Supernova, but still, Boss is going to be unrelentless with their pushing. The Token Fortress comes down. Ripstick gets his core flip now. Conqueror getting really low, and might get taken off here, but he still has one more evade in his pocket, and again, Angle Senpai, Ripstick both have flips here, and the Conqueror is just wiggling. It's all they can do, Crusher and Adrian, to kind of make sure that Angle Senpai and Ripstick can't just core flip it past them. Conqueror even using Flame Flurry at his time of death, and Angle Senpai just holding constantly with his secondaries, with his Supernovas. He's 6 seconds already. The power play is half over, but the barrier stands strong for Boss here. Two Fortress coming down, core immediately going red as Conqueror comes down towards the bottom, reacts to that core flip as well. Ripstick, unfortunately, flying a little too far. Conqueror trying to save it with the dash punch, but things are looking really dire for Boss now. But the power core even gets it through, and now Conqueror and Angle Senpai gets it through with the dash punch, ending it all. Boss goes 2-1 over Rude Awakening, and now they're the second graduates of ISS 4, and they're going to meet Water to decide who gets the Sony W, who wins first.
Yeah, we'll see here. It's the top two now. Boss losing that second game, winning that first game, and now it's a nice 16 second 3-0 here against the side of Rude Awakening. We did see a lot of pressure, a lot of good thoughts coming out from the side of Rude Awakening here, but ultimately Crusher only got 3 versus the 9 from Boss to close out the series. And I mean, a lot of great kills, a lot of great power plays, and even though I kind of hated on that Vice Julie comp in the beginning of the game, I never said that SFM and Corp we lost when we played it, so I mean, it's kind of getting showed off here is that Julie and the Vice from Conquer and Angle Senpai, respectively, is going to be able to close out this third game here, second game for the side of Boss.
Yeah, I mean, impressive plays coming out from all of Boss's members. Once again, they all kind of had, no distinct carries. They all kind of helped each other get to the top. And I mean, I want to highlight each of them. Ripstick just having great holds, Angle Senpai keeping the damage on, and such control with the secondaries as well, right? And the Conqueror obviously just winning against Respect's Rune Pillars time and time again. And when you consider that Respect was such a great, strong rune on Inky's, the fact that Conqueror and Angle were able to hold that rune, keep him humbled this game, it's a pretty good moment for Boss, I think. And Rude Awakening, they played a great game, and I expect to see great things from them in the next ISS. But unfortunately, their run ends here as third place. And yeah, I think we're going on break now, right? So we can say we'll be right back, and then we'll be right back.
Good morning, gamers. Welcome back. We are here with potentially the final series of the Intermediate Striker series number 4, against between Water and Boss in this finale. On Boss, we got this. We just saw them win against the side of Rude Awakening, and now they're going up against Water, who consists of Storm in that goal line, Strategist in the midfield, and then Big Tilt up in that brawler position. And of course, we just saw him Ripstick on Boss in that goal line, Angle Senpai in the midfield, and then Conquer on that brawler slot. So we'll see what happens here. I am once again joined by Pada Means Wave, and hopefully we'll be getting into it pretty soon.
Yeah, huge. I mean, I forgot that ISS was Intermediate Striker Series. So when you were saying it, I was like, which tournament are we casting? I thought we were casting ISS, but yeah, no, we're here. We're on Taiko Temple. I mean, we got some fun picks. I think Conquer here got his X. We got the Era X from Angle and Conk. We got the Dubu for Ripstick. And on the other side, we have the Runes and Zen Vice here coming out. So that's kind of reminiscent, actually, of Rude Awakening, the Waters comp. But it looks like one side is going to be doing a lot of damage, and the other side is going to be holding it down until they can scale.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of. It looks like it's probably going to be Strategist on that Era pickup. No, I'm looking. Okay, it's going to be Angle Senpai on that Era pickup. Going to be trying to make Strategist and Big Tilt kind of small against that Dubu and the Era on the gold line, and then it's going to be hopefully that Bewitching Beam is going to be able to make Conquer on that X, on that signature X pick a bit bigger, going up, just fighting, just plenty attacking Storm and Strategist on the defensive line. So we'll see how it all plays out. In terms of Wakings, though, we got Spark of Agility and Recovery Drone. Pato, how's it looking for you?
I'm honored, number one, that a pro league's asking me for opinions. I will say I think Era is a really good pick. It's gonna just buff up Dubu and X with the Bewitching Beam. And I think Water wanted to kind of mitigate that by picking up Zentaro as their sixth pick, as their last pick. Because Zentaro doesn't necessarily scale the best with size, right? He doesn't care as much about size as a Rasmus would or a Kazan would. But while that means he can't take advantage of that size start, it does mean that he's going to be affected a little bit less by the Bewitching Beam as well. So even after he's Bewitched, he's going to be able to EI Rush. He's going to be able to, Oni's Blade and get out of sticky situations. And meanwhile, Angle Senpai has to worry about getting banished and then getting comboed by Device, which I assume Device is Storm, and I think Strategist is the rune. But we'll see how it goes, because we're loading into the game, and we'll see who's the Spark Scaler on each team, and we'll see who gets to be big and strong.
Yeah, we'll see what all ends up happening here as the game is loading in. We are on that Taiko Temple map, and now we're going to be able to see, I mean, Ripstick, this is, I think, the fourth game in a row. We're going to see him on that Dubu pickup. Conquer and Angle Senpai, not quite so much as that Era X combo, as we mentioned earlier, is going to be coming out to play. And on the other side, I can't see him quite yet, but I mean, as I'd imagine it's, as you said, Storm's probably going to be on that Vice, and then Strategist, of course, on that Rune. There it is, yeah, and then Big Tilt, Zentaroing it up. Looking at the Awakenings as well here, I kind of could have expected this. I would say I think I'd like to see Ripstick on that Recovery Drone, but at the same time, I think that Powerhouse Pauldrons is going to be quite nice to have nonetheless. So we'll see who kind of ends up picking up the Spark. I think it's going to be whoever can take this first point is going to be looking pretty comfortable, assuming they get a Spark, because there are 3 people Sparks and only 3 Sparks remaining. So if someone is able to start kind of getting that scaling going, I would definitely like to see it happen. But in the meantime, both Bears are going to be down for the side of Boss now, and the banish is going to come out. Angle Senpai staggered, and Ripstick not going to have anybody up in his face quite yet.
Yeah, I mean, a nice buying time from Angle Senpai, but not enough, because Water is going to be able to secure the first goal of the series.
Yeah, Water taking that first point, and I mean, with how they're looking so far, I mean, they might just be trying to figure out how they're gonna win this best. As now, I mean, they're able to keep it out for the time being. Storm does have that flip available. Conquer was made, or not Conquer, Big Tilt was made a bit smaller, but ultimately was able to open up both those barriers due to a bit of a misposition from Ripstick there, trying to grab that orb, and now it's an open net once again for the side of Boss, and I mean, this is really scary here if you are that team.
Yeah, recovery drone going out for Conk, and Ripstick unfortunately misses another one, slides in, but oh, this is a really rough plays coming out from Boss. They gotta really focus it out. Angle Senpai just chasing after Ripstick with a ping. Use Energy Burst, but yeah, I mean, Boss definitely plays really well. They just gotta focus in and lock in because this is grand finals, right? So every game is gonna be a lot harder on the nerves for both teams. And great pillar coming out from Strages. As Ripstick goes down, he has a core flip available. There we go, he uses it, but Big Tilt coming in with Slice and Dice, which is outsmarted by Boss. So now pillar set up in the corner with the Oni's Blade. Big Tilt can just run in there with the Oni's Blade even if there's a terrain set up. So that's that is a really nice comp that I'm seeing coming out from Big Tilt and Strages here. And now the combos are just layered up, but not quite, because Angle survives and Conk gets it in.
Yeah, I mean, Angle Senpai on knocking on Death's door is ultimately going to be able to lock in that first goal for the side of Boss in this game. Honestly, though, I think Strages' pillar should have taken Angle out. I'm not sure why it didn't, but all good. Now the pressure is kind of on the side of Boss. They just got to figure out how to get it past some of these core flips. Strages is going to burn that energy in order to get the core out. For now, Big Tilt, though, is going to be staggering Conquer, and now that's an X with only one evade available that you're going to have to be very careful, but it doesn't matter as Big Tilt going to use that Oni's Blade in order to lock down that goal, and now it's going to be the set taken for the side of Water. We can debate about whether it's wet or not later, but for the time being, we're going to see these Awakening pickups here. Looks like no sparks quite yet coming available, but we are going to see heavy impact picked up for Big Tilt here, not even saving it for his ice, instead just locking that in immediately. We are also going to see the Missile Propulsion and Prime Time picked up for Ripstick on the Dubu and Stratus on that rune respectively, and now that's going to be a Dubu that has we thought that Ripstick was taking flight a bit too much in that first set in previous games. Now it might be a bit of Ripstick running forward and having a lot of fun. Stratus, though, as well, gonna have that prime time, as I mentioned earlier. Should be pretty nice to have, you know, for those pillars. Going to actually save Conquer for the time being, but that pillar could coming pretty useful for the future.
Yeah, I mean, good reposition coming out from Ripstick, but a little too far perhaps. But Angle Senpai is going to do a great core flip, and in with the Storm, getting Strages out of the way, and Conquer with the X Maximus, he can punch Strages out, making him use the evade was Storm, though, with the secondary. And now Angle Senpai and Ripstick trying to get backline while Conk sets up for another push. And Strages is looking pretty low with no evade, so they can take advantage of that as well. He is healing up, though. He hasn't been hit in a while. Conk getting away from the Storm range, but he's still a little too slow to make it happen. X still wants to scale. And nice Summer Assault from Ripstick trying to get into the thick of it. The Big Tilt still comes out of there ahead, and Angle passing to the Taiko, which takes a weird little turn around Ripstick.
Yeah, the shenanigans can only go on for so long, as Angle Senpai unfortunately going to send that core into his own goal, and this is a scary spot to be in if you are Boss. Is that Tofu Fortress going to be all for naught? And now, I mean, Storm has that flip almost available. Big Tilt has the flip up as well. Gonna be put in a pretty dangerous spot there. And now, though, I said that it's a scary spot for Water, but I mean, now it is, yeah, as the side of Boss is going to be able to close out that goal, and now it's 1-1 in this set. Pretty crazy back and forth there.
Yeah, I mean, Boss just needed to find their rhythm, and when they hit it, it looks really good, but now it's turn of Water to to push through, and now Storm and Big Tilt both have full energy here. They have core flips available. Konk's looking really low, and he's just going to get boomed off of there by Storm's core flip. He did have recovery drone though, so that's nice. And Angle Senpai just going to rotate it up to the corner. And Big Tilt, nice usage on the flip, but Conquer just kind of gets out of there alive. And a nice storm from Angle Senpai means that he has free reign with Conqueror to get that double barrier. And now suddenly Big Tilt looking low, getting hit by the X Maximus, gets off just in time and gets the orb. And so now Water can come back and with their offensive turn as Conk is looking really low. Angle Senpai uses the strike trying to get it around Storm, but Storm is quick with a nice dash by Ripstick though. Good Summer Assault trying to get it through and wins the strike war against Big Tilt as well. Angle Senpai and Ripstick, they have been defending together for I think like years now, and they're really showing why they're a strong duo here. Not just in ISS, but in Nasty and Conquer trying to get it around the Room Pillar, but it makes it so tough. Ripstick, unfortunately, the strike wasn't back in time, using the Bull Rush as well. Was Conk, but unfortunately the angle wasn't quite there yet. And a nice pass from Angle Senpai to Conquer. He links it in, and set 2 is going a little differently here for Boss.
Yeah, I was looking so much in Water's line of sight, but now all of a sudden, Boss is 1 point away from taking a set of their own. Ripstick doesn't have any energy though, could come out to be pretty scary here. No evade strikes for you, so I'm going to lock in that Supernova. Not quite able to get any barriers down because of it, unfortunately. But the barriers, no barriers down actually for the side of Water quite yet, and that's going to be Conquer taken off the field as well. Big Tilt and Stratus both coming up on a flip for their use. Should be a very scary spot here if you are Boss.
Yeah, nice vertical defensive NATO from Angle Senpai. Big Tilt's holding on to his core flip, I think, and uses it for a potential kill, but Ripstick lives, so that's a really unfortunate situation. And now Boss take their first barrier, equalizing the barrier count. Nice secondary coming out from Storm as well there, just to add some extra pressure onto the midfield. Another NATO coming out this time. It wasn't vertical though, and that's going to let Strays get another chance, but it does whiff, and the core unfortunately going the wrong way for the Supernova. And a great angle from Angle Senpai found, but Conqueror was there to capitalize on it. And now Angle Senpai just getting the core through, and Boss answer in kind, another 3-1, but this time the other way. Yeah,
now it's going to be the set for the side of Boss, and it's all tied up now as we're going into the draft. There are a lot of potential pickups here, but it looks like the pickup that is going to be very useful is that Spark of Focus for Angle Senpai. Should be very nice to have. Also, we're going to see Big Tilt pick up that Stinger to top off and to complement that heavy impact and the siphoning one, so should be a lot more damage coming out from that Centauro. Twin Drive as well. I've already said my take on Twin Drive. Really good awakening. Very nice for Storm to have. A lot more opportunities to just run up and provide some of that pressure. Stratus as well picking up that Castellast. Honestly, really good awakenings from everyone here. Rune loves that Castellast as an awakening, and is going to be coming out in handy as that Banish, I think, took out a lot of people. Also, though, to Conquer picking up that Fighter Flight. Very nice to have, again. Slick Kicks in a bag, and you already got Slick Kick, so you're just flying every time you get one of those strikes on the core. And then finally, Ripstick with that Siege Machine. We've already seen it happen, come in handy many times this point. And I mean, you got so much projectile range, so we'll see what happens here. Both bears down though for the side of Water, and Conquer's recovery drone actually burned already. Same with Big Tilt for that matter. A lot of kills coming out in such a fast time.
Yeah, I mean, Conqueror's getting banished from Strages, and this double cast the last double pillar combo is going to be huge. But Angle Senpai is very clean with the storms today. I mean, he is hitting all of the nice little angles, and Ripstick is able to get it out with the Summer Assault, just confirming it. Strages does still have his core flip though, but Conqueror is back. He bought enough time, did Boss. And Strages has to get away of the storm, but now Big Tilt, Strages both have flip, and they're going to use it now. Ripstick spends his first though, but still the strike war win from Strages against Conqueror means that Ripstick spent his flip for naught, and Big Tilt's going to get the kill and the goal here. So great start from Water here on set 3.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Water's going to be able to take out Ripstick, and now that's almost no energy for either team, but we'll see what happens here as Angle Senpai can get hit by that Thunderstruck. The Tornado going pretty much nowhere as well, as Storm is able to keep it out for now, loses one barrier, but that is a really great offensive play coming out from the side of Boss. as now they do lose a bit of control over the core. Storm going to use that Thunderstruck, get a bit of pressure going. But that's Angle Senpai and Ripstick on that defensive line. As you mentioned, just they know each other, they know the way each other play, they know how to react and all of that fancy stuff with each other. But they're able to keep it up for the time being, as now it's Big Tilt and Stratus once again just trying to get some sort of opportunity in on this defensive line against this Dubu that feels practically unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, huge banish there from Trajas, making sure Conqueror was banished while that core just slipped through. But Conqueror now facing Storm with a core flip in hand, and just no time to react there if you're Device.
Yeah, I mean, not much you can do. You already had that strike unfortunately gone, and I mean, just a nice little flip, gonna send it just straight on in from Conqueror. Now though, this is a very scary spot. If you are Water, you want to be able to close this out. Storm unfortunately gonna miss with that Thunderstruck moving up forward. And that pillar though from Stratus on the secondary is going to be able to keep it up for the time being. Conqueror not going to be able to get anything quite yet as the power core keeping it out for now, but I mean, that's such a massive axe just standing right in your face. So much strike speed too that you're seeing Big Tilt get taken off the map and that X open up both barriers.
Yeah, I mean, great finds from Ripstick and Angle Senpai as they just get around Storm, but I mean, that Strajas putting the pillar just held the barrier for so long, but that also meant that Conk was just putting on damage after damage in the corner with that X Maximus with the Bell Ringer. And yeah, we're seeing a lot of damage coming out from Era X, and X, that third set, always something to watch out for. Ripstick's log comes out and just caught in the Bell Ringer. Unfortunate consequence was a Big Tilt coming out. I mean, great pillars though coming out from Strajas.
Yeah, Stratus able to keep the core away for the time being, but at the same time that pillar is going to send back as well. And now though we see Storm taken off the field thanks to a really well placed tornado from Angle Senpai in the Era. Ripstick running a bit forward, flying a bit far forward, does have the opportunity to though, because thanks to that siege machine, and doesn't need it yet as Storm is able to keep it up for now, but that is a Dubu standing up in your face with 3 million abilities and that missile propulsion, and that core is gonna go flying into that net. Not too much you can do about that if you are Storm. And that's gonna be the Awakening draft here coming up. The extra special looks like getting hovered immediately just right off the bat there. We do see a second spark available in Spark of Strength. We might see it, top up that Storm Spark of Agility. That's 2 sparks now for Angle Senpai and Storm here, but also we have extra or specialized training now. Both of these special awakenings for Conqueror now and Ripstick. Specialized training going to the X is going to be really big. Also, Stratus though picking up the Timeless Creator should be pretty nice to have. You're going to be able to send. We saw in that previous series from Respect that Timeless Creator is going to make those pillars just all so much more threatening if you are that rune. So we'll see what all plays out here though, as Stratus is going to use those Timeless Creator pillars already off the rip to take out Angle Senpai with that Era. And now Big Tilt working his way up with the rest of Water, trying to get something going on the Boo, but ultimately Ripstick able to keep it away for now. Is Conqueror looking low, but nothing yet for the side of Water. Only 1 barrier down for the side of Boss. Very scary spot to be in. Ripstick just held down that entire play.
Yeah, I mean, Ripstick, Conk, then taking turns with Ripstick, Angle Senpai. Conqueror is still alive and just piling on damage. There we go, recovery drone popped. And this banish is looking really scary, but actually, because the Castellast, it's making the sync up with Storm, the follow-up, look actually a little more complicated than it would be normally. Conk's about to get taken off the field. No, Bull Rush is out of the way. And actually now, it's Boss who has 1 barrier. Conk is off the field though, and Water, okay, Big Tilt loses the Strike War against Angle Senpai. Nice beam coming out as well, just stalling the Zentaro. Ripstick just trying to find ways around it, and once again, it's time for them to hold, and they do. I mean, Boss just bossing up when they needed. Stratus does have that core flip though, and the Supernova coming up, making sure that this isn't going to be much of a threat. Conqueror wants to force Stratus to use his core flip at the very least. It does. Ripstick does miss his Summer Assault now, and has to just keep clearing top, and they do with the Torque Precursors coming out. It's a 1v1 situation. Angle Senpai looking to get taken off, but he does survive by the skin of his teeth, and now the Bull Rush coming in with the X Maximus, just only able to just beat up Storm though, and Ripstick has to watch out for the cross clears. Does get it though, somehow, some way. The Storm coming in, making sure Big Tilt's out of the picture for now. Ripstick does dash a little bit away from the action, but still Conqueror 1v1 setup with Storm, and he's gonna win those.
Yeah, Conqueror on that X just has so much power to those strikes, thanks to that build different. And also, has so much speed from that fighter flight and slick kick. So, I mean, not a whole lot you can do there if you're Storm. It's really just a guessing game. And ultimately, that guess came out a bit too late. Is now first player going to go down for the side of Water. Big Tilt and Straight is trying to work their way up. Ripstick, though, uses the flip. And now it is anyone's game here as Big Tilt and Straight is able to open up that first barrier. And that those abilities coming out from Big Tilt, not quite able to get anything. But instead, Conquer in the 1v1 able to open up both barriers, and now it is Storm versus the world, as that Vice is going to be able to keep it up for now, but has no barriers available. Open net for both teams. For Water.
For Water, yeah. I mean, Storm just getting pressured over and over again, and even Stray just came back to help, but Conquer, this X might be a little big, Potat. He might be a little scaled.
Yeah, X is one of those characters where you're really not that afraid of him until you have a reason to be. And right now is where you need to run and hide and scream your way all in that core. And oh my gosh, Tofu Fortress Dubu is a fair character, as that is going to get it out for now. And oh my gosh, Big Tilt, just incredible Oni's play to lock in the 13-second point. Chaos in erupts here in that 13-second point. And it's Water wet, able to take that point, get it all closer to being evened up. But for the time being, it is up to those forwards, Strategist and Big Tilt, to just get something going. Conquer uses that flip to get the core away, and now it is Angle Senpai and Conquer working their way up the field against this Big Tilt who's staggered, and very scary spot if you are literally anybody in this game, honestly.
Yeah, Big Tilt, he wants to get the core flip forced out of him. Conqueror does go out the field, and that's a welcome break if you're Water here. Big Tilt still has a recovery drone. Angle Senpai doesn't get taken off the field. Nice bounce from Strages using the pillar, but unfortunately, it's not an angle that's going to lead to a goal. Big Tilt wants to use the Oni's blade into a flip, and then the core slips through Tofu Fortress once again, but they still hold. Boss continue holding, and the banish comes through, but Conqueror is still there. Angle Senpai is still there. Angle Senpai just has to watch out for dying. Nice bell ringer from Kong, almost was disaster, but gets the kill onto Strages instead, and that's an energy-less rune. Whether the point ends here or it goes to set 5, and now it's Boss just wailing on the barriers in a great Storm. That means once again it's Conquer and Storm, and Conquer wins.
I don't know what happened there.
I mean, the offense from Boss, it might be short, right? They might not have prolonged creations, but they make it happen. Wow, I'm impressed.
I mean, just chaos galore happening there. I mean, I think Ruin Dubu is just a really funny thing, because you get whatever the heck that was that just happened.
Yeah. Who's gonna win, right?
Yeah, I mean, what is the core gonna do in that set right before, or in that point right before the last one here? We saw, that Tofu Fortress and that pillar having a fun little interaction, and then that final point of the game, we just saw so much more of the same thing. Just, I mean, Boss able to close it out though with all of the goals and all the saves. Ripstick, I think, had a little bit of fun there, just building the incredible Dubu Tofu Fortress comp setup, all that fancy stuff. So interesting last point of that game, but now it's Boss up 1-0 against Wet here.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, we gotta talk about. I mean, Ripstick just holding strong. I mean, sometimes with Angle Senpai, sometimes with Conk, but I mean, that was crazy. He held so many points. He's really proving that he's one of the top tier goalies in ISS, and that's gonna be the last we're gonna see of him here. But he's gonna be playing his heart out in hopefully Launchpad and the later NAS seasons. And yeah, wow, like I'm so impressed by the push that Boss held. Like, I mean, Stray just setting up the pillars, Big Tilt coming in with all his abilities, and Storm just layering on top of that. There's no doubt that Water had such a potent offense that if it was, I think, any other goalie, they wouldn't have been able to hold.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Ripstick might be a crazy player. All good. Just a bit of experience with Angle Senpai as well, as we mentioned earlier. And now looking at this game too, Ripstick doesn't even need to find it in one of those drafts. Doesn't need to surf through the needle in the haystack. Instead, we have that team player just right up available right now onto this Atlas Lab game. Also, that we are going to see missile propulsion. I would be down to see some like actual team combos or team passes, all sorts of fancy stuff here. But we'll see what's gonna happen here. Surely we'll get into drafting in a second.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the fact that Missile Pro is out with team player, I mean, it's. I wonder how it's gonna work. I mean, because usually it's like a goalie and a midfielder would be holding team player, and the brawler would be holding Missile Pro, right? Or like would be holding the not team player, right? But in this case, the brawler's other option is Missile Pro. So unless we see like a Luna brawler or something, I think it might be a little scuffed. But we do see Wet respecting Conquer on the X, banning it out. And we do see Boss banning Big Tilt's Kazan. So it's gonna be midfielder central here, and Angle Senpai on the Aimi with Strages on the Estelle, and they do take the Dubu away from Ripstick. My God, I mean, wait, no, Dubu is Ripstick. Oh my gosh, I'm so dumb. I'm sorry. Strages is the Aimi, and Angle and Ripstick get their favorite duo once again. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, two characters for 2 1-tricks that you need to ban away, and there's no way to stop it unless you have a Dubu player. And I know Storm doesn't like having to sit in that net, so I mean, not a whole lot of opportunities. Is now we're gonna see a very, I mean, honestly, Boss can't keep getting away with this, surely, as that's gonna be a Dubu, Estelle, and a forward that we don't see too terribly often with that Asher, picked up from not Big Tilt, Conquer, on that offensive line. In theory, it could also be the Dubu Brawler. I would be very happy to see either of those.
Right? I think this might be a flex. But I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of embarrassed. I am a sub for Boss. I don't know if Conqueror plays Asher. But if Missile Pro, like I said, if a brawler needs to take Missile Pro, I think Do Brawler on Missile Pro is pretty potent here. So it could be Conk on the Do Brawler. I will say it. But yeah, it looks like Boss gets kind of their way with the Dio red team pick again, picking the Frostfire backline, and this looks like another very damage heavy comp coming out from Wet or Water here. And it's that Luna waiting with the Missile Pro. It's looking a little scary here, Potat. I mean, how does Asher Dubu do in terms of against damage?
Asher, I see. I haven't play. I no Dubu for me. So I don't end up seeing this interaction too terribly often. But I will say, I think we've seen a lot of pauldrons come out from Ripstick in these past games. I think we've had we're at 3 pauldrons and one momentum boot so far. Just in this series in the games that we've casted.
Yeah.
But honestly, if Ripstick goes pauldrons, I think there's not a whole lot you can do. Asher though and Estelle, I believe I'm not too sure. I don't play at. I hate defense. I hate melee as a goalie. But I think the Asher also does have a few options, and it's going to be the Asher goalie actually for Ripstick. Conquer on that offensive side with that Dubu missile prop should be very fun to see. But yeah, as I was saying, that pauldron's going to give you a lot of opportunities for some of that defense, and I'm pretty sure that Dubu does have one of the higher health pools in the game, just because big fluffy hamster has a lot of protection, and we're already seeing it come out in full force. As Conquer going to be taken a bit low thanks to some really off the bat damage here, but at the same time going to open up both barriers from this defensive line of Water.
Oh my goodness, Conqueror just holding the Tofu Fortress even when Storm was right in front of him and uses it for a goal like that. I mean, Dubu Brawler, 0.1 working out so far.
Yeah, 0.1, I mean, we already shown up just a little bit, and now into 0.2, we are going to see Boss lose that first barrier Storm, though, the Luna versus Dubu in the defensive line, it's not seen too often, but you can see here it's a very, very unfortunate matchup for the Luna. And already, I mean, that's 19 points. Or not 19 points. I don't know where 19 seconds for that point. As now, I mean, Boss is up 2-0 against the side of Water, who does have a lot of energy, to be fair. But, I mean, that Luna matchup is such a bad matchup for the little Rocketeer, so we'll see what happens. Able to keep it away for now, but, I mean, Ripstick, you thought Ripstick was good on the Dubu. Now see Ripstick's main in that Asher, so we'll see what happens. And, oh my gosh, Tofu Fortress creates terrain.
I mean, if you're Boss, you're kind of feeling top of the world here. You're looking really strong in this first set, and this new brawler can scale more. I mean, this is looking really nice, but Conquer does have to get the goal in, and Luna, while she might have to concede barriers to the Dubu, when the net's open, it's going to be a little harder. Strategist does have energy now, just looking for a kill here. Big Tilt coming in, having to use... Oh, Conquer just wiggles out of all the projectiles here, but Big Tilt and Strategist still have their core flips, and that's what is going to matter. And, oh, the roll into Storm! Conquer! Huge first set for Boss here.
Yeah, I mean, Dubu as a character is just able to stand just right on top of that missile child, and I mean, we saw there, the missile propulsion wasn't even necessary in just the total and complete obliteration of Luna. There is now we're going to see Conquer rewarded with that specialized training, going to give so many opportunities for the KO them. Does pass up the opportunity for Adrenaline Rush, so none of those shenanigans to be picked up here. Instead, though, we do see picked up by Strategist, going to have far more cooldowns and far more rewards for getting a KO onto the side of Boss. But we'll see what happens here. Is now it's Big Tilt picking up nothing else left except for that Spark of Leadership, which isn't going to come in handy at all until maybe a later point. And also Angle Senpai picking up the Spark as well to match. Ripstick, though, also picking up a bit of speed in the peak performance, and Storm gets a nice save as barriers, though, are both open for the side of Water.
Yeah, nice primary from Asher, and just dynamize whatever effort Big Tilt wants to do with that primary. But Strategist is going to make it happen with the Cyber Swipe. Angle Senpai is back, though, so power play has ended. Granted, they got so much value out of it, and nice Rose Warp from Angle Senpai, and gets it, but Big Tilt with a great EI rush to answer as well, and now Water puts their name on the board.
Yeah, I mean, Water definitely down, but not out yet, as they're able to open up that barrier, get that first goal in the second set. I mean, they almost all have energy at pretty much the maximum that they can be. Big Tilt now getting it, and Stray just going to be up pretty soon. Storm, of course, having that flip available as well. If they're able to maybe take out Conquer, get something going, maybe they'll be able to see something happen, as now Stray is going to be able to get that Adrenaline Rush proc. And now it is all up to the forwards of Water to get something going. That's going to be 2 kills now. Stray just once again rocking that Adrenaline Rush, and Storm able to keep it up for now. It's a dangerous spot to be in with practically no evades. As Stray just going to use that flip, open up that second barrier, and it's an open map for both teams.
Yeah, great body block from Angle Senpai onto Storm, and the pass splitter from Ripstick is going to make sure Stray just doesn't get it. And Conquer just 1v1ing Storm. If the core slips out, you lose. And Water, you let the core slip out.
Yeah, I mean, that Luna just prides herself in being able to keep the core on the other side of the map, but as soon as the core gets into the hands of the Dubu standing right in your face, all of a sudden, the game becomes, can I, as, I guess, David versus Goliath, I guess? I don't know. this tiny character just trying to fight against this massive hamster, and if they're able to maybe get a kill, they could see something happen, but other than that, that's a Dubu that doesn't care that he is staggered, standing right in your face as Ripstick and Angle Senpai perform a bit of shenanigans, just getting some of that pressure away. But all of a sudden, I mean, there's not a whole lot you can do. On the meantime, though, Stray just gets the Adrenaline Rush proc for that crater, taking out Angle Senpai, and now it is all up to Water to get something going.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great play by Water. It's a little bit of an uphill battle, but they're making it count. They're killing Conk, they're killing Angle Senpai, and Yeah, I think it's been so long since I've seen a core flip from either of these teams. Energy economy being kept a little low.
Yeah, I mean, not a whole lot of energy to go around, but that is Storm and Stray just almost able to use their flip. Now Storm does use that flip, though, keeps it away from that second barrier. No real good awakenings or anything to get rid of that Dubu, though, and that's a scary spot to be in, unless, of course, you send that Dubu to the other side of the map for a few moments. But Conqueror does have a bait up. He is able to provide some pressure, and, I mean, not getting taken out yet by Big Tilt or Storm, as those abilities are all going to get this mash right into the base of that hamster. Not going to see anything happen out of it quite yet, though, as doesn't need to, and Conquer isn't getting taken off the map. At the same time, Big Tilt and Stratus are able to close out that point, and now it's a 3-1 set. It's all tied up here for Water. They don't want to go to a Grand Finals reset. They want to just keep it in this set here and now, as they are able to win that set and get reward with a stinger onto Big Tilt and Taro. Also, you got Storm hovering. That Twin Drive blocked away from Ripstick, though. I mean, Twin Drive, I've already said it many times. Love it on Asher as well. 1-2 Punch, though, is picked up for Storm. Could be a bit of a better opportunity for Get Off Me Tool coming out onto the Conqueror. But at the same time, that's a Dubu that's bigger with Recovery Drone against that Luna, who is no larger or anything than she was in that previous set. So you get that. It is even more just, Attack on Titan here, as you're trying to get so many kills, so much pressure onto the Dubu, who is just 3 times, 5 times larger than you ever will be. So we'll see what happens here. Both barriers down, though, for the side of Water, and I've been speaking too long, as that's going to go in, and Water just looking to take this game here and now.
Yeah, I mean, Water, the mandate has come down, and it's to kill people, and with the Stinger, with the Fight or Flight, with the 1-2, they have a lot more stuff that they can do. And Ripstick playing really well, though, linking it to Conqueror right there. The Law comes out, it slips through, but Angle Senpai is right there on it. The nuke comes down, forcing Angle Senpai to use their evade. Conqueror trying to get their cooldown. Tofu Fortress is used, and this time Fortress doesn't grief the second barrier. Storm, nice, quick core, but Big Tilt clears the black hole a little too early, perhaps, because Angle Senpai is there. I believe they have the primary. I believe they have the piercing shot. Just links to Conqueror, forcing Storm to use their core flip, get it out. Ripstick just evades preemptively and then clears the core out. And once again, it's back to Conk. 1v1. The Luna so big. The hamster just gets it through.
Yeah, I mean, while you were talking there, I just kind of locked in on Conqueror and Storm and was just kind of laughing internally about the fact that Conqueror is literally just standing on Storm, and in that matchup against Luna, that is what brawlers can do best, is literally just, if you are body blocking that Luna, there's not a whole lot she can do, and Conqueror, as I said earlier, is many times the size of that Rocket Child, so you gotta figure out something, and they are able to open up that first barrier, but that is both barriers down for the side of Water, and it's a very scary spot to be in. But ultimately, Ripstick and Angle Senpai are able to keep away that goal, as Angle Senpai gets a piercing shot to take out Big Tilt, and now it's all up to the side of Boss as they get the core into the net.
Yeah, I mean, huge plays from Boss. Angle Senpai and Ripstick once again holding, even getting a kill on Big Tilt, who I don't think he overextended, but he did somehow, and it's such a rough place to be in. And yeah, Boss just really looking to close it out and take the group reset. But the core slips through, though.
Yeah, core able to slip through that stalwart defense, but ultimately not enough, as both flips are going to be wasted. And now Ripstick, bit of misposition, uses that twin drive a bit too haphazardly, and now they're going to lose both barriers to a core flip from Storm. Conqueror also taken very low, as Water needs to get something going here against all these creation freaks, as they are able to close that out. Storm, nice little sneaky little core going straight past all of the fighting that's happening right above it, and now it is all tied up 1-1 in sets, 2-2 in points now, and it is up to Storm, Stratus, and Big Tilt to get something going. They gotta win this set here, or else it will be a very scary position for them to be in later on in the series.
Yeah, I mean, Conqueror gets the core out of the turret. Ripstick, great primary from the evade, and yeah, that Tofu Fortress is going to make Storm reconsider, just trying to hold that barrier. Straight is coming back in time, though, and Big Tilt flips right on top of Angle Senpai. Storm a little too far to make that dash work. Conqueror looking a little low though, so it's up to Big Tilt and Strages to really make sure Conqueror stays out of the picture for a bit. Strages a little too fast for Rips to catch up, and they're really looking to close out this set as Water, but not the Conqueror has to say anything about it, and a great dash from the Conqueror means that the Luna has to respect and fall back. Strages trying to cyber swipe on top. Cooldowns are out though, except for Oni's blade from Big Tilt. Engelsen by coming in, Conqueror gets out of black hole radius somehow and lives, but both forwards of Boss still looking really low. Imi turret coming down means Angel Senpai still has to stay up into the top corner. Oh, Tofu Fortress coming down. Specialized training means Luna dies, and the core slips through.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
the Conqueror
what?
has scaled on that Dubu, and that's the miss of propulsion specialized training coming out, getting that kill onto Storm on the Luna. I mean, that Luna has 0 prize fighter stacks, and you can tell why. It's because of that Boo, as that heavy impact is going to be picked up for the big hamster. And now we're going to see bulk up picked up for Storm. Not going to be too terribly much scaling, but you are going to get a bit more damage going. We also are going to see a second spark picked up for Engel Senpai. Spark of Agility, Spark of Strength now picked up. And I mean, at the same time, Big Tilt does get that super surge. Gonna be nice to have Ripstick with that Might of the Colossus. I mean, crazy awakenings picked up for everyone here. Ripstick though gets taken off the map instantly thanks to Storm's ultimate Crater Maker. 1-2 punch, bulk up, build diff, all of it. I don't know. And I mean, that's gonna be Conqueror getting taken out as well. Could be this spot. Damage is where they thrive. Could be the chance for Water to pull something out of their magic bag of tricks and get something going other than just flowing and Laminar Flow, as I like to harp on so much, like 4 or 5 different times in the past week. But that's going to be IME straight just taken off the map.
Yeah, I mean, huge kill from Engel Senpai, really stopping Water's offense in their track. Big Tilt also looking remarkably low here, and Conqueror, although he is low and staggered, it means that Water has to give up on their entire pressure to come back and kill Conk. Engel Senpai with the core flip as well, just going to use it immediately, but Big Tilt did read it. Conqueror is going to die here. Oh no, he lives, he dodges again, and now just entirety of Water just spamming all their skills trying to kill this Dubu, but he's going to live once again, and so this play around Conqueror isn't looking too threatening. This turret, though, is going to be a different story. Engel Senpai looking remarkably low, and now Conqueror and Engel Senpai looking low, and that's a little bit of a different story. The Big Tilt is looking really low as well. Everybody's looking so low, and Ripstick has to play a little bit of forward position. Still alive, though, and the Conqueror heals back up as Engel Senpai trying to look for a Quangle on Big Tilt. It's not going to happen. Black Hole from Big Tilt, though, it means that he is within kill distance. He's finally going to kill Conqueror. Engel Senpai rotating the core around, trying to get some life here. Stratus has energy. Engel Senpai has to use his last evade when he's so low already, but Barrier is equalized. Both nets are open, and finally Stratus connects and getting rotated around Big Tilt.
Crazy play from everyone here, but I think the side of Water has finally been able to figure out what the heck they're doing in this game, and that is KO them, as Storm has those 2 prize fighter stacks, and Stratus, we just saw, got that adrenaline rush proc. Storm, though, has so much damage and so much pressure, is able to send that core going flying into the other team and open up the first barrier, but that is going to be a Tofu Fortress coming out from Conqueror, and it's going to be able to not quite get anything yet.
Yeah, oh, whoa, the primary just kind of weirded out there or something, but I mean, that was great play from Water, right? Storm stood slightly away from the piercing shot, was able to react to the core and get it away, and then they got rewarded for it, and that's kind of huge.
Yeah, nice and big little pickup there, and now though that's gonna be Conqueror. That massive Dubu just right up in your face is that Luna, and you got a core flip up, but you're gonna have to burn it away in order to keep it away from that piercing shot from Engel Senpai. Now the Big Tilt with the EI rush is going to be able to take Engel Senpai off the map, going to be able to open up the barrier, and now Ripstick does get shot by that Crater Maker, but ultimately not gonna be able to get anything yet. Flip now burned. Ripstick just going flying up, saying, hey, this is my turn now. Not quite able to get anything out, though, as Storm and Big Tilt able to keep away for the time being, and now that's an open net for both teams in this potential final point of the set.
Yeah, great turret coming out from Strages. Unfortunately, the Glip Pop not quite as well, but oh, great reaction from Ripstick, and Storm makes move from this position, means that Kong can tie it in, and wow, I mean, Boss coming back from clutches of defeat on this set.
Yeah, I mean, Ripstick having a little bit of fun just flying up, but ultimately Water is still up 2-1 in points. They really just want to be able to close this out here and now, get something going. Storm not quite able to get the Luna dash punch, the Luna 1-2 proc, but is going to be able to just keep both barriers up for the time being. First barrier goes down and Conquer. Dubu able to open up that second barrier, and that's going straight on in thanks to the Tofu Fortress.
Yeah, I mean, this is a little wild. I will say, the fact that Boss tied up the set when it looked like so dire for them is absolutely huge. And now Storm is off the field. Great stall from Big Tilt, and Conqueror rotates it down to the corner where Strage is waiting. But he has core flip now, and he looked to get the barrier, take advantage of the barrier still being up to get a kooky angle. But unfortunately, wasn't successful. And now Storm coming back is going to get double kill here, and Ripstick all by his lonesome has to hold. They want to drain Ripstick of his resources. Big Tilt has his flip and used Strages using the cyber swipe. Ripstick wasn't able to evade, and now Water, we're going to a set 5.
Yeah, I mean, just crazy interactions all over the field, but ultimately set 5 now incoming, and that's looking like an extra special potentially being picked up for Storm on that Luna. I mean, we saw 4 prize fighter stacks onto Storm, but now we're gonna see if they can keep it going, keep those kills flowing, as Deadeye is getting picked up for Angle Senpai, probably blocking it away from Stratus on that Aimi pickup. Also, Primetime picked up for that Aimi. Should be nice to have, you know, you got more of those cooldowns as well, but that's going to be, I believe, oh no, that's the first size on Big Tilt. I think I was thinking about last game. Big Tilt going to pick up that Demolitionist, going to have a bit more size to work with, a bit more cooldowns as well if they can knock down some of those barriers from Ripstick, but, you know, that's going to be that Asher picking up that hot shot, going to have that core going 50 miles an hour is could be a bit of a scary spot. Stratus, though, almost gets taken out. That Cyber Swipe barely keeping him alive. Very scary spot here if you are the side of Water. Ripstick able to block away anything and everything, it feels.
Yeah, I mean, Conqueror is still alive, and that's always a good sign for Boss, as Big Tilt gets the core from Stratus, gets it through, but Ripstick can just primary anything that Zentaro wants to do, and Storm just knocked out of the way by the Summer Assault, trying to kill Angle Senpai with the Glitch Pop, with the Slice and Dice, with the EI Rush, but Angle Senpai lives. And now Conqueror, I think he's up here with a Tofu Fortress, just getting ready for the Angle to set up. And Angle Senpai has to play goalie a little bit, and Tofu Fortress comes out, takes Storm out, and that's a 0-stack prize fighter Luna. And nice roll into Stratus. Stratus very calm, reacts perfectly though. And Angle Senpai waiting for the Glitch Pop to go away. Cyber Swipe from Stratus taking advantage. That Conk is a little slow. Turret coming down, but Angle Senpai just returns the favor, and now Stratus taken off the field, and Conqueror puts it in the bag.
Oh my gosh. We saw Storm get taken out, and then Stratus got caught off guard by that co-angle from Angle Senpai. And now it is looking like it might be a boss all day, every day. Ripstick not quite getting taken out by that crater, by that whammy into crater combo coming out from Storm now, and that's a crucial misplay here. Is Storm no more abilities now after that boost is wasted. Big Tilt and Stratus able to open up that barrier, get something going, but that is such a big Dubu. Uses that Tofu Fortress, not quite for anything, but that's a flip up on that Dubu. This could be the end here.
Oh, great flip from Big Tilt after the Oni Blade, making sure the core is saved. Angle Senpai coming in with a piercing shot, has the flip now, and Conqueror coming in, and Angle Senpai now poised for a core flip on a 2-0 match point situation for Boss.
Match point, last opportunity for Water to get something going, prevent this Grand Finals reset, and this is all that they can do now. Stratus uses that Firewall Sentry to try and get something going. No barriers down, though, thanks to the stalwart defense of Angle Senpai and Ripstick. Ripstick running a bit too far forward. Icarus into the sun, as now they are going to lose that first barrier. Stratus and Big Tilt working their way up the field. Storm going to use that crater, actually keep it away for the time being from his own team. But that is going to be Stratus locking in that Adrenaline Rush kill onto Angle Senpai, getting something going. There's a flip up now for that Aimi. This could be what they need if they're able to get something down onto Ripstick, onto this side of Boss.
Yeah, Ripstick goes off the field. Stratus great glitch pop with the Luna you layered on, but unfortunately the core the most important part isn't there. Angle Senpai just already half health from Missile, and the EI rush with a Stinger, I mean, Storm was only to take it off there, so a little bit of a missed synergy there from the side of Water, but Angle Senpai still kept low and kept away from the play, and that's what's going to matter. Big Tilt does have to use the Oni's Blade to confirm the kill, though, but Ripstick can clear now that that's out, and the Imi turret coming down once again with the Mute coming out, but this time both players had to evade, and the Tofu Force coming out. Weird little angle. Angle Senpai barely back in time to make another power play, but still, Strage is able to take it in overtime.
Down, but not quite out for the side of Water now, as they're able to close out that first point that they need in order to maybe get this game back into their own hands. Big Tilt does have a bit of pressure going, and that Demolitionist is going to come in big, super handy. Going to get a lot of cooldowns back up as both barriers down now for the side of Boss, and that's going to be Angle Senpai taking on the field.
Yeah, a little bit too eager to collapse on Conquer. It perhaps seems like they lost their chance to score, but this might be it. Big Tilt dashing in. He has a core flip. Angle Senpai is back soon. Ripstick really wanted to kill Big Tilt there and looked really possible, but still, core being kept away from Big Tilt. Storm has a core flip as well, and now Conquer is taken off before he can use his ever-important Tofu Fortress, as Storm and Big Tilt both have the core flip, and he's going to use it onto Ripstick now through the EI rush, and it's all tied up. It's 2-2. We're set 5.5.
Yeah, really good saving of those abilities and all those cooldowns from the side of Water. This is really what they need here, is they just need one more point now in order to close out the game. Straight is with a great glitch pop going to take Angle Senpai off the map now in, I believe, a 4 KO streak. And that's going to be Big Tilt and Straight is working their way up the map. 2 flips available for the side of Water. This could be what they need here. Conqueror almost taken out. Ripstick looking super low as well.
Angle Senpai is back, though, and that lets them hold the power play and even take a barrier of their own, but all 3 members of Boss are battered and bruised with no energy. Conqueror super low, does use the Summer Assault, and Ripstick does hold. Conqueror not taken off the map, and he's going to use the log. Unfortunately, misses the Luna, but Conqueror is still alive, and that's all that the Dubu needs. He's going to start healing back, even dodges the missile, and now Ripstick and Angle Senpai, the backline of Boss, holding strong on the other side. Conqueror super cognizant of his staggered state. Knows he's low on Stinger. He gets the stagger back, but the Stinger keeps pushing him backwards, and Storm and Strage is just staying back, making sure Conqueror can't heal up, but that does mean Big Tilt has to do offense on his own all the way across the map. Coming in is the Conqueror with the log. The Sad Boys angle hit. Unfortunate situation if you're the Dubu. Finally, Boss find a chance with Strage's trapped behind the Tofu Fortress. And Angle Senpai does use the core flip to secure that, but that means Big Tilt is the only one in the lobby with a core flip. Great hold from Ripstick with the Luna and Yuke as well. But now Big Tilt, he has it. Angle Senpai with the Rose Warp. Conqueror once again 1v1 against Storm, and he's gonna win it. Boss resets the bracket.
Insane final to close out this series for Boss, and now all of a sudden brackets reset. Everyone in this final bracket has lost a series at this point, which means that now it is make or break time for both of these teams. Water and Boss each need to win 2 series. Whoever wins that second series first, whether it's a 3-0, whether it's a 2-0 or a 2-1, is going to win ISS number 4. And it's looking good for Boss. They need 2 wins, Conquer with 12 out of 13 possible goals in that game. Didn't even need that 13th goal, though, as Angle Senpai and Ripstick got 5 and 2 assists on those goals as well. I mean, Dubu lore, I mean, Conquer just might not have been able to be conquered, if that is the correct term. As I mean, looking at all these numbers, Ripstick, Angle Senpai, and Conquer just were able to hold it down and get these games going, and insane plays from both of these teams. But ultimately, that's going to be Boss closing out the series, and now it's going to be the true finals, grand finals reset time.
Yeah, I mean, Water, they have to reevaluate their strategy, I think. They lost on their map. They lost on Boss's map. So they really want to be figuring it out. And this break time is going to be what Water needs. And, you know, we need a break too. So we're going to be right back. And when we're back, this is going to be the grand finals bracket reset for whoever wins ISS 4.
See you soon.
Hello, and we're back. Grand Finals reset. ISS 4 versus Water and Boss, and it's been a long night, Potat. And this is it. This is the final series. There's no more after this. Someone's gonna win. Someone's gonna lose, and we're on Clarion Test Chamber.
Yeah, I mean, both me and Pato here have gotten our water, and now we're gonna see if water can get their W. So it's gonna be water and water wet against boss. Once again here in this, yeah, as you said, final series of the night and of the season. Until of course next season when we see neither of these teams actually, as both of them are going to be graduating, but we'll see who's going to come out of this graduation with a W. And yeah, as you said, CCC, and actually on the backline here for games 2 and 3, we got we got Atlas's lab, and then Tycho Temple. I keep trying to add Test Chamber to what I'm saying, but nope. It is CTC, Atlab, and then Tycho, and then as we saw in that previous series, it was actually Tycho, Atlab, and then Clarion Test Chamber. So a bit of a reversal here, and we're gonna see if water can reverse some of the way that the world has been working out in this ISS season. I have no clue what I'm saying anymore. Take it away, Pata. We got Glass Cannon and Spark and Focus.
Yeah, I definitely think this is a less crazy of starting Awakenings than last time. Like, we've seen Heavy Impact Hotshot star, we've seen Team Player Missile Pro star. I mean, it's been crazy. But this time it's a little toned down. The starting Awakenings are a little toned down, so drafts are going to be more important. I think what's also important is that Water, they like the maps they're playing on. Their games are going close. Like, I don't think they see a huge need to change what they're good at, and I respect them for that. You know, like, but the map pick, they're like, we'll try Clarion Test Chamber since we didn't get to try it last time, but we still want Tycho Temple, right? Their comp, they're also like, we're gonna kill today. We're gonna pick the Vice. We're gonna pick the Room. We're gonna pick the X. So it's nice, like, seeing Water kind of stay true to their form. And obviously, you know, if you're Boss, why fix what's not broken? Except for Angle Senpai, who's on the Luna. So this is really cool.
Yeah, I think this should be pretty interesting here. The X is a bit of an interesting pick from Big Tilt in that Dubu Ripstick has a very good matchup into the X, but at the same time, that Vice and that X can work together to just take Dubu off the field, and all of a sudden, hey, guess what? You a goalie to defend against you anymore. So we'll see what happens here. Storm, though, I don't even know where that middle orb went, is going to be picking up that orb in the middle, but really quick goal, doesn't care about the orb getting taken, as Angle Senpai and Conqueror are going to be able to close out that first point against the side of Water.
Yeah, it looks like they got their power spike, their level 2 power spike early, and they used it to their advantage, and now Water, it's up to them to kind of hit level 2 as well. Ripstick does really try to hit level 2 with that roll, but it doesn't work out. The Banish comes in, and now Linked Strages still has his Supernova. Ripstick's still level 1. There's no Tofu Fortress if Water can pile on the pressure.
Yeah, we're gonna see Ripstick now unlocking that Tofu Fortress. Big Tilt, though, doesn't have any X Maximus to his name, so we'll see if he's able to unlock that. Stratus, though, gonna be able to get a nice little power chord primary combo, and it doesn't actually end up being used, as it's gonna open up the barrier, but Big Tilt's gonna run in with that Bull Rush and capture that nice little goal onto Ripstick's Dubu. So I think here, what we're really wanting to see is going to be Stratus and Big Tilt working together, kind of dismantling this defense. And if you're covering all of those options that Dubu has to kind of clear away from you, that's when you're going to be able to get maybe some opportunities for some pressure. But in the meantime, that is going to be Conqueror taken super low here, knocked out actually thanks to that power chord and the pillar from Stratus and Storm. And that's going to be a flip available as well on Big Tilt, going to be in the 1v1 versus Ripstick, who also has that flip available now.
Yeah, Ripstick has to hold alone once again. Conqueror is back though, but slices and dices straight into the pillar. It does go away though. It's not a super souped up rune like it was. Oh my goodness, Angle Senpai, great find onto the X, and that's going to be a power play for Boss all of a sudden. Great dash in as well. Good boost from the Lunas. Conqueror passing backwards. I think he wanted to use the Atlas variant. Unfortunately, it didn't work out quite how he wanted it to. And Straight is power cording through Ripstick. Unfortunately, he doesn't get the barrier. Supernova a little too late on the release. Ripstick has to kind of 1v3, but he finds it, and Angle Senpai just boosts the core past Storm.
Oh, I don't know. That did show up on stream. That core went in right as Storm struck it, and that core actually went right back up in that goal. But it doesn't matter, as we're going to see Boss take that second point for themselves, or take the third point for their second point that they now have, if that makes sense. And now, I mean, Angle Senpai gonna have to burn that boost to get that core away for the time being. That is Stratus and Storm both with a flip available, so it should be interesting seeing what they're able to maybe pull off here. Is Big Tilt keeping it out for now. Conquer maybe getting pummeled just a little bit thanks to that X, but Stratus and Big Tilt both taking super low. Big Tilt standing in that Obscura pool, maybe a bit too long, taking a lot of damage onto that X, but for the time being, it will last as Angle Senpai uses that boost. Flip has to be burned from Storm, and that's going to go straight in.
Yeah, I mean, Obscura, huge ticks from Obscura, but Big Tilt makes still stays alive. Storm uses the flip, but still ties it up 2-2.
Yeah, it's all tied up now in this first set here. This is what both teams need. They just gotta close it out right here and now. They want to get that scaling going, especially with the fact that there are 5 sparks on the board versus that 1 glass cannon onto Storm. So we shall see who is able to get this ramping up, who's able to get this spark scaling going, but that is going to be 1 barrier down for the side of Water now, and it's going to be up to Storm here to maybe keep this core away from their net. Ripstick has to burn that somersault to keep the core away. Would have probably been a twofer if not. Stratus, though, going to be able to get a nice supernova into power chord, and that is Conquer taken off the field. It's up to Ripstick and Angle Senpai now to maybe get something going in this 2v3, but that is going to be the double barrier from Big Tilt, and now that's open net for the side of Boss.
Yeah, the net is wide open. Ripstick, unfortunately, not enough energy, and now Big Tilt trying to rotate around, but Angle Senpai boosts on in there. With the Oni's Blade, Boss is able to take their second barrier as well. The Bell Ringer not quite in the nice angle, but Luna nuke on top of the little like speaker things. That's huge set for Boss.
Yeah, that's gonna be a big pickup if you are Boss. The entire team ended up going Sparks, and that's going to be a Spark of Agility. Not actually rewarded because we're gonna block away that heavy impact from the Vice. So ultimately, I think that's a bit of a really unfortunate draft win in this draft, because now that's going to be Vice, who has that heavy impact blocked away, but also is going to go Spark, actually. Now it's going to be Spark. I'm focusing on the Spark. That's going to be Spark picks up for Conquer. Missile Propulsion picked up for Ripstick on the Dubu. That's going to be those Tofu Fortress going flying everywhere. We're also going to see Prize Fighter picked up for Big Tilt on that X. Should be very fun for getting those KO thems going. And final, big things to note, Storm did pick up that Castle Ash. Should be pretty nice to have. A pretty good thing that you can use now. But oh my gosh, that's a double kill for the side of Water.
Yeah, I mean, this Atlas Lab variant, didn't pop, actually still had a little bit left on it. Ripstick rotates the core around expertly, but there's a limit with the Supernova being layered on. It's going to be really rough. Nice rotate from Angle Senpai, but the variant coming out, Stray just threatening to pop it at any time, but it's Boss who uses it to their advantage. They take the first one, and now they're going to get the second one with the Slice and Dice EI Rush coming out for Conqueror. Great hold from the room, but Conqueror is able to slip it in. Angle Senpai, what a great pass as well.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that's a crazy first point, as it looked fully in the hands of Water there, but ultimately they weren't able to keep it going, as now that is the first point going over to the side of Boss, even against the double take. Chain Lightning, though, I don't know where that came out, actually, but that is going to be Stratus, though. That Vice picking up the middle orb, and that's going to be a big Vice with a lot more cooldowns now going right at you with those strikes. Not going to be able to get anything quite yet, but that is going to be Conqueror taken very low here in this point.
Oh, Conqueror lives, though. He's going to get the orb, and the X Maximus coming out from Big Tilt. It's not going to do anything. The Rune pillars it up, but Angle Senpai's right there.
Angle Senpai just catching what feels like everything on that Water throws at them, and now that's going to be up 2-0, 1-0 in points and then sets. And I mean, this is really what you want to see here if you are Boss. You've gotten your playstyle down, you know exactly what you want, what you're looking for, and I mean, this is all they need here is Barrier 1 goes down for Storm, Barrier 2 almost taken by Conquer, but great saves with just a strike coming out from that rune. And now Big Tilt with that flip could be trying to get something going. Takes out Ripstick off the field, but Whammy might be taking back a bit of that pressure. Conquer, though, and Angle Senpai both on that back line. Not able to keep it away for now as Trey is able to take the barrier, and that's an open net for the side of Boss.
Yeah, I mean, that was a huge point for Water, and if they need more points like this, right? They need more points where they pressure on damage. They need more corner offense, more pressuring Ripstick out. But I think if Ripstick doesn't die, I think it's he just holds this.
Yeah, I think if Ripstick, I mean, that was a really good catch from Big Tilt, but ultimately Ripstick should not have been down there. I think maybe playing Dubu goalie for almost 5 games in a row at this point, or I mean, all 5 out of 6 right now games might be making Ripstick just a little bit crazy. But all good though, as we're gonna see Big Tilt take out the Conquer on that Zentaro, and that's gonna be the flip used from Storm. Maybe getting some pressure going, just trying to get it past this Ripstick defense. Able to get it out for now, but that's no evade on Ripstick anymore. And that is going to be the clear for the time being. Bouncy House, though, means that anything can happen, as Angle Senpai is actually able to get the clear out, and Conquer opens up both barriers now from the side of Water.
A huge play from Conqueror. Ripstick somersaults in, making space, but a little bit of a missed angle from Big Tilt. Unfortunately, doesn't get past Ripstick, and Strage is looking to get the power cord up, and Conqueror's not dead. He actually walks away from the pillar damage, which is huge for him. He's going to be able to survive a lot longer. Secondary coming out from Strages, but isn't able to find the angle to reposition himself, and when he does, Ripstick just hits it away. And now Conqueror's set up with 1v1 with Storm constantly, and Boss just doing so well, taking 2 sets to none.
Yeah, this could be curtains for the side of Water here. They have to figure out what they can do, how to figure out how to counteract this offense and defense from Boss. I mean, it's looking like peak performance that all sides of the triangle are perfectly strong, and that is going to be a specialized training pickup for Angle Senpai. Could be really scary here if you are anybody that isn't Boss. I mean, as well, we're going to see Sparkle Leadership triple spark taken now for Conqueror. This is such a scary spot to be in if you are on the side of Water. Ripstick as well, you know, that tried and true team player. Every single Awakenings that we've just seen picked up is insane for the players on Water, or on Boss now, and I think Water just doesn't have anything to counteract that. Maybe if they can get some damage going thanks to that Big Tilt Super Surge, but that's about all they got really for some of that pressure, some of that damage, and it is literally just all up to the side of Water to see if they can do something, anything to counteract this offense from the side of Boss.
Conqueror's wiggling, and he's alive. I mean, he's gonna get it through Storm. No, he has to use a flip, but Oni's Blade does come out. Angle Senpai now is the one who has to wiggle. He does have 2 evades, though, I believe, in Big Tilt. Kind of bull rushes to nowhere because Angle Senpai just dipped out immediately. 1v1 once again, but Stratus is back on the defense this time to help with the backline. Angle Senpai waiting for the pillar to come out, and it does, and he's just gonna try to hit it around Big Tilt using the boost coming out. Luna Nuke layered on. Unfortunately, the Slice and Dice holds the core for a little too long, so the Luna Nuke doesn't kick it in, but Ripstick with the core flea is just gonna try and find a nice little angle. Oni's Blade coming out from Conqueror, linking it to Angle Senpai, who has the, that's gonna be really dangerous with the Supernova. Enough evade from both forwards of Boss to hold it, and now Ripstick does have no energy, but Big Tilt also is having trouble finding an isolated situation, and the Rune Pillar almost gets it through. The Luna Nuke coming out. Storm took half health from that. That's a crazy strong play from Angle Senpai coming out, and Big Tilt now is prone to getting bullied with that low, and Great Banish might be what they need here, as well as the Spirit Bear, but the Rune Pillar, the core just slips through in between the Rune Pillar and the goal, and Boss leading their momentum.
Yeah, the momentum just keeps going as Storm, very unfortunate angle on that Rune Pillar, was able to sneak it through once, but unfortunately the reverse sneak through on that pillar means that there is going to be curtains on that previous point. Now Conquer has that middle barrier, middle orb, going to be super in handy as now the flip available. Both barriers down from the side of Water, and that's going to go straight in from Conquer. The flip, that's last camera action for this point. I keep making the reference, but there is no reference to reference, as Water maybe looking a little stale here in this potential final point of the game.
Yeah, I mean, you missed the water is dry joke, but it's okay, Potat. We'll take over. Conqueror is looking really low. Luna Yu coming down. Storm once again takes half health, but Vanish is on the boss, who has to deal with a really damaging Strategist. Conqueror is just running for his life around Big Tilt, but does get energy back. Angle Senpai is now low and in the radar of the X. The Atlas variant is dangerous, so holds it with the Oni's Blade. Does Conqueror. Storm has core flip though, and great dash in from Angle Senpai, and then Toku Fortress unfortunately used slightly at a late time, but Big Tilt finds the kill onto Angle Senpai, and this is just what Water needs to get the play going, the power play, and the Atlas variant triggered by Storm. Great plays coming out from Water, and that's their map as Stray just knocks it in.
Yeah, they've been able to prevent one gold now, but ultimately there's still another one that Boss needs to score and another 8 that the side of Water needs to score. So this is still a very scary spot. They're going to open up that first barrier though. Storm going to clear away a second barrier thanks to that pillar though. And now Big Tilt second kill onto Angle Senpai in 2 points now. Conquer uses that Borg flick though in order to get it away from the goal. Get the first barrier down. And now that's Big Tilt, Ripstick working their way up, just trying to get this core going. And Big Tilt, Ripstick clears it away. Big Tilt not able to get anything going, as now it's all up to Storm here to close this out. Stop something.
This EI rush, and it's gonna be it. I mean, Boss just finds the win over Water on Claire on Test Chamber, and once again, they find themselves in an advantageous position because this was Water's map. This is what they wanted, and this is what they thought that they could take over Boss. So we're going back to Atlas Lab, which is Boss's pick. And Bosses look so comfortable on that lab.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's just so much scaling, so much everything that we're seeing here from Boss. At some point, you gotta figure out what you can do against that Ripstick goalie. Angle Senpai and Ripstick just working together so well, as we've mentioned every single time so far, it feels. And ultimately, there's just not a lot of KOing coming out as well from a set of Water. I think that Water isn't boiling quite yet. No kills really picked up, only 10. And with a kill comp, at some point you want to see maybe 10 on one player, but more than that as well, I guess. But I mean, not too it feels like they are getting some kills, but at the same time, I just don't think Water has the coordination right now to just solidify these kills for themselves in a spot that's going to be useful, because a lot of these kills are coming out at points when Ripstick has every cooldown up, and when the side of Water doesn't. And it felt like Ripstick just in a lot of those situations had so many opportunities to just kind of clear it away, and there were no cooldowns, nothing available for the side of Water to really do anything to counteract those out clears from Ripstick. So we'll see what the adaptation is in this next game. Here on AtLab, we're going to see Glass Cannon and Super Surge picked up for those starter awakenings. And as we get into the draft, is there anything crazy you're thinking about seeing here?
I think surely we're gonna see like Aimes and Taro here. Both teams have fours that can use the Zentaro. Both teams have fours that's gonna use the Aime, and Super Surge sounds like a really good place to use it. Glass Cannon coming out, I thought would be pretty important to the goalies, but last game actually Ripstick didn't take the Glass Cannon; he took a Spark instead. So now I'm kind of wondering if I'm wrong on Glass Cannon. Is it not a strong awakening anymore? Is everybody gonna be taking Super Surge? What's the deal here?
It is totally a strong awakening. I don't know why Ripstick didn't take it.
Okay, my bad.
I mean,
Wait,
that is just the Glass Cannon brain rot, though, ultimately. And I mean, also as someone who's been using Momentum Boost probably way too often for his own good, I think the Glass Cannon is also really, really good. But in the meantime, we are going to see that Zentaro banned away from Water. Boss, in the meantime, is going to be banning away that Kazan, which I guess Big Tilt block. But guess what I'm seeing here again? It's gonna be 6 for 7, I think, on the Dubu from Ripstick.
Ripstick's on Dubu duty all day, except for that one game where he played Asher.
Yeah, I mean, 100% attendance rate from on Dubu in this game, and actually, we could potentially be seeing a second Asher pickup here, but 100% attendance from Dubu.
Oh,
We'll see maybe a Dubu brawler for the second time coming out from Conquer, but now I mean, Boss has been pulling out their shenanigans, shenanigans and mischief. I like to say is the Dubu brawler was there once. We could see it again. Ripstick. I mean, everyone knows Ripstick for his Asher. And his Dubu is coming out in full force tonight. So we'll see what all they end up going forward with. But in the meantime, on the other side for Water, that's going to be that Imi, and that Luna, and that X. It might be looking like another Dubu brawler into Luna goalie.
it might
And
be,
we saw
yeah,
how well that worked out.
for sure. And Storm willingly picked the Luna into this Dubu, who has already shown that it could be a brawler flex pick. So maybe that's like a middle draft thing for Boss. Maybe they picked it for Ripstick, but then they saw the Luna goalie and maybe they'll give it to Conk, or maybe Conk will play Asher because Asher's pretty good into Luna too, right? But I do like the X pick over the Zen pick against a potential Asher goalie, because I feel like Zen just gets stonewalled so much harder, and X at least can scale a little more. So we'll see if that makes a meaningful difference, but we'll definitely have to see if it's a Do Brawler this time. But also the starting awakenings, right, Potat? Last time it was a Missile Pro on Do Brawler. This time it's going to be what? Is it going to be Glass Cannon or is it going to be a Super Surge? Either way, it's less impressive, I feel.
For the shenanigans and mischief, it is going to be a Super Surge. If they're locking in, if they're saying, hey, we played a lot of matches tonight, I want to go to bed. Which it is either midnight or past midnight for a lot of these players. I think that might just be, hey, let's end this out now. Let's take the glass cannon. Let's just get this damage, get this pressure, get this speed going, and let's close it out. But once again, for the shenanigans, if they happen to go Super Surge, I wouldn't be surprised, Now, though, we are going to see Ripstick picks out, actually, that glass cannon on the Dubu, and I'm surprised. I think, honestly, for Storm, that pickup would be the better pickup would be glass cannon as a Luna goalie player myself, but at the same time it is going to be just an instant kill onto Angle Senpai, who uses that Super Surge, maybe flies a little too close to the sun and gets taken out immediately. But I mean, Conquer gonna be on the Asher. We haven't seen it yet tonight. Ripstick going 6 for 7 now onto that Dubu, so we'll see how it plays out, because it hasn't already played out incredibly so far. But yeah, so interesting start here. This big tilt though, going to be super low on the health bar and actually going to lower Conquer down. But Angle Senpai going to get that barrier done.
Oh, Sapboy's Angle coming out immediately, and nice hold with the secondary, waiting for Conk to come in, and now Supernovaing, layering it in, and Storm has to use the Luna nuke, has to use the evade, has to use all of the resources, shares the orb with Conqueror though, which lets him live a little bit, and even boosts out of the way of that secondary. So really good plays coming out from Storm, really making sure that Luna goalie isn't going to get overwhelmed. And now it's Shades and Big Tilt trying to fight against this massive defensive duo of Angle and Ripstick. And they've been playing together for so long and so well that they can just get the core through. They just like rotate the core around each other and get it through. And now with the pass splitter coming in with the primary, Storm still holds. Impressive plays, and Big Tilt even reads Ripstick's fast core flip here. And now Strages with the core flip is going to get past. Second barrier open with a power play, and now it's going to be a 3v1 for Ripstick and just get it around the Dubu.
But we've seen their playstyle come into play now in this first point, as they're able to get a lot of kills going and ultimately close out that first point thanks to the 1v3 that Ripstick would have had to perform. But this is something that they need to do another 8 times in order to figure out what they're doing. They are going to pop the black hole, get Angle Senpai just off the map though. This is what they really need to see. They really need to get these kills going, get some of this damage and everything solidified onto this Dubu and this Asher and this Vice, but I think they really just need to get these 3v1s going. If they can get these kills, second kill now on the black hole. So far at this point, this is really what they want to see. They just got to keep it going, keep something going. I'd be happy if they won. But they really gotta get these kills going and earn their keep, on this field.
Yeah, I mean, Angle Senpai finds the core from out of Big Tilt's hands, and this black hole's been so scary from Boss. Nice rotation. Oh, didn't come out from Angle Senpai, unfortunately. It's slight too late on the secondary, and nice intercept from Storm is going to set them up for a 2-0 lead. And Water's looking different on this iteration of Atlas Lab.
Yeah, they figured out what they need to do, what they want to do, and that is KO the other team, KO them. But, I mean, so far it's working out in their favor. I do think as health bars go up and damage stales out, I think there is an opportunity for Boss to just keep themselves in this game. But at the same time, that is going to be both barriers down now, and that's a Ripstick taken off the field. Storm now has to get it just past Conquer, and Angle Senpai is Angle now taken off the field, and now it is a 1v3.
Yeah, Ripstick, nice extra pass, and Conquer slightly too low to react, but I mean, how can you blame him when it's a 1v3? And Water, yeah, they're definitely coordinating kills a lot better, and they're gonna hopefully they can keep up the momentum. And Luna immediately to Missile Pro.
Yeah, it should be a very nice pickup to have. Missile propulsion going to be taken just right away for Storm on that Luna, and now that's gonna be Stinger picked up as well for Strategist. It looks like the damage numbers are not going to be stopping getting up there anytime soon, unless of course you are Big Tilt, who has to settle for that peak performance. That does provide the opportunity for maybe a bit more scaling if you're able to pick up that bulk up, get a lot more damage onto the board for yourself. That is also Angle Senpai taking that first spark in what could potentially be a very nicely scaling setup, but oh my gosh, almost gets taken off the map immediately. That Stinger is going to be terrible things for Angle Senpai's health bar. As I'm seeing those forwards just now hitting level 3 as the entire roster of Water is now reaching level 4 and getting to level 5 sooner or later here. So we'll see what all happens, as that's going to be Angle Senpai taken off the board, and Conquer and Ripstick just trying to keep the core away from their final barrier in this first point.
Yeah, I mean, great defense from Conquer and Ripstick as well. Angle Senpai coming back up, but again, like you said, like less touching the core, less levels means less, everything, less stats, and it's looking really rough here for Ripstick as he has no evade left, and Conquer and Angle Senpai both kind of positioning a little more offensively, and next X Maximus is going to be the end of Ripstick. There we go, Storm with the core flip as well to secure it. Water really want to win this, and they really need to win this.
Yeah, they've lost 3 in a row. They gotta get something now, and this is the perfect start to their scaling that they're gonna need. That first point now as well taken for the side of Water, as Strategist is gonna go right up on in there with that cyber swipe. Conquer though going to be able to use that primary, use that breakthrough to close out our shield beam in order to close out both those barriers. And now that's an open net for the side of Water. Might not matter though, as Storm flying on in using that boost, trying to get something going.
Yeah, Conquer walking it through though with the primary, just gonna nail it in. And once again, Water, if you let the core slip, it's gonna get through.
Yeah, maybe the Water's making the core a bit too slippery, but you gotta use that Water, typhoon it up, get some kills, get more pressure going. No. But that's not enough to see, as Angle Senpai going to use a power cord, send it right through Storm, and lock in a 7-second goal for Bosses. Oh, it's looking scary now for Water. They look so comfortable on that first point, and now it might be falling apart, but that is going to be a kill onto Conquer, and now it's the power play once again. We'll see if it can keep going between Strategist, Big Tilt, and Storm.
Yeah, huge dash pop from Strategist, getting it in. They even wanted to get the double barrier. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get it. Ripstick makes some heroic saves, and Storm a little too far away, but nice cyber swipe into the core flip. Big Tilt looking a little low. Ripstick wants to take advantage of it, but he is going to get value and win with the X Maximus. Conquer has to use his evade, and Strategist, nice timing, but a great Summer Assault, not enough. And now set 2 is getting really competitive.
Yeah, it's closed in a whole lot, but that is bigger health bars for allotted to the side of Boss now that they're all level 4. It's the same time though, Strategist and Storm level 6, and Big Tilt slowly gaining that XP, getting up there. But that is going to be the first barrier going down for the side of Water. Could be a bit scary here as that second barrier is going down. Ripstick going to use that somersault to get something going. But that's only one barrier down for the side of Boss. The open net now for Water could be a bit scary, but Big Tilt's going to be right up on in there. Maybe getting that barrier down. Yep, that's both goals open. And Ripstick just going to try and keep this core out. But Storm with that boost is going to be pretty scary.
Oh, huge clear from Angle Senpai now. Storm has to use his core flip, and it's the final point. No holds barred. Angle Senpai and Conqueror gets it 1v1 situation. Secondary coming down. Angle Senpai a little too far back to make a splash there, but Lunanu coming down is going to force energy out, and Strages wins the strike war. There we go. Water leading 2-1. I think this is the first time they have been so poised to take a game.
Yeah, they took those first 2 sets now, and they're only one away from getting themselves back in this series, back in the game, as here we are now going into set number 3. For the draft, we're going to see Timeless Creator picked up for Strategist on that. I mean, bit of an interesting pickup there, but I'm not going to complain about it too much. Deadeye as well picked up, drafted for Storm. Doesn't really matter that they got that they let that specialized training get through, as now you got a Luna who has everything, missile propulsion, and Deadeye just going to be pummeling the other team, the opposition. That is also going to be a built different for Big Tilt on the X. Going to be a lot more pressure with that damage and that size. Could be a little scary for that Boo who hasn't had any more size increase. Now it's going to be an even matchup in terms of big character. So we'll see how that all plays out. Conquer, though, looking staggered. Not going to be able to get anything for now, as Ripstick flying a bit too close to the sun. Going to lose that second barrier. Both goals open for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, huge walk up there, but once the Tofu Fortress ended, and I think Conquer almost killed Storm there with the primary, but Storm kind of slipped through, and that let the core slip through, and this time it's Water's turn to take advantage of that.
Yeah, Water really is really going to get something going here, as they're able to get that first point. Now that first barrier going down as well for the side of Boss. Conquer looking super low, orb taken away. Stolen away by Angle Senpai. Now both barriers down for the side of Boss. This is very scary here as Conqueror gets taken out. No more recovery drone for that action.
Black hole! Conqueror's walking in danger territory, and that's gonna be that's gonna be a bad roll from Ripstick, and now it's match point from Water.
Oh my gosh, Ripstick getting a bit having a bit too much fun there on that secondary, and that somersault going to be curtains for that point, as now it's going to be Water coming in, maybe getting some laminar flow going. They've gotten their flow started, and now it is up to them to get this core in the net for one final time in this game. Both barriers down now, though, for Water. It could be the chance for Boss to step it up, get something going. Storm has to use that flip to get it out, but it's all Big Tilt against Ripstick now.
A great stop to the Glitch Pop's core redirect from Angle Senpai. Now Conk 1v1 redirecting it through. Unfortunately, a flick was a little too far out of the way, and Boss are definitely feeling the heat. Ripstick rotating it to the top side with Angle Senpai secondary, but Strategist has enough room to get it out, and Storm uses dash, but Ripstick also uses his somersault. Strategist has a core flip though, and Conqueror looking a little low. He can be bullied coming in. Ripstick has to use a core flip now. X Maximus Big Tilt coming in with the Luna ult. Unfortunately, Big Tilt uses a little bit of waste there, but Conqueror gets it through. And so Boss get a little bit of a lifeline here.
Yeah, they're alive for now, but this is what they were seeing. This is what they did to the Water in the previous part of the game, or in the previous set, your previous game. Oh my gosh, up 1 point away from winning is Water, and now it's all up to 8 total points required from the side of Boss to win this game out. That is going to be Conquer taking very low. Storm able to keep it up for now, is going to use that boost, scare Ripstick a little bit, and ultimately make Ripstick burn any evasion, any potential for staying alive here, as Conquer is on that staggered bar, has no more health left available. Going to see if we can, if Conquer gets taken out. Flip though, burn from Storm. It's going to be a scary spot for everybody here, as Conquer looking super low, might get taken out. Not quite though, really good path splitter from that Asher to keep it away for now. Both barriers now down for Boss, and this could be it for this game.
Yeah, Ripstick finds a nice clear down, but Big Tilt's gonna nail it in, and that's a Water victory for what seems like the first time in ages. But now this is the one that matters, right? So there's only one left. This comes down to the final game.
Yeah, we saw Boss win 3 games in a row, and now all of a sudden it's not wet. Water's turn. to get something going, as Storm's going to pick up that game MVP in just that felt a lot longer than 12 minutes. 12-minute 38 game, as we're going to see 102 redirects on Strages, 106 onto Ripstick, and you can kind of see where that pressure was flowing. You got Strages and Ripstick kind of passing it between each other as Angle Senpai, Conquer, Big Tilt, Storm never really ended up touching the core, and when the midfielder has all those strikes like that, that means that, hey, they were on the other side of the map a lot more often, or, you know, they were also playing goalie, which we did see 10 saves coming out from Strages versus the 31 from Storm, but anyways, it doesn't matter, as we finally see those kill counts get up there in the digits, as that's going to be 15 picked up from Water in that game, and it felt like so many came out in just that first point even, versus the one from Conqueror and the side of Boss for that game too. As now it's all tied up, and this Grand Finals reset, true finals, whatever you want to call it, is all up to whoever is able to take it 1-1 now, and the person who the team that wins the next game wins it all.
Yeah, and this is definitely an end of a long road for both teams here, and they really want to make it count. And I think this was a really impressive performance by Water, because this showed that they really have the capability to execute their team comp. And like we said so long ago earlier, both Water and Boss have beaten, like, Water has beaten Boss before. They beat Boss in the group stages. Like, so even if they are looking lost initially, you can't count them out, because every team in this Final Four knows each other, have beaten each other, and it's really anyone's game.
Yeah, definitely. No team at this point in bracket has won every single game, and that just means that this competition is so tight. Just because Boss won the first three doesn't mean they couldn't win that four. That doesn't mean that they had to win the fourth. And I mean, yeah, the team of Water who came into this final bracket, looking to be that second place seed versus the side of Boss, who is that third place seed going into the final bracket, is super close interaction, super dangerous for everyone here, and now it's all just up to who is able to take this final thing, as we're going to Taiko Temple Game 3 here. The map that started this whole grand finals situation. And we're going to be rewarded with another missile propulsion and that explosive entrance. What are you kind of looking at here, Pato?
I mean, it looks like Luna's going to be a really huge priority for both teams, as well as, I think, the explosive entrance lends itself to Zentaro, right? The Zentaro, I think, is going to be a really strong pickup here. I think Boss will continue to ban. Oh, we finally see a Dubu ban from Water, though, which is, I think it's huge. They don't want to deal with a Missile Pro Dubu. They don't want to deal with Ripsticks on his Dubu goalie. But that does mean that we're going to see Conqueror's X unlocked, but Boss does opt for the Aimi pick first. And now Water is the one trying to get back with the Vice. Vice Zen, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think that Vice and Taro comp is a pretty scary thing to fight, to be up against, especially with the number of kills that came out in that previous game. So we'll see how that all ends up turning out. Ankle Senpai picking up that Aimi as well. I think a character that we see pretty often on this map. But at the same time, we are going to see, Ripstick has to pick up that Asher. We're going to see it come out. I think we're at eight games now in the series, and now it's Dubu 6 and Asher 2 after this one, unless we see an Aimi goalie, which I wouldn't expect. Also, though, Storm, interesting pickup, or maybe not Storm. Could be either Storm or Stratus here in this final game. Era pickup against that X, though, probably as a sort of counter pick. So should be very interesting here. Going into this game, we got Zentaro. Looks like we got Big Tilt. Sorry, I blanked for a second. On that Zentaro with that explosive entrance. So should be very interesting to see here.
Yeah, I mean, how does this look on the damage department? Because Era, I guess the Storm pushes are going to be really strong. coming out into Taiko Temple, but Vice then layered on top. I was expecting a sort of Luna, especially with the Missile Pro. Is the Era's utility that it brings in minimizing the X, is it worth it to compromise the Luna on?
I think it depends. Here we're gonna see how it all works out, right? We're loading into the game right now. But ultimately, I think it just depends. Conquer has been doing such a great job on that offensive line against the side of Water that you really do kind of want to see some of those oh my god, bewitching beams coming out onto that X. But at the same time, it also is good for making that massive Asher just a little bit smaller going into the game. But we are going to be seeing who is up. It's going to be Stratus on that Vice as well as Storm on that Momentum Boots era. So should be pretty interesting here. I think Storm is going to be great at following up some of these offensive plays. From the side of Water, maybe able to get some kills or pressure going, just something against this team. But already though, that's going to be Conquer taking out the first barrier.
Yeah, 6 explosive entrances, by the way. So that Missile Pro, we're going to see it come back. And Aimi and Vice both enjoy that Missile Pro. And in a pinch, I guess Ripstick can also take it. But we're looking at Aimi dash up. Unfortunately, that did leave Ripstick clear alone. And Big Tilt takes advantage of that, takes that barrier. And now they're going to see the second one off the back of that Taiko. Big Tilt's looking a little low, though. But he has a lot of energy. Same with Angle Senpai, though. Almost has energy. And using that flip to get Big Tilt out of the way. Doesn't kill, though, but that X Maximus, Big Tilt still gets away from it. And now with the Oni's Blade, with the redirect with the primary, Ripstick, great primary, though. Once again, Asher into Zentaro, pretty good, but not if the core just rotates around her like that.
Yeah, Zentaro, Big Tilt getting just harassed the entire point there, but ultimately not enough going at that Zentaro very quickly. And at some point, I think if you are trying to lock down some of those kills, as if you are boss, you either got to get Ripstick to waste some of those very crucial defensive abilities, or you have to get Angle Senpai just a lucky little snipe onto some of those kills, whereas Big Tilt is just able to get some of those secondary primary combos to just get the nice easy kills. And at some point that's going to be crucial here. If you are the side of boss, you weren't able to solidify those goals, and ultimately the other team was able to score on you. And now it's going to be maybe curtains here for Conquer, as that's an X taken super low. Could be very dangerous here. I mean, even just the pressure of the damage that staggered X is super strong and gives the opportunity for the side of Water to get some of that pressure going. But in the meantime, that's me Storm taken super low on that health bar.
Yeah, huge plays coming out from Angle Senpai with the Aimi turret, getting it through. Angle Senpai unfortunately greeds a little bit for the orb, unable to make it back in time for the barrier. The EI rush coming down with the rotation in the primary through Angle Senpai. Water continuing their momentum, taking it 2-0 over Boss in this first set.
Yeah, only one more point now. Water has figured out their game plan, figured out what they gotta do to win this series, and I think they're just taking it as far as they can go. Aerostorm making it X just a little bit smaller, shrinking him, and now it's going to be no barriers down quite yet, but Ripstick doesn't have too many more cooldowns available to him, as Big Tilt going to just provide so much damage onto Angle Senpai. Not taken out quite yet, but ultimately that is an Aimi that is looking super low. Able to get that first barrier down, though, is Big Tilt, and now it's looking very good for the side of Water, as they're just trying to get something going and maybe close out some of these barriers. But oh my gosh, Angle Senpai gets both of them with a Cyber Swipe.
A huge dash with the barrier, gets it right in between, and suddenly things are looking pretty good for Boss. But oh, nice glitch pop from Angle Senpai as well. But did use all the tools. Vice coming in, Big Tilt has to flip Pass Splitter, deterring the Zentaro from what it wants to do, though, and the Aimi turret coming down defensively. Oh, what a dash with the explosive entrance, getting the value. X Maximus weathered handedly with that era bewitching beam, actually. So really good defensively as well. We're seeing it come into play time and time again. Ripstick gets the dash in. Big Tilt, Zentaro passes slightly off kilter, and Angle Senpai and Ripstick layer their strikes once again and hold the barrier. But this time it's Stratus and Big Tilt with the core flip, and it's going to go right through them. First set taken by Water.
Yeah, definitely that first set going to the side that has all the damage, and now it's going to be Big Tilt picking up that set MVP. Should be super nice to have, and we're going to see what's all picked up here. But Ripstick, looks like they have to block that specialized training away. It makes sense. you really do not want to have Strategist on that Vice getting so much damage going. But that's going to be a Twin Drive. We've already heard how I feel about Twin Drive. This is going to continue, by the way. Not really, though, because this is the last time Twin Drive will be picked up in the game. Also, the Monumental is picked up for Storm. Going to be a super big pickup as well. Going to have those massive, massive tornadoes available for you. Those magical maelstroms, I mean, you can already see it going to be super big. But you do have to hit those, so we'll see how that all happens out. That is going to be Big Tilt already taking Conquer off the map, though.
Yeah, immediately Conquer taken off after the Storm, after the damage that they can put on. But Storm actually overextending just a little bit. Angle Senpai able to get it through and get the second barrier. But that era NATO, just so much damage or so much value, just getting all the energy out. And combine that with Strages, it's going to be really rough for Boss here to clear it through. Supernova coming out, unfortunate angle, the Strategist does get it cleared. Ripstick trying to make sure that Big Tilt can't collapse on Angle Senpai, but that does mean that they have to weather this Air Storm once again, and the EI Rush, unfortunately, doesn't do anything, but Conquer also a little too slow, and now he's going to get taken off the field by Big Tilt. Angle Senpai now has to be the brunt of this backline, as Ripstick has his primary, but that's it, uses his secondary as well, but the energy by Strages flips it through. And Water's looking very strong here on their potentially last game. Or not potentially, it is the last game.
Yeah, guaranteed the final game of the series here is going to be Water just taking so much pressure, getting so much damage and everything going on the other team. That's going to be Strategist and Big Tilt running up with 0 evade, 0 energy on the meter. And still opening up both those barriers against a Ripstick who just doesn't have the opportunity to evade or do anything. Oh, the Firewall Sentry just barely able to keep it out for the time being, though. Now, though, it is Big Tilt versus Ripstick, who does not have a health bar. Oh! Big Tilt taking out.
Centaur moment. And those happen, and it's the play that Boss needs. It's the moment that Boss needs to get back into the game, and we're seeing Angle Senpai nice rotation, Conk coming in, using that explosive entrance to full value, and that power play was worth for Boss. Definitely, Angle Senpai trying to rotate with Ripstick. Ripstick stays ahead of the secondary from Vice, trying to wait out the Supernova from Strategist. Can't hold it any longer. There's not enough evades for the strike reset. Conk 1v1 with Storm again, and he's going to get it through, and Boss come back, get their name on the board.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming out onto Storm. This is kind of what they need to do, though, in order to get something going, get that damage flowing, and for the time being, they are able to get something going now as Big Tilt going to be working their way up the field. Has so many cooldowns it feels against that Asher, who only has a few to keep the core away, and now that Strategist and Storm working their way up the field, trying to get something going. Conquer, though, using the flip, or no, not Conquer. Conquer, though, has that flip against Storm, who has to burn the flip in order to keep the core away, and now Strategist is going to use that flip, try and get something going, but ultimately not able to open up the barrier yet. And, I mean, Conquer with Flip is going to be very scary for Storm, as that's going to be both barriers down now for the side of Water.
Yeah, X Maximus full rush, Big Tilt using the core float. Angle Senpai already out of there, though. Ripstick doesn't die to it, but second barrier down still. Water still has a lot of momentum going on. Angle Senpai looking really low. Supernova coming in as well. Gets it through, but the angle for Angle Senpai looking really good. Cyber swipes it out, but the secondary coming in. Oh, Stray just passes back to Big Tilt instead, so they can kill Ripstick and secure the goal. And that was a really smart play from Water to get it 2-1.
Yeah, definitely. Water now looking at potentially the set point for their match set, series set. So we'll see what all happens here. Big Tilt going to get one barrier down, actually. Ripstick able to save away, prevent that double from happening. But that is going to be Angle Senpai using that Fireball Sentry and not actually getting anything going, as Conquer taken super low against that defensive line of Water, and now gets taken out off the field from that Vice era, hit into that center drum. But Ripstick is able to save it away for the time being. We'll see what happens here. Apato, it's looking pretty scary for Boss. They have to figure out something to do here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good start, taking the barrier with the Fireball Sentry. I mean, slipping it through Storm is a no easy task, but if they can do it, unfortunately, bad coordination between Angle Senpai and Ripstick does mean the core goes around, but there we go, finding another slip through, but this time Storm does use their energy, and now Strages and Big Tilt kind of clustered up here, but the core does slip through. Once again, X Maximus used, and Conqueror might die, but he still gets it through Storm, and now Boss showing signs of life, and that's what they need. That's what they need to come back, and they just got to wait for the X to scale.
Yeah, that X stuck at level 4 right now, hasn't had a whole lot of opportunities with Storm using that Bewitching Beam to get right around him. But that it might stop now as Conquer just about to hit level 5. Big Tilt, oh shoot, that's going to be straight just taken off the map, and it's Big Tilt and Storm just trying to keep something away. It is now all in the hands of Boss. Can they do something? Can they figure out how to win this game as Stratus is now back online? Conquer, he has to burn that evade in order to get away from that supernova. But that's no barriers down even with the full power play. And that's going to be barrier going down from Ripstick. Ripstick might have to use the flip here, get something out, get something going. And that is going to be no flip on Ripstick, and Big Tilt and Stratus working their way off the field.
Yeah, huge plays coming out. Oh, great glitch pop from Angle Senpai. Unfortunately, the primary is there, and the Aeronado coming in as well. Ripstick lives though, so that's huge. And then nice rotation from Big Tilt up into Stratus, but they do hold. But this time the power chord is working for Stratus. Finally, Angle Senpai sets up the defensive turret, gets it through to Conk. No barrier lost again. Storm is so clean with it right now. Double barrier instantly as I say that, but this time this is going to be so scary. Supernova coming in. Conquer is there though. This is his chance. Gets it through Storm. Storm uses the primary, looks for a top hit, but Conquer, I guess, read it and just hits straight into Storm.
Yeah, Storm trying to cover a potential angle from Conquer, but I mean, when you're stuck in an animation for an attack, all of a sudden Conquer can just send it straight through you, and now that's going to be Angle Senpai rewarded with the 1-2 punch onto that Aimee. We are going to see, though, however, Big Tilt picking up that recovery drone, blocking away that exercise from Ripstick, who is in fact rewarded with that hot shot. Should be nice to have. That is going to be a double spark deny, yeah, against the Conquer's Spark of Strength. So that's 2 sparks picked up, and now now Conquer is forced to pick up that Siege Machine, but at the same time, super scary draft for the side of Water. This is not what you want to see, because all of a sudden, all of your damage scaling is gone, and now that's going to be straight just taken off the field.
Yeah, I think that it almost feels like a triple deny from Water, just all focused around making the X not scale. But yeah, Conqueror is looking really good. Immediately takes off Stratus as well, but he's battered and bruised now. He has to run away. He does live though, and gets delivered to the orb, and gets delivered once again to where the action is. I mean, it's like Amazon Prime or something. But the action does finally move away from Conk, and there we go. He's gonna get off the field where he belonged. I think like 2 sequences ago. Ripstick and Angle Senpai holding with the turret, getting it around the Era Maelstrom though. With Monumentalist, I mean, this is really impressive defense once again from this ISS team, and now buys enough time for Conk to come in with the EE. Angle Senpai running around to the orb. Big Tilt's going to be strike roaring that and winning though, and now secondary coming in once again with the Air Maelstrom, seemingly infinite with the Spark of cooldown as well. The Supernova a little bit unfortunate, but Storm gets it through. X Maximus Conqueror coming in though and making such value coming out. He's already level 7, but Big Tilt finds the goal, and that's what matters at the end of the day.
Yeah, Big Tilt catching Ripstick in a bad position and just able to stun him out, prevent that strike from that Asher, and ultimately get that core into the net. This is what you need to have if you are wet or Water, and you just got to be able to close it out. Stray just has to burn that flip in order to get anything going, but now has no energy against that X, who's just trying to pummel Stray just on the Vice. That is, however, going to be Angle Senpai taken super low, actually saved by the Magical Maelstrom, while also getting murdered by it. So we'll see what happens there. Angle Senpai able to use the Cyber Swipe, get it forward for now. Storm, a bit of a miss angle, unfortunately not going to quite hit it in the correct spot. So now it's all up to Big Tilt. Oh, great save from Ripstick though. Almost able to keep the core away. That is me, 2 people straight and Big Tilt both in the defense, and Ripstick just doesn't lose here.
Big Tilt has flipped though, and he might use it. He might use it if he's desperate enough. He definitely wants to use it for the goal though. Angle Senpai and Ripstick trying to bait it out, but now they're stacking up a little bit more, and the Maelstrom's coming in. Angle Senpai trying to get a glitch pop onto Stratus, Conquer Era Beam time and time again. I mean, Storm's been getting such value out of this. And finally, oh, Big Tilt uses the flip. Unfortunate sync up with the secondary from Stratus though, and now core flip from Stratus from Conk. I think he wanted to use a Bull Rush through, but unfortunately that didn't happen. Gets it around the Maelstrom once again. Secondary coming in, and Ripstick dodges into it. Unfortunate situation. Oh, the slice and dice was a little too fast, and Conk is there, and Conk's gonna hold once again. Storm's just gonna get it around to Stratus though, but the glitch pop is there. Turret comes down. Ripstick's gonna come back in a second. He's back. He's back and can use the primary through the Maelstrom. He stuns Big Tilt. Angle Senpai is there as well. And now it's looking like a 3v3 once again. And Conk trying to get it, trying to live against this Storm. But Angle Senpai and Ripstick just on full defense mode. And finally, if he finds it, Storm has to use his core flip though. And that's a dangerous spot looking again for Conquer as he dies. But Strages unfortunately wasn't able to get there in time. Secondary comes out for Strages. Path Splitter though comes out from Ripstick. He buys more time. Conk's going to come back in 5 seconds, 3 seconds. And now they're rotating around his boss and a great cyber swipe. Unfortunately, not angled quite enough. The turret comes down, but it's a little too far up to generate value. Maelstrom coming down, but Conk takes it and he gets it through Storm. And Boss pulling a point out of a seemingly done game there.
Incredible plays from the entirety of Boss there. Conquer stayed alive, but then Angle Senpai and Ripstick were just like stalwart defenders, just didn't lose to that offensive team of Stratus and Big Tilt there. And now it's all up to the side of Water to maybe regain some of their confidence, maybe get something going again. That is going to be first barrier down for the side of Boss, but that is one of two that you need to take out as they lose their first barrier themselves. Big Tilt and Stratus working together, able to knock down that second barrier from Ripstick, but now that is 2 barriers down for both sides. Big Tilt uses that, is not able to get anything quite yet, and that's Conquer with the core and versus in the 1v1 versus Storm now. Stratus just trying to figure out how to do something, and that's going to be Storm taken off the field. Stratus and Big Tilt, only ones left standing.
Yeah, huge supernova from Stratus does save the point for Water, and it's going to buy time for Storm to come back. It's going to come back in 2 seconds. Power play ended, and Stratus does have the core flip now. Big Tilt walking in. Stratus has a core flip. Ripstick gets it around him. Oni's Blade coming through with the Maelstrom, but the Path Splitter is there, is standing strong. The turret's coming out as well. Glitch Pop coming in, setting it up for Conqueror, and they're looking for a Stratus wants to disturb this coming in. Core flip used a little bit earlier than Conqueror. Stratus was a little bit ahead, better positioning here. Angle Senpai rotating the core through to Tycho with the Maelstrom coming out, dislodging it, and the Bull Rush set up perfectly to get it through. Boss takes the lead on the third set, 2-1.
Yeah, this is a super bad spot to be in if you are Water, as now it is Boss taking it all the way. They only need 1 more point to get 2 match sets here, and if they can do that, they'll be looking really, really good. But now it's going to be Storm on the defensive line versus Conquer, able to clear it out for the time being. Angle Senpai looking super low as well. Maybe just trying to get something, stay alive against this Zentaro vice forward. But that is going to be Big Tilt taken super low, and Angle Senpai taken off the map at the same time. We're going to see what's going to happen here. Big Tilt has to do something, is looking super low, trying to get Conquer going, but oh my gosh, it is all up to Storm. Water has to do something here to just get this core back onto the other side of the map and close out this game when their power plays have been so fruitless. Just so many attempts missed and things dropped, and now, I mean, power play has gone many times over.
Even the supernova coming out doesn't work out. Ripstick is there in position to find the bell ringer, and now Conker's going to be taken out, but at what cost? The barrier is down here, and Angle Senpai, unfortunate backwards glitch pop, but Ripstick is there. Boss are looking locked in, back in it, and they find the clear up. Conk is going to come back. Big Tilt also wants to win this game. He finds the second barrier. Looking around, Angle Senpai delivered to Big Tilt, lets him strike war. Ripstick has his core flip. He might use it for Conk here, using this slightly too small for the era. Conk redirects it. He's going to mix up Storm once again. Angle Senpai is there now. Finds time. Cyber Swipe a little too late there. And a great redirect from Strages. Unfortunately, isn't able to find the goal angle. Ripstick looking low on evade now. But Strages did use his supernova. Unfortunately, the secondary is well positioned to take advantage of Ripstick's positioning.
It is all tied up now, and Strages has that flip available. Big Tilt about to have that flip up. It's going to be up to, we're going to have to see if Boss can just close this out, get something going, because they have no energy to their name. That's going to be both flips wasted, though, from the side of Water. And now, that's going to be the knockout onto Angle Senpai, but Ripstick and Conqueror are both still alive and kicking. Conqueror not so much, though, now, as the health bar is looking staggered. Big Tilt and Stratus have to figure out something. How can they get through this Asher, and that's how they're going to stun Asher Ripstick away with the primary. And now it is all up. It is all Boss's or Water's game as they're gonna kill Conquer and get that core, that open net, finding Ripstick on the missed angle, and having a bit of fun. Ripstick on that goal line, so much so that he's not on the goal line, and that's gonna be Water taking that third set 3-2. How are the Awakenings looking here, Pato?
I mean, look, I'm the play-by-play, but I think it's great that Conk is taking peak performance, gonna let him live despite the stinger. Deadeye taken from Amy, it denies the Vice as well, and Amy's just good on it. But this does mean that Asher another size deny, but Fight or Flight's still good. I think Ripstick, he wants the speed. I think Ripstick thrives on that speed. He's too ADHD, right, to stay in the back line. So I think this would probably help him. So overall, I think decent draft, but it looks really, the stinger is really disturbing IMO.
Yeah, Stinger could be a bit scary. I will say, though, there is a bit of misscaling. Conquer has been allotted with that peak performance. And actually, Big Tilt didn't pick up the bulk up peak performance, so that's going to be a bit less staggered, but doesn't matter as Big Tilt going to line up the passive into that EI rush and just stun Ripstick right away. Is now it's going to be 2 more points for Water to take home this entire season of ISS.
Yeah, Water's looking really good, and this is their set. This is the set that could end it all, or we could go to another set 5, but we'll see how it goes. I mean, great kill from Angle Senpai, I believe, onto Strages, and now the barrier's going down. And you can see nerves are impacting both teams because you're seeing the teams kind of like sync up in defense when they normally wouldn't have. You're seeing them use dashes to get into different positions, and whoever team kind of holds their cool and plays the way they've been playing earlier in the game is going to win out here. And right now it looks like it's going to be Water. Great flip from Ripstick, but it's going to be the Maelstrom, and he can't hold everything. But Angle Senpai finds another kill. Finally, the kills are kind of coming through for the midfielder of Boss, and maybe that Deadeye is just what they needed because Conqueror is coming in with the Bull Rush, gets it through, the Bell Ringer coming in as well, and now it's made smaller, and finally Big Tilt loses his recovery drone. It seemed nigh impossible to kill him just last set, but now it's coming out. Glitch Pop setting it up for the Conqueror. Angle Senpai uses the turret, runs away fast as possible. Ripstick's going to hold down the lane as Psycho Temple, so it is possible for these brawlers to do that, but Angle Senpai's just going to be taken off semi-permanently as it's a power play situation now for Water.
Yeah, power play now, and that's going to be the second barrier going down right as we're speaking. Big Tilt trying to work his way up with Stratus, is able to get the pass off, but not quite anything found yet. But I spoke too soon, as now Stratus going to catch a misclear from Angle Senpai, and that's going to go straight into that net. And now we are looking at a final point here, potentially. If Water is able to get this one more point, they'll be looking at a championship of this ISS season, but not if Boss has anything to say about it. As they're able to keep it away for the time being. Straight is taken very low, not quite anything found just yet though. Conqueror working his way up with Storm, or with Angle Senpai onto Storm, gets killed though by that magical Maelstrom, and now all of a sudden it's a power play looking for Water, as Big Tilt going to work with Stratus, try and get the score up the field past that Ripstick stalwart defense, but Angle Senpai with a great Cyber Slave able to open up the barrier, and now it is up to Boss, see if they can get anything going here, keep the core away, get the barrier, get the goal into the other team's side. It is all up to now, here and now.
Yeah, and there we go. Conqueror's just gonna pop the Bell Ringer, get Storm, get the core in, and Boss, you can't count them out just yet. They're making it competitive, and like you said, this X has a lot of speed and a little bit of power.
Yeah, Conquer, Ripstick, and Angle Senpai just need 2 more in order to tie everything up, and Stratus really doesn't want to do that. Water really doesn't want to have to go to the set 5. They can definitely scale, but ultimately that X is going to have so many more scaling opportunities in the set 5, and they might not need it as Big Tilt going to open up that barrier, and that is going to be the end of ISS Season 4. Stratus going in with that Thunderstruck, going to be able to get a great angle off the bottom corner and ultimately lock it in against this team of Boss. Incredible run from both of these teams here. Boss winning their way up through losers, beating Sea to Shining Sea, then Rude Awakening, then Water in that first set of grand finals. Ultimately now losing though, coming so close, but unfortunately not able to beat this team that was sitting in this sitting in the grand finals as well after just taking out Rude Awakening. Incredible run from Boss, but I think they might have gotten a bit tired.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. They made a crazy...
I had to bring ourselves out of the pit of doom.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so we're going to get Water in for a winner's interview. And yeah, okay, so they know they're here. They're on stream.
Okay.
And we're gonna ask some questions and we're gonna have fun. It's
Alright.
pretty late,
I'm
but
gonna. I need the yap. I need the yap right now.
you need to yap right now. Like, is it relevant?
It's very, very, very,
Okay,
very
continue.
relevant. So, okay, the origin of water. So our goalie was supposed to be Water Fury, former
Yes.
national player, and then he had stuff come up, and we unfortunately didn't qualify first week, and then we found Storm. Second week we lose to some other players, but we bring it back for week 3, and then we come into round robins, and we won 7-1, and I felt pretty good about ourselves. And then we get the playoffs. We beat Rude Awakening 2-0. And then Grands was a bit of a struggle. We were down in the depths of doom. We weren't calming, we weren't confident in our play. At one point I saw Storm AFK because he was pretty tilted. But at the end of the day, we told ourselves we're better than these people. We can play better. We play damage. No one knows how to play against damage. Not even national teams. No one plays double siphoning one. This is literally our playstyle. Double siphoning one, and maybe some Van Biscuits on the side. But we're down 2-0. I'm trying to keep the vibes up by talking and all that, and then something just clicks. Atlas Lab. We just remembered ourselves. We remembered how we play. We remembered how all the scrims we put in, all the top players we played against, and all the knowledge we learned. And we won at Lab 3-0. And then the title game, I was like, okay, Storm, you want to play Era here? And he was like, sure, I'm down. And then I will give respect to each one of those players on the side of Boss. They played like beasts. But at the end of the day, water is wet.
Okay, that's the Chronicle of Water. Congratulations, guys. And I think that's like it for my questions. It's pretty much covered by Big Tilt. So I mean, if Patat and Saya want to go ahead and do something.
You guys need to talk. You can't just let Big Tilt just like narrate the entirety of everything.
I mean, okay, so the thing is...
No, not you, Big Tilt. Not you, Big Tilt.
Big
Okay.
Tilt and let the other people have a say. I think that's probably what happened. Big Tilt is like saying everything, and like Strage is probably like, I really need to communicate that Concast dash punch right now. And Big Tilt's like yapping, and then Strage gets dash punch off the map or something. Yeah, that's probably what happened there.
Every single time he says, "Watch out, I die."
Yeah, this guy is just prone to dying. I don't know. Does
I
a bunch of
can
lore.
confirm. I can confirm. I think
Love it.
every time he died that last game, it was always watch out right before.
So
Okay,
it's
okay.
Comedic
animal
timing is
When
real.
you've been around the block for so long, you know these players' tendencies, and you know that they're gonna go from some long-range Ivy dash punch. And I keep telling him, as an Ivy one trick, you should know this shit. I'm sorry for the profanity, but you should know this matchup. But then he still dies to it 5 times in a row. But it's okay. I was there for him.
It's okay because Strages isn't an IME one trick. He's a room player now, and so
Nah, I thought we lost on the room. We literally lost.
This is
I mean,
a Vice one trick now.
yeah, that's true.
That's true. That's true.
There was one game where Strages swapped Vice. He played Vice midfield and lost. But I do want to ask, did you guys do specific prep against any teams, or were you guys just like, this is how we play against every team?
I'll let Traders talk about this. 'Cause
I
he probably
mean, we
knows.
scrimmed Sea to Shining Sea a lot, and because like, I mean, at least going into finale, we felt like they were one of the only teams that can like play damage, like just play damage, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we also came in with a game plan of pick ban Ime. I know it's really creative, but it ended up working out.
Yeah, for sure. When you guys went into group stages, were you guys worried about a certain team, or were you guys did you guys
No.
have a certain team on the radar?
Not really.
No.
No.
The just knowing our, I wouldn't say prior experiences, because me and Storm have been around here for a long, long time. And Stratus is very new. And the improvement that this guy does is astronomical. I mean, he came from an oversized player. He played with some players that I will not mention. But
All good.
They were part of his learning arc, and we were there for him. If he needed some help with some questions, we would always answer. And at the end of the day, he showed up. I mean, this perfect example. I mean, he played like a beast.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely think a huge part of this was the grand final reset, right? It's not that often that we see grand final reset, especially in in OSAS and ISS, but it happened, and you guys pulled through. Were you guys what was your guys' mindset going into grand final reset?
Yeah, the storm.
Honestly, I think game one was just like trying to reset the mental because I feel like the comms were at an all-time low by the end of the first set, and then like by the end of game one of the reset, like it was doing pretty good. We were calming again, and then we get to game two, and I don't know, something just like we just snapped back to our senses, like Tilt said before, and it was just like it was great. Like we just started playing just like we were like a few hours ago, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean that's huge. I know Tilt said it. I just wanted to ask from a different person's perspective. So
Yeah.
I was really hoping.
I mean, honestly, like Tilt just took.
Like I said, like Tilt said,
It's
Tilt
like-
went through all the questions I had. What is water? Like, why'd you guys decide on water? Where's Water Fury? Like bro just like went through and said like, how'd you guys feel?
Wait a
during
second.
the set?
Wait, Strages, you first. Is water wet?
I would say yeah.
Really?
I haven't given this much thought, bro.
They
No,
won, so you have to
were
listen
wet.
to them.
We were wet on the core strike fields. We were slipping and sliding, and we got it done.
Okay, Storm. Is water wet?
No, it's not.
Yes, correct.
God
Storm is
damn it,
so
Sarah.
smart. You can really tell Storm is the brains of this team.
Yep.
I don't know if that's entirely true.
I personally say no.
All right, who's
Yeah,
the brains of this
crazy.
team according to all three members of Wet? 1, 2, 3, and you guys are gonna say who's the brains of the team. Okay, 1,
Abstain.
2, 3. Damn, you guys are such like
Okay.
Okay, I will say
I
I've done.
genuinely don't. But
It's
you
like
go
we
first.
we're all like we all
like who
did
decides in a
contribute.
split-second situation? Who decides on the awakenings? Who decides on the band picks? Like, do you guys just like silently sit through draft? Like
No,
nobody.
but
Everything
it's
is
a
Storm
group
feel like-
control.
Yeah,
It's a group.
everyone's calming during the draft. Like, there's sometimes we have like one person on a draft that like will like figure the whole thing out pretty quick, but every single time, pretty much, everyone's just talking about like what we should be picking.
Yeah, the only like draft
Giving an input.
contribution I had in this last game was pointing out that X had a spark, so we double
And then
denied him and he had
I
nothing.
was on that. I mean, we wanted to not take spikes when there was only like 3 creations and like missile prop for X to take. I mean, we were kind of like going through the motions, but then I had to snap us back in, and then here we are, right here.
Huge. Okay, so I think last question, for me at least, are you guys like taking this roster anywhere else? Is this the LAN roster? Is this going to Launchpad, or is this over?
I'll say this. I have school coming up, and sadly, I don't think will have like the capacity to play something like this. This lined up perfectly because it was the summer, and it was kind of like my last hoorah for Mega Strikers, and winning that's just it's a sweet feeling. I mean, it hasn't even really set in for me. Like I thought I would be more excited, but it is 1 a.m. But I think
Alright.
tomorrow
Uh-huh.
I'll be over the moon.
Good. I mean, tomorrow's today actually, so it's almost 2 a.m. on the East Coast. But good
True.
for you. What about you, Storm?
I mean, I'm also gonna be pretty busy with school, and I've also got CCL, so I'm not too sure how much other OS will be playing on the side.
I see.
So we'll see.
All right, Strages, it's up to you to pick
Pretty
up the
much
mantle. Are you gonna
same thing
continue?
for me.
Oh, everyone's so busy. I'll see you guys in like October. Stuff settles down. But all right, that's it for me.
So I do have some shout outs. I have to say it. I have to say it.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Shout out the people who scrimmed us. Specifically again, She Designs C and Bozo Cord. I mean, I tried to find scrims and if there's no one there, I would always ask them. Gret, Frightfully Fresh, Dropletto, Killmonk, Tony. Might be forgetting some other people, but those 4 were pinnacle for us to play this well.
Why did you shout out to Killmonk twice? Is there an extra?
So I call him Tony. But I don't know what he goes by. I won't lie.
Oh, good. Okay. Anyone else do their shout outs? It feels unfair to just let Big Tilt do their shout outs.
Hey, I'm gonna shout out Tilt and Strages because these guys are beasts, bro. I literally just played Era this last game and kitted them, and they just popped off. I did nothing. I'm be so real. I got carried, got backpacked all game.
I mean, like, low key, you just stole that from me because I was gonna shout out both of you guys as well. You guys played like beasts.
We all
when
played
I died
like
to Ivy Dash 3 times in a row, you carried my corpse as I died to Ivy Dash for the 3rd time in a row in the exact same place.
Huge. All right, guys. We're surely shutting down this time.
Yeah.
All right.
For sure.
What's your
For
pleasure?
sure.
Yeah.
I like how Patat's silent. Put that. You're like the yapper.
I don't know what you're talking about. All I'm saying though, Strages. Well, I have one question. Storm and Big Tilt, is Strages a good teammate?
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
What are you gonna say no?
I can't say
Okay.
no. I mean, I seen this guy IRL. He's a chill dude.
Well, then I'm looking forward to playing with Strages for Denver
have
Lane.
fun.
He can't
Oh,
quit yet.
It's gonna be great, bro. Trust me, this guy's the GOAT.
On
Oh,
the low,
yeah.
though. Work on corner defense. On the low.
And I was like falling asleep first BO3 of Grands.
It's
woke
getting
up.
late. It's
Yeah,
getting
I think
so late.
we should cut it. I mean, good night, bestie slot.
Yo,
Size already.
Yo,
railing.
Good decision.
cut
Good
the
decision,
feed,
Big Tilt.
Cut the feed. Cut the feed.
Goodbye, everyone.
Bye, guys.
Thanks for
Bye.
watching, everyone.
Well,